Hello! Whoops, left the music running. Whoopsies! Hello, everyone! How are we doing today? My lovely imps. We are up bright and early for my streams. Usually my streams don't start till later. However, we have a panel to go on that starts earlier than usual. And as it is a discussion of the boys club of Twitch, we will, of course, be attending, and we need to be on time. So it is. Let's see. Is the jiggling stopped? Yes! Excellent! There is only jiggle where it is supposed to be, and not where it isn't supposed to be. Wonderful! Listen, we added some new emojis. I've got some new emoji ideas in the works. We have the brand new K-Cosmonaut. Can I see your K-Cosmonauts? Look at this. We got a combo in 5, okay? Wait. Load your Cosmonauts. Load your K-Cosmonauts. Okay? No, that's too early. Reload, quick. Uh-oh. Shit, everybody's K-Cosmonauting. K-Cosmonaut. Reload, clear your cache. 3. Follow Ziltoid. Follow Ziltoid. All right, let's get these K-Cosmonauts. Go! Oh, yeah! Yes! That's what I like to see. A brand new, fat, spankin', lovely 30 combos so far of K-Cosmonaut. Bam! 32! Holy shit. This is a good way to start the day, huh? Now that's cheered me up. Well, look at that. That was good. And it's in outer space. Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. So, look, I put up the head in the background. How do we like it? Is it creepy enough? I thought it was creepy. I thought it was good. It was fun. Yeah, I love it. It's great. It's a good friend, though. It's actually a friend. Yeah, you did put it there, but I kept it there. I thought about taking it down. But it's friendly, so. So, okay, what do we have on the docket for today, everyone? Guess what? Yeah, you just noticed. It's cute and creepy. We love it, though. Bernie sitting in the cuddle chair. It's true. We got that meme. Did everybody see that meme? I have good head back there. You got it. You know it. That's where the good head be. Look at this. Did you all see this? Look at this. Look at that. Look. The best tier 1. Yeah, my background is growing. Isn't that amazing? I love it. Listen, listen, that's why we kept the chair. It was in case Bernie needed a chair. We kept it there. And look, he's even supporting. Eliminate gloves. Wear mittens. Wait! You even changed the text! Oh my god! I didn't even notice that! This is so good! Hey, Kino! Well, I didn't even catch that! That's so good! Eliminate gloves, wear mittens. This god tier meme was made by somebody who requested to remain anonymous. But nonetheless, it is incredible. Next level details. This is a high effort meme. This has been saved to the Meme Hall of Fame. It has indeed, the Meme Hall of Fame. Oh, you got one from the Zweihander RPG? Let's take a look. Wait, we got new art. What? We got new art? I like how it's kept backwards. Yeah, that's high effort details. Yo! No bosses, no Nazis. True, though. True. No bosses, no fucking Nazis. Yep. Isn't the Suck You Jammies amazing? That was thanks to AT5D2D Derek. So thank you, AT5D2D Derek. Incredible. Oh, I like this one. Nobody working 40 hours a week should be living in poverty. Amazing. What a great way to start stream. Do you want to know how I started my day today? I started my day by discovering that there was a large hate thread going on me, and it is totally unhinged. Completely unhinged. It's really amazing, you know, it is really amazing how far people have to go to find something to hate about me when they really want to. It's kind of wild. Hate threads, yeah. Hey, look, also with this shirt, Look at this. With this top, you can see my tattoo. Look at that. You can see the whole thing. Watch this. Look at that. Finally a top that lets you see my whole tattoo. Shaky, shaky. Bing, bing. Nice. Very nice. They're canceling me for being a tanky. It's not 10 degrees in my house, though. It's warm in my house. Yeah, they're canceling me for being a tanky. It's really funny. Yeah, house is nice and warm. Yeah, the Milo clone debate. Was that the Song of Time or Epona song? The Song of Healing, actually. It's the Song of Healing. And the text underneath says, follow along after me. I got this tattoo to be a perpetual, eternal reminder to myself that if I ever take a position of leadership, that I must take it with great responsibility, and that I should. If I have the ability to heal, then I should do it. I should try to make the world a better place. It was very, very, I would say it's the closest thing to a spiritual act that I've ever done, which is why, yeah, it reminds me that there's great responsibility in trying to teach things, and it's very important to me. So it's pretty hard to forget something that you literally put on your skin, right? That you have burned into your skin, yeah? With great responsibility comes great responsibility, so they say. But that is how it goes, right? Demons be chasing me forever? Am I actually Spider-Man? Maybe. I could be. I could be Spider-Man. There you go. You're all webbed. Yeah, so we have a lot of fun stuff to do today. Let me check in real quick on YouTube chat, because I haven't said hello to YouTube chat this morning, and I would like to say hello, or this afternoon, and I would like to say hello to YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube chat. Wonderful to see you. How am I a tanky? Mental gymnastics is how I'm a tanky. Welcome, and thank you all for being here. By the way, we have 124 concurrent viewers, which is pog as fuck, but I would really like it if we could get some likes, because we only have 30 likes. So if you haven't yet, please consider slapping that like button, and especially if you're not subscribed to me, subscribe and ring the bell, because that's how you know I go live. So please, I would love to have those likes. Thank you so much. We are going to get a like button for the website, so that'll make things a lot easier, for sure. That dude didn't cite anything? Yeah, because it's stupid. Because he's stupid. He's stupid. That's why. He was a moron. Hey, Tom Lopes. Hi, Jason Sanderson. Hi, Fresh Summer Love. Hi, Bean Bean. Happy birthday, Bean Bean. I heard it was your birthday. Happy birthday. I need a shofar button. When I graduated college, I got everything changes above my knees, a matching tattoo with my college roommate, because the first day of college, we saw that written on the sidewalk in chalk in town, and it just kind of stuck. They dropped out, but came to watch me graduate, and we got it together. That's so amazing, Vermin Hands. Vermin, that's so amazing. Oh, I love that story. Listen, tattoos are like as close as you can get to sacred. It will literally stick with you. If an archaeologist discovers your dead body 1,000 years in the future, you will still have that tattoo in your flesh. They are very, very powerful. I think tattoos are like, oh, they're incredible. They're incredibly powerful. That is an awesome story, Vermin. That is so good. Well, I hope you get to see them soon. Yeah, I heard Chuck Schumer say erection. I watched that. It was funny. Yep, well, guess what? We're going to have a full video on it up soon, Socialist Roman. Fuck COVID. Fuck COVID. Fuck COVID. I can't even get into it. Listen. It sucks. Fuck COVID. I'm so done with this shit. I am so fucking done with this shit. But we have to do it. We have to stay alive. Why do people hate me today? Well, they hate me because apparently I'm a tanky. I debated this absolutely unhinged, like Milo impersonator, who then cut up the video and added music over it and posted it to the DGG subreddit, where they have gone absolutely hog wild, because apparently they don't think at all, and so they just go, oh, someone we hate. Oh. It was actually really funny, though. That guy was a creeper. Maybe. I had fun, though. Yeah, I'm streaming a little early today. We'll see you later, Lawboy. I'll be going late. Don't worry. Yeah, it was kind of funny. It's really, really funny. The DGGers are having fun. Yeah, it was weird, but whatever. Yeah, Chuck Schumer said erection instead of insurrection. You know. Yeah, I mean, the term tanky means no sense. Like, they literally said that I did a, they literally said I was doing Holodomor denialism, which never, ever happened. You want to know? Do you want to know, you want to know famous Holodomor denialist tanky? Do you want to know who's a famous Holodomor denialist tanky? Can you guess, everyone, who the famous Holodomor denialist tanky is in our midst? Ready? Ready? Dylan Burns. American foreign policy expert Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns, who on a bet was challenged to read 3 books about the Holodomor and came away with the conclusion that it's not so simple to simply call it a genocide. Oops, looks like historical context means that you're a Holodomor denialist. Uh-oh. Yeah, Dylan unironically read 3 academic texts about the Holodomor for a debate with Dario almost a year ago. You can go find it if you want to. It's on his channel. Yup. Tankies, I mean, fuck tankies, but, like, at the same time, Vermin, like, holy shit. There's, like, I don't know, God. Oh, yes, I saw that. That is really good. Can you imagine that we actually didn't have that in place yet? Yeah. Hey, you're very welcome, and thank you. Thank you, Carly Victoria.
Last hour of work. Also, your eyebrows are killer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I am very lucky in that I have naturally nice-shaped eyebrows. The one thing that I've gotten compliments on before and after transition is my eyebrows. Hey, thank you.
Naya 70 quadrillion.
70 quadrillion? Oh, wow, that's awesome. 70 quadrillion. I love it. Thank you so much, Somniostatic. Really appreciate that. That wasn't sextillion. You only did quad. Oof. Math is hard. Yeah, there's this whole thing where people say tanky. People say tanky for anything, but guess what? Do you want to know who it is? It's fucking, it's not, it's just DGG. It's just DGG. They're just stupid. That's the reality. They're just morons. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, famed tanky demon mama. Yes, famous, lifelong Authcom, demon mama for sure. Yeah, they are. It's actually not that bad. I mean, the hate thread had like almost 200 comments on it this morning, Vermin, even though it was posted this morning. So there's a lot of hate, but like, I don't know what they're gonna do. I mean, besides possibly mass flag my videos, which I think they might have done in the past, but I don't know. Maybe it wasn't them. Could have been somebody else. Could have been one of the many right-wingers I piss off. Yeah, they are very insular. Is Authcom a thing? Yes, it is. Hey! Thank you so much, Comrade Anthony. And you should do that. It's worth it.
Take the sub, you beautiful lady.
Thank you so much.
I would love to get a tat honoring my first son who sadly passed away.
You should get a tattoo. They're very, very special. And much love to you. Thank you very much. I need to silence this thing. Hold on. My phone is exploding. My phone is exploding. So, today we have a panel to go on where we're going to be talking about the Twitch Boys Club. My phone explode. I love Homestar Runner. Again, I was a co-worker to and friend of Trevor the Vampire. That's right, the Trevor the Vampire from the very first Strong Bad email ever. Yeah, I knew him and was friends with him. And he regularly made food for me because I would buy food from him. Yeah, I did. Yep, I did. Yep. I knew the real deal Trevor the Vampire. And in most of his family, in fact. And his dad was a really good friend of mine. Did the hunters get him? They did. They did, unfortunately. I am a vampire and... I actually heard the story firsthand from him. He accidentally pressed enter too early on his old school, like, fucking shit-ass Outlook mail email thing, and it sent the email, and he was like, fuck. Yeah. Anyway, hey, be safe, Comrade Anthony. Thanks for coming by. Did I see the new? Of course I have. Of course I have. The discourse surrounding the upcoming panel today totally won't be misogynist at all. You're right. Definitely. It definitely isn't every time I do a femmes only panel. Today should be very, very interesting. Yeah. Panel guests. I can tell you, we've got Aiko. Hold on. Let me see. Let me get you the panel guests. Hold on a second. Oh, it's not been put together. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. It is so far. Wait, where is it? Aiko, M9 Scarlet, and me are the ones that have been announced so far. And I think, hold on, let me see who else is going to be on there. It hasn't been announced who else is going to be on there yet. So, well, you know, that's bird brains. It's all right. We know that Aiko and M9 Scarlet are going to be on there. So far. Yep. You got to get on streaming, Vermin. Absolutely. Please do. I'll raid into you whenever I can. That would be awesome. I'm sure we would have a lot of fun. More, listen, unironically, more femme presenting streamers. I almost said drone pilots and I had to stop myself. I almost said drone pilots and then I was like, no, wait. Oh, guess what? Guess what, everybody? I have some announcements. Everyone. I ordered, finally, oh, shit. Fuck. God damn it. Oh, no. Shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Ah. I forgot to do my thing. Oh, no. Hold on. I forgot to clear. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, no. What is this one? Is that the one? No. Okay, here's the one. This one can go. Okay, no, wait. This one can go. Right? Yeah, this one can go. Okay. Delete. I gotta delete the originals. Oh, I fucked up. Hold on, I have to clear my recycle bin. Listen, I've been doing this horrible juggling thing where every single day I have to delete the one of my old VODs to make room for the new VOD, and I forgot to do it today. But that won't be a problem anymore, okay? Because I finally got the order for my giant hard drive, which won't make this an issue anymore, okay? It'll be all good. Whew. And that's good. I also ordered my RAM finally. So, well, it's not that easy. I do use cloud storage, but I need to have backups. I'm going to have a massive hard drive, and I am soon going to have a RAM upgrade that's arriving, and the fish and cow masks will be here very soon as well. So on Monday, I should have both the fish, cow masks, new RAM, and the hard drive. So that'll be good. I haven't upgraded. I'm not upgrading anything else at the moment. I just spent a bunch of time last night figuring out RAM because I was having some RAM issues. I'm going to have 64 gigabytes of RAM soon. So yeah, the unholy mackerel. That's right, the unholy mackerel. Bezos tax Amazon unionized. True, Sentinel boy. Thank you so much. What's my GPU? My GPU is... Yeah, well, listen, I've been having issues, so I need to have a good amount of RAM. I've been having issues with RAM lately. I can tell you my video card currently is a GeForce RTX 2070. So it's not great, but it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Yeah. Yeah, it's good enough for streaming. I'm going to upgrade it in the future, but not now. It's too expensive. Yeah. CPU, my CPU is an Intel Core, my CPU is nice. It's an Intel Core 9 that I fundraised last year for, thanks to all of you. Some of my longest time fans helped me raise money for that one. So, is the 3080 available for everyone under socialism? Obviously. Obviously. You got a 3 gigabyte TI 60? Wow. That's good, isn't it, though? Isn't that a good one? Guess what, everyone? I have bad and good news. I have bad and good news. One, the bad news first. The bad news is I have reached all of the completable content for Subnautica below 0. But the good news is that means I get to do A review of Subnautica Below Zero for all of you. A full-on review of Subnautica Below Zero for all of you. And it's going to be banger as fuck. So you can expect that next week. A full-on, beautiful review, including the music and everything. It's going to be beautiful. So that'll be really fun. And, of course, this Sunday, I will be playing a game that was designed by our very own Slime Cat. You all might know Slime Cat, also known as Grime Dango in this chat. Grime Dango was the lead game dev on the game we'll be playing this Sunday, or game designer on the game we'll be playing this Sunday, which is the OKKO brawler game. Yeah. OKKO. It's this one. Let me show you. It's an official Cartoon Network game. Yep. It's super awesome. I'll show you it. It's right here. It's this one. This one right here. OKKO, Let's Play Heroes. Yeah. It's super, super cool. Made by Capybara. Yep. Yep. It's very positive reviews. Very popular game. Was a huge success. Yep. Grime Dango's pog as fuck. Yep. Good as fuck reviews. Yeah. I told you. Grime Dango, pog equals fuck. Pog as fuck. Grime Dango used to work at Capybara. Was the lead game designer. I can't remember the exact position. But yeah, you can talk to Grime Dango about it. So we're going to be playing that on Sunday, which is going to be cool as fuck. And I'll probably be giving away some games as well. So be there Sunday, huh? All right. Fog as puck. That's true. I'll be doing some games giveaways, which will be cool as hell. So if you want to be there and get some free games and stuff, I will be doing it, okay? Be there on Sunday. Sunday at 4 p.m. All right, everyone. So we have a little bit of time before the panel begins. Actually, not that much. We only have about 10 minutes or so. However, I want to let you know we're going to do some really cool shit today. So first, we're doing the panel. Then we're doing... we're going to look at some more of that church militant stuff, because that's going to be really fun. I want to watch some more of that together, because we didn't get to do all that much, but there's so much to dig into. And then we are having Lyss, a guest, come on, who is an academic studying to complete, I believe, their doctorate in revolutionary anarchist history. So we're going to talk to Lyss. We're going to get an interview out on that. If you've ever wanted to learn about revolutionary anarchist history, we'll be talking to Lyss. Yeah, so it's going to be super cool, and then we're going to do more politics afterwards. So we have so much stuff planned today. Today's going to be a really fun day. Later today, we're also going to be digging into Joe Biden's executive orders, some of which are unironically pog, others of which are kind of like, blah, blah. You thought anarchists don't believe in history? What? Anarchists are purveyors of history. What? Anarchists are purveyors. All of the best historians are anarchists. All of the best historians. It's just a fact. Simple fact. Did you miss anything? Not yet. Just a little bit of intro banter and fun, okay? And archivist. True. Most city planners are anarchists. That doesn't surprise me, actually. Because city planners have to have an understanding of the inherent diversity of human life in order to be able to make a city. As it turns out, anarchy is when you understand chaos and you know how to make it make sense. Yeah, they know how shit really works. Yep. Anarchy is when A equals circle. True. But yeah, let's see. Let me just make sure everything's coming together for this. Looks like it might be a little late today, but that's usual for bird brains. Oh, we added a bunch of stuff, by the way. Anarchy is when what the fuck? You just created a sentence that broke my brain. What the fuck, Busy Bee? I thought anarchy is when Starbuck window break. What? What the fuck? That was a mind fuck. Hey, thank you, Sentinel Boy. Thank you so much. Starbuck window break. It was the spelling. It's the spelling. It's the spelling with the single K fucked my brain. Holy shit. That was wild. Good job, Busy Bee. The CIA sends their regards. Yes. Starbrook. Listen, let's see. Okay, all right. Brain ray. What historians are anarchist? You'll have to look into it. There's a whole bunch of them. Honestly, though, there are some pretty based anarchist historians online. Oh, God. So it looks like some people are going to be late to the panel, which is always fun. So we'll just have to have a little bit of fun of our own, okay, everyone? So, yeah, Zoe Baker. Zoe Baker, unironically, pog as fuck. Did anybody see Vosh's interview with Zoe Baker? That was so good. Anarcho-Pack, yep. Correct. It was pog as fuck. It was so pog. Yeah, it was. I actually loved it. Yeah, it's gonna be so good. This interview is gonna be really pog too. I'm telling you, it's gonna be good. I always bring you good shit. Also, we got some TikToks in the work, which is very exciting. Should you go watch it now? No, you should watch me now. Don't watch it now. Watch it later. I want to be watched. You should watch me. Anyway, enough puppy eyes. You're watching both? Oh shit. You're watching respectfully? All right, that's fine. That's good. Should we do a little bit of meme review while we wait for this to start? Shall we do a meme review? We haven't done a meme review in a while. Let's do a meme review, huh? Let's do a meme review. I haven't done a meme review in a while. We have some extra time while we wait for everybody to show up to the panel. So let's do a meme review, okay? All right, let's do it. I gotta scroll back to the memes here. Oh, Chuck Tingle memes. Oh, fuck, we got a lot of good stuff in here. Got a couple of repeats. Okay. All right, this is the last spot that I saw. Here we go. All right, here we go. Hi, hey everyone, it's running on empty. No, hey, hold on. Hey everyone, it's running on empty with another meme review. Wait, does he do meme reviews? That's cool as fuck. Did you see Thought Slime did a video about the vegan lady? No, but that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm not running on empty. I'm running on full right now. Are you kidding me? I'm running on full. Wait, hold on. Let me first just make sure I'm in the right thing. Okay. Let's turn on push to talk, and then we will wait in the bird brains area where it's going to be starting soon, but I have to be deafened, so they'll have to ping me. Okay. All right, everyone. Okay, everyone. Let's do it. Let's do the meme review. Memes. I like this one. But you have to have seen the movie to get this one. I love Review Brah. Oh, update panel? Yeah, somebody should update panel. Wait, Table Knife, you need site privs. Table Knife, do you want site mod privs? I need to give you site mod privs. Hold on a second. Let me give you site mod privs. Why the fuck don't you have site mod privs? I'm a dum-dum. Let me fix. Let me fix it. Site mod privs. Bam! Fixed. Is there anybody else right now who needs site mod privs who's a mod? Is there anybody else who's a mod who needs site mod privs? Boop, boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Anyway, join us. All right. Unless I hear other words, then let's continue. You could have had a bad bitch. Non-committal. Help you with your health care. Just a little. True! You have site privs, Koseth. I see you have the star. Oh, you were on YouTube. See, that's a problem. We shouldn't romanticize communism because one time when my grandma lived in the Soviet Union, Stalin asked for some of her famous borscht, and she said she only had a spoonful, and then he what? And then he had a giant spoon. Bastard! That bastard Stalin! This is how you know I'm not a tanky, because even I can see that spoon is too fucking big. What an asshole. What a dickhead. Wait a minute, this jumped down. Why did it jump down? I didn't want it to jump down. I need to get back to the memes. Oh no, it jumped down. Why did it do that? No. Here we go. Wait. Okay, here we go. Wait a minute. No, this isn't accurate. This isn't where I was. Here we go. Here's where I was. Boomer moment. Sorry, I'm yelling too much. I like this one. Unironically, if they colored Bernie in the color of these guys, this would be like unironically cool. Like give him like a more metal ass. Review this meme? Radical. Okay, I'll check it out. All right, we'll review this meme. Hold on, I'll review this meme in just a moment. No, I'm not clipping the mic. The reason why I'm not clipping the mic is because I have an advanced audio setup now, and it automatically limits it. No clipping allowed. The mittens stay, of course. Of course. A little bit. I'm a little bit of a boomer, it's true. People call flipping burgers unskilled labor, but then they give you this at a barbecue. Oh, God. Tell me if you... Give me a fucking cringe in chat if you've had a burger like this in your life. I have. Holy fuck. Yeah, give me a cringe in chat if you've had shitty burgers like this in your life. I certainly have. God damn, it sucks. Fucking assholes. Big Mitten Bernie. I love this. It looks like he has a power mech. This reminds me of the prawn suit. Mama bad. Mama bad. True. People do think I'm bad. I don't know why. It's really funny. I've gotten a lot of hate comments recently, believe it or not. But who cares? Bernie will punch them away with his comfy mittens. Vegeta, what's the scouter say about his power levels? They're over Medicare for all. I don't know. I can't do it. I'm a woman who has opinions. True, though. Turf is a slur to silence you? Damn, I wish it worked. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, Sonic trans icon. We love Sonic. What's this? Wait a minute. Is this going to hit me? Yep. Can't do that one. Damn it. True, though. I mean, true. I mean, this is true. This is accurate. This is true. True. Damn, Shoddy. I know you wanted to seek refuge in a simpler moment of cyberspace, but I don't think we're supposed to be here. Wow. Cartoon Network, Jedi Power Battles for PlayStation. I remember that game. Wow, I remember that game. CartoonNetwork.com. I remember CartoonNetwork.com. This is nice. Yeah. Netscape. Yep. I had Netscape on my computer back in the day. Did I ever tell you all? I don't think I ever showed you all my favorite, like, GeoCities era site. I'll have to show it to you sometimes. It's been ported, by the way. Kid Pics! I loved Kid Pics. Wait a minute. Here's how real Kid Pics fans will remember. Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember? X. Remember that? When you picked the X letter and you would click it and the guy would go X. And he would say it just like that. Yeah, some people remember that. And there was also the E. There was the E one. It was old school E and ah. Yeah, the sound effects were amazing. Oh, and it was so cool. You know, want to hear a cool story about Kid Pics? Did you know that once I made an entire fantasy story in Kid Pics with this using the what was it called? Using the slideshow feature, and then I timed it and I wrote a song on piano and recorded it, and I would play it at the same time as I started the slideshow, and it would go, hold on, I bet I could play it. Hold on, I bet I could play it. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I can play it for you. Hold on a second. Give me a second here. We're doing a piano moment. We're doing a piano moment. Oops. We're doing a piano moment. Hold on. Let's see if I can remember it. Hold on. Let me see if I can remember it. God damn, it's been literally years since I played this song. Also, this thing is dusty as shit. Hold on, let me dust it off. Too dusty. Too dusty. All right, here we go. Where's my pedal? Here's my pedal. There we go. All right, let's try this again. Okay, I got it. Hold on. Something along those lines. It was very, very close to that. Anyway, I haven't practiced that or practiced piano in general in a really long time. As you can see, my finger dexterity still sticks around. But yeah, I haven't practiced at all, so I fucked up a lot. Is that a synth? No, it's like a shitty Casio Learner piano. It's a shitty Casio Learner piano that I haven't practiced on. Now, I used to have a digital grand, but when I moved, it got left behind, which is very sad. Yeah, but I'll get it back again someday. Someday I will have my actual piano, and then I'll practice up and I'll play you some cool ass shit, because I have some cool shit that I can play. Oh, I bet I could blow Destiny out. Listen, I practiced my whole life. I've been playing piano my whole life. Maybe. We'll see. Right now, we're still waiting on the panel. Anyway, I know, I'm being an asshole. Fuck it. For Rock 3? We should jam sometime? I'd love to, but I need more practice. I know how to play the K. Yeah, I do know how. I used to know how to play that. I used to be able to play. Okay, so I used to be able to play a lot of songs. In fact, I also learned how to play the Wii intro for New Super Mario Brothers. The one where we go, "No Super Mario Brothers." Din 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 din. Boom, ring, bum bum bum. I used to be able to play that really good, all jazzy and everything. Yeah. It was good. I haven't practiced in forever, though. I used to play a lot of Final Fantasy music. I used to play classical music. Oh, wait, you have an organ? Oh, holy shit, you gotta go play it. Organs are like, listen, okay, there's something special about an organ, okay? An organ, oh yeah, I heard about that. That is the poggest shit ever. So hold on a second, though. With an organ, if you've, now listen, I got to play once in my life, I got to play a church organ, like a literal organ that was built into a church, and the pipes went under the ground up and then would go boom, and I got to play it, and I was just like boom, and I could feel it shaking through my bones, and it was just like holy shit, and I was like boom boom, and I was just like whoa, what the fuck. Holy shit. Oh, it's so good. Do synth organs exist? Yes, they do. And there's also...
Dark Clouds
hey, thank you so much, Panko Bell. I'm so happy. It's such a good game.
Thank you.
Yeah, synth organs exist, and there's also this really cool thing called a pedal organ. Let me show you. Let me show you if I can find it. Which I love. It's so incredible. Pedal organs are so cool. Let me show you. Wait, where? Yeah, here it is. Well, this is a bad picture, though. How do I find a better picture? Here we go. This is a good one. Let me show you. Look at this. It's a bad picture, but look. See this? Down here are two little pedals, and you literally pedal them while you play, and it puffs air through the organ in these tiny pipes, and it goes ba 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 ba, and it has a really cool sound because I mean it's obviously not as big and booming as a church organ, but you could puff the air through and get increased intensity with your feet. I knew somebody who had one of these in their basement, and I played it, and they were like, "What the fuck? I've never heard anyone play it." But it's super cool, super cool. Anyway. Giant organ in the open. It's called the Spreckles Organ Pavilion. That's so amazing. I love that shit. Oh God, I love publicly available music. It's genuinely incredible. There are also organs with pedal keyboards. Yes, most church organs have a third keyboard on the bottom. So not only can you play with your hands, but you can play also with your feet to add another layer of music, which is incredible. Anyway, I'm like nerding out over the music stuff that I used to do. Yeah, to get the bass notes. Exactly, yeah. Did we always? No, we're going to be watching that later. Let me just check in on the panel progress because, let's see. Oh boy, still waiting. Let's continue the meme review then. We're going all over the place, all right? It's one of those days. It's a frenetic square brain day, so I hope you're ready for the ride. No comment, chick just went live. We're going on a panel that's already 15 minutes late, but after that, would I ever try doing Ganon's or Ganon's organ theme? Yes, I could. I used to be able to play that. Yeah. I used to be able to play that. When I get my, listen, I promise you, when I get my piano again, I will play all kinds of cool musics. It's not Prime's panel. Can I play List? Oh no, that was very difficult for me. Okay, the most complicated song I ever learned. Hold on, I'm trying to remember the classical music I did for recitals when I was younger. Let me think. Yes, I know, table knife, I know. Yes, I agree, but it's a minor gripe, and I can fill space. Jazz piano was what I was learning. One of the hardest songs I ever learned was Ben Folds. I was learning, what the fuck is the name of the song by Ben Folds? I can't remember. Hold on. Well, I mean, thank you, Somniostatic. I do take my job very seriously. And I do try to be professional, but I have a weird form of professionality, okay? Hold on. Yes, I do remember that song, and I actually, at one point, I actually did a video to that song for a contest. Anyway, long story. Ben Folds is very challenging. Hold on, let me see. What is the name of the song that I learned from Ben Folds? Hold on. Fuck. Shit, I can't remember what it was. It was, I think, well, Jesus Land was one of them. I love Jesus Land. Here, let me play the intro to Jesus Land. I could play just the intro and I don't think I'll get hit. Listen to the intro here. That's all I can play or else I'm gonna get hit. Yeah, I knew how to play that intro, but it was so hard. Yeah. Yep, it was so good. You can see. You're playing it at the moment. It's very manageable. Probably would take some practice. Yeah, I'm way out of practice. Again, I have a digital grand that got left in Florida. Or not in Florida, in California, not Florida. Why don't I say Florida? California. When I moved from California, I can improvise very well. Improvisation is my favorite. That's mostly what I did. I'm an ear learner. Yeah, California. Florida. I mean, anyway. Yeah. How much is a decent digital piano? Depends. If you get it used, probably a couple hundred. If you get it new, a couple thousand. I really want to get a new piano, but digital grants here. I'll show you what I had. I had a Yamaha Clavinova CLP. What was it? 375 or something? 375 maybe? Is that what it was? I think it was a 735 maybe. Here it is. Hey, this is the one. That's the Cuddle Team leader. Look, this is a slightly newer model of what I had, right here. This is what it looked like. So full piano, digitally. So now keep in mind, yeah, 2K. Now keep in mind though, so the cool thing about this piano, now hold on a second. You might go 2K, what the fuck? But each one of these has each note on this is programmed with an actual recording of a grand piano. And it is heavy, but it's not nearly as heavy as a grand piano. And these are, yeah, it has humanized sound, and it has a dynamic depth as well. So it sounds almost identical to a real piano, and the action is identical to a real piano. I have played in the past, unironically, I have played on a Steinway Grand. I snuck in my old school in my old college I used to go to, I used to sneak into the music department, and when there was no class in session, I would go and play on the instructor's Steinway Grand when nobody was around, because they always left the door open. I think they did it intentionally because they knew people wanted to practice on it. And so I would sneak in and play on literally, how much does a Steinway Grand run for? Let's see what the price is on that. Approximately $100,000, anywhere between $50,000 and $100,000 for a Steinway Grand. Yeah, depending on the quality and depending on how new it is. Here's one for $80,000 sold directly from Steinway. Yeah. So, yeah, not possible to get that sort of thing, but it is the most beautiful instrument I have ever played in my entire life, short of the church organ. The Steinway Grand is in and of itself, the piano itself is a work of art. Like, I mean, look at this. Hold on, let me show you. I know we've skipped out on the meme review, but hold on a second. I gotta keep an eye on this. Let me show you this real quick. I know this is totally random, but, you know, gotta do a little bit of variety from time to time. Look at this shit. Oh, that's so low quality. Let me find a big quality image real quick. Here we go. This is a perfect image. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. This piano right here. This is what they look like. As you can see, this is a genuine Steinway Grand, and in and of itself, it is a work of art. These things have to be protected. You want to know what's really sad? Do you want to know the last time I got to play a Steinway piano? You know where it was? This is gonna make you all cringe. It was in a Fry's Electronics. It was in a Fry's Electronics. Yep. They had it. I don't know why. There's nothing wrong with Fry's. It's just a $100,000 historically valuable piano was just chilling in a Fry's Electronics. It was out of tune as well, which is like, it was out of tune. They had a Steinway Grand sitting in a Fry's Electronics, and it was out of tune. I know. Oh my God. It made me so mad, but I got to play it, which is kind of cool, but it was out of tune, which sucks. Don't know why it was there. I have a feeling, what's a Fry's Electronics? A Fry's Electronics is a, yeah, it was a baby grand. Yes, it was a baby grand, not a grand. You can't save it because they own it. It seems like they built their store around it and didn't want to move it. Realistically, the store was probably previously a music store. How long am I going to be streaming? Oh, Drakasai, I'm going for like 8 more hours. You got plenty of time. Go have fun, okay? You'll be fine. I'll still be here. Yeah. Yep. Yep, I saw that. We're going to be talking about Instacart later. For having gone into a Fry's? No. I've gone into Fry's before. It's just, you know, Fry's is struggling in the pandemic because... Yeah, if you go to a piano store, yeah. Oh, here's the thing. I frequently go... Listen, before COVID, I should say. Before COVID, I would regularly go to music stores just to play the pianos there. Because it's amazing. They're amazing. And if you've never gotten to play a good guitar or a good piano or a good keyboard, go to your local, like for a keyboard, go to your local guitar center and sit down and play with it. Like, it will inspire you. No joke. It will inspire you. Yeah, thanks, Nuts. Woo! That makes me very happy. I think I will have an entire weekend off. I'm not working tomorrow, so you'll send me the thing. Sick. That'd be great. You found out who the founders of the Justice Democrats are? Boink, boink. Bosendorfers? I don't know what a Bosendorfer is. I've never played on one of those. I've played on Baldwin, and I've played on Steinway. Baldwin are really good, too. You built your own ukulele? That's fucking awesome. Let me check. Hold on. I gotta check in on this. Okay, they're calling. Okay, it's time for the panel, everyone. Panel time. Hello.
Hello, Aiko. How's it going?
Hello.
Long time. Hello, Emily.
Yes, good to see you.
Hello.
Oh my
I am
image
live, by the way, so don't hot mic anything.
Yeah, we are on. I'm live as well. So, yeah, we're just getting started here today, and Emily, if you want to, the whereby links in there. You don't have to, like whatever you're feeling as far as being on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd love to be on camera. Hold on.
I want to see everyone's beautiful faces.
I'm gonna try to get
I'm
mine.
saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get mine squared away. I'm using the OBS virtual camera today, so it's a little bit strange.
Oh yeah, I've used that this entire time, so that way I can taunt people with text when if I.
Wait, so how do
not my
you?
turn.
Okay, so you display like the panel down in a small window, don't you?
Oh, right, that's right. Yeah, that's the only problem with it is like, yeah, I get this infinite recursion. I'll fix that in a second. And let me accept your request there and let you in, and then I'll see what I can do to fix the image, because like I noticed that I did this a few weeks before. Oh my God, I did this a few weeks before, and it really messed with people's heads because they without the virtual camera they can't see me. So my image was good. Here, there's another way I can do this. It's like this, but then y'all end up really small. I think we're gonna have to do it this way. Like this is unfortunately, it's not because of my narcissism. I swear.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of why someone goes your
On Twitch?
channel? Obviously, just to stare at you specifically, right? I mean, it's
I
not
don't
like
know.
It's not
Usually
like
we try to
we have anything to
make
say.
everybody the same size, but yeah, I guess it doesn't work with the OBS virtual camera. So either I'm gonna give you no image at all, or I've got to give you I've got to make the panel.
So who are
all
we
weird.
waiting on, by the way? Is it just
We're waiting
us
for
three?
Ninetails Cosmic Fox. Actually, they just I got set up with them through a friend, somebody on my in my Discord. Had brought them on board, so I don't think they know really the deal yet as far as maybe these kind of panels go. So yeah, we're just waiting for Ninetails. And Ninetails, if you're out there, I just need you to accept the friend request so I can add you to the group DM, because that's how we're talking.
Wow, we have a lot
today.
of images on here. This is going to be a little difficult.
Any
How
way
do
to
we
use the
do
Discord
this?
overlay for DMs or no?
How do I
Discord
do this?
overlay for
Look at how many
DMs.
me's there are on
You
the
know,
screen. There's
the,
like 15 me's on the screen.
You guys use that? Why do I keep?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I've tried
fem
to,
presenting.
Like, curate my
That's
language
true,
to
gay
stop
fish.
saying guys is like a general term, but since I've said that, I've started saying it more unconsciously. But I know that it bothers some people, so I apologize. Okay, I need an alternate word. What's a good alternate word?
Like fam.
Well, I
Doesn't
mean,
feel
for me,
right.
I always just say already imps, but that's because my fans are called imps. So.
That's true. I feel weird calling people. I mean, there's some people who call themselves Acelaces, but it feels a little weird. I'll think of something. Just kidding, but
Homies is better than fam. Okay, there we go. Some lifetimes is suggesting homies.
homies I feel like I can't get away with it without sounding like someone's wine mom.
Yeah,
This-
no, I
this
feel
is-
that.
This is something I can marinate in.
It's okay on Twitter, you know, like all
Hello,
my
imps
homies
and
wear
mortals.
warm woolen mittens, but like yeah, on in real life it seems a little strange. Me being like, "What's up, homies?"
The only Bernie Sanders sitting with his mittens meme is that's acceptable is the Twin Peaks ones. So I'm just saying. What? Okay. Did Call Me Buddhist, did you say what's up, homies? Were you here 2 seconds ago? Because if you weren't, then that would be funny. Hold on. I have to mimic the blush of orgasm on my lips real quick.
Oh my God.
Oh my
I
god.
won't tell Jordan Peterson.
Actually, I'll have to show everyone later.
Oh my god.
My throne.
You have a throne? Oh yeah, I've seen that. It's great.
Well, it's from yesterday. Corin_B made because every Thursday we do Stream of Thrones, and Corin's an amazing artist, and Mitnerd36 does music. And so I had
Chunky
a
gators.
lobster throne with like Hermit's head on top. And the lobster throne had very full breasts. Oh, okay.
I love them Crocs. Yeah, the little dudes. Everybody
Chunkodiles.
loves the little dudes. The little dudes are kind of the star of the show. Thanks for the follow.
Chunkies. Me too. I want a chunky one. They're cute.
Yo, if I try to say your name, it's gonna just be cringe.
I want a chunky.
Broski.
I call everyone broskies. How about
I think that's
You
really
know,
their
I just
name. I think
wanted
that's
to
like
say
legit their
Actually,
name.
no,
I
that's
have to get
that's
ready for
gender
work.
too.
Also, pee pee poo poo.
Oh, I didn't know your TTS was coming out through there. Yeah. Yeah, the Crocs are great.
Wait,
But
you
yeah.
could hear my TTS?
Uh-huh.
Oh no! Damn it! I don't know why everything. I'm sorry.
I need to
I have a
like learn to
mix-
actually enable mine. I had it enabled back on when I was on
30
Stream
minutes late. We need to start
Element,
this panel.
Stream Labs, but now that I'm on Stream Elements, I don't know how to do it. Well, yeah, so let's get started
Damn, we
now.
gotta get M9 in here. We gotta get started. We're 30 minutes late. Let's do it.
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, I was hoping to get Ninetales Cosmic Fox in here, but yeah, maybe she's having trouble. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Whatever. I think that the
How you
three of us
work, your aunt?
can get started. The four of us, counting Aiko's TTS. So yeah, there we go. We've got four people.
Wait,
We've got
you
four.
can't hear it now, right?
It's
But
okay. It's
everyone
actually
can
working
hear you.
out. Look, we're missing a
Okay.
guest, so I'll take your TTS as a fourth guest. That'll work out. You know, because
Okay,
4 is the
I'll
lucky
try.
number, as everybody knows from part 5 of JoJo. Anyway, let's get started. As Emily has noted, we are a bit late today. Sorry about that. But we are talking about an important subject, a subject that's been, I think, on all of our minds. I think I've, you know, talked to Aiko about this, and I've you know, heard Emily express the same sentiment that, you know, in spite of people's best efforts, in spite of nobody, you know, none of the
Kind of,
hosts,
but
like
not
I said
really.
before, I'm not calling out any of the hosts here. You know, I had my issues with Prime the other day, but I don't think that Prime is like an outlier here. I think that this is just a problem in the panel scene, and it's more of a systemic problem rather than an interpersonal problem that could be
She does
pinned
it all
on,
the time.
like,
She always
you
forgets.
know, just get this one person to be different. It's something about like how we're thought of as you know, female creators in the scene, and the way that inclusion ends up just kind of coming out a little bit funny because of that. So
Is there a specific thing? So many things happen every single day. I don't know if there's a specific thing that happened. I mean, there's a never-ending series of things that happens to non-men. So,
yeah, and that's kind of what we're talking about. Is just it's just like basically the idea that politics, and specifically panel politics, debate kind of politics, are thought of as somewhat of a boys' club. And we've got some pioneers in here who have broken through that glass ceiling in some ways. But I feel like we're still like limited and still kind of, you know, still always being nerfed, and still being told that we talk too much, or that we're too loud, or that we talk over other people, when honestly, our, like, you know, patterns are not outliers. If anything, I think that, we police ourselves, and end up like actually like giving ourselves less room. And still, whenever we speak up, it's always treated as, some kind of a ridiculous, femoid coming at you with, too much intensity.
Yeah, there was. Yeah. Sorry, no, go ahead.
No. I mean, this is something I encounter very frequently. I tend to have an aggressive debate style, but I don't even think I'm as aggressive as certain other people in this space that we all are very familiar with. Not even close, in fact. But nonetheless, I will frequently be referred to as an unhinged screaming SJW, like unironically. Like, this has been something that I've gotten so much. I still to this day get like comments that are just, they feel so out of step with the actual reality of the situation. And in fact, it's to the degree where I've talked about this on multiple panels, but I've actually, like, we have a bingo for my chat about the comments that I tend to get during panels of people saying, oh, you're gonna talk for 10 minutes when I haven't talked at all yet. But the moment I start to talk, it's like, oh, here we go, another paragraph. Yeah, it's the unhinged banshees, exactly, just like what you put up there. Yep, it's that thing happens so much, and people literally, like, it's downplayed so hard. Like, people really, really try to downplay it, and I'm surprised by that, because to me, it's like I get these comments every single day, even though my behavior is no more aggressive than any of the dudes in this space. In fact, I would argue it's less so than the most prominent dudes in this space, but it's just perceived very, very differently. And in addition, like, it's really funny because in my latest cancellation, which really did become a cancellation, it's really interesting to see how, what's that?
Which one?
Oh, the Destiny related cancellation that has actually, some of it unfolded on this channel, in fact. But yeah, that wave has been one of the strangest things to me, because it was like the sheer amount of ignorance of fact that they're willing to do in order to, like, just go along with their preconceived biases. Like, Destiny started the stream by calling me like a crazy person from Twitter, and then people got mad that I was spicy to him. They're like, oh, she was the worst faith bitch that you can imagine, this cunt, like, and I'm just like, yo, like, he fired first.
I mean, okay, I'm saying that I feel weird when dudes on panels just, like, call people bitches, just call women bitches, like,
all the time.
but, like, repeatedly, like, over and over, and it's totally fine somehow when, like, if someone called your friend a bitch in, like, public, I don't know, it's a bit cringe.
Yeah, it's really wild. And, like, I'm not a particularly, like, thin-skinned person. Like, I mean, I've had people call me some pretty horrible shit on panels. I mean, if anybody's seen my talk with Redneck, which is like a joke. God. Like, my talk with Redneck, like, where he literally was calling me and my friends, like, men in dresses and shit, like, really, really, really bad. And like, yeah, like, so I I can handle the heat, definitely, and I can handle some banter, but there's something else that happens to me that's always a bit more concerning, which is just sort of this passive assumptions that are baked in. Like, again, like, comments that I get randomly are so bad. I mean, I even got a comment recently that was like, it was a compliment technically, but it was dripping with this weird misogynistic element that was just like, what the fuck? Would you say this to anyone else? And it's hard for me. I've never seen any dudes be talked about like that. Like, I mean, it was literally like people were just like, yeah, I don't even want to say it. It's so uncomfortable. But it was like talking about me like, oh, like, I thought Big Daddy was gonna spank you, and as it turns out, like, you were fierier than and like what was the word, like, feistier than he thought. And I was like,
was that not a compliment?
Yeah, it's a compliment, but it's just kind of like weird to be like, to call the person I was debating like the daddy who was gonna spank me. I'm like,
Dadstony, I know, like, right? Doesn't he have that energy though? It's like, that's what Merrick said when she was on here and getting, kind of talked to by by the Beetlegeistiny. I don't know. I guess we can say
Your mic is
cutting up
breaking
a
up
little
real
bit.
bad.
my mic is breaking. Mine?
Yeah, yours.
Maybe get it.
Okay,
closer
that
to
must
your
be.
face.
We're gonna have to restart the Discord call then.
Yeah,
Let's
probably
try that
reset the
again.
Discord call.
And
Yeah.
I don't see.
Do you want us to
Ninetales.
just join into to the?
We
voice
might
chat?
have to do
Yeah,
that
let's-
if
it might be
we'll try
easier.
it one more time.
Yikes, Dad's tiny.
I'm in the chat. I miss meetups too. I miss meetups. I want to do meetups someday. That'd be super cool. Oh, I agree. I was about to say that, Vermin. Am I getting called or something? What is this? No, I'm not. I'm in the Bird Brains thing. What the hell? Yeah, I'd love to meet up with everybody. No, it didn't take... Wait, did my stream go down? No, it didn't. It did not. What is going on here? Are we in the Bird Brains call or... Yeah, my stream's fine. What the fuck? Yeah, you can hear me, but not the others because I can't hear them either. I can't hear them either. I don't know.
On
Are we
this.
staying in this
Oh,
call or
is
are we
there-
gonna
Yeah,
go to
we'll
the?
stay in the call. We'll see how this works. How's my sound? That's the big question, Emily. Because you
It's
said it was
better,
breaking
yeah.
up before.
It's you were
Okay.
breaking up before.
I
Yeah.
thought it was I thought it was just that we needed to call because sometimes it does that. So
Okay. So what were we talking about? Sorry. Oh,
We're talking about,
oh yeah.
you know, we're talking about like, well, we were kind of getting on the subject of how people react to you, Emily, and you know, sort of the typification of what I think are at most like normal debate style, you know, tendencies, and like really realistically, probably like a lot more polite than most debate bros actually do, and how you get this reaction as if you're, you know, some kind of a spicy mama that's, you know, just bringing the heat and being ridiculous. Like I got accused of attacking Drew Welty the other day just for asking if Drew Welty was aware that the incursion on the Capitol had actually been planned since November, when he said that like no one could have seen it coming. I was like, wait a minute, I don't want to just dunk on you here because I'm not a mean, you know, bitch, right? So let me just like make sure we're on the same, like, are you missing the information? And instead it's like, well, you don't have to attack me. And I was like, no, I was specifically trying not to attack you. So like some of our behaviors get like interpreted as being just for kind of standing up for ourselves, for stepping in there with the boys. We get interpreted as being like some kind of outliers. And yeah, you were talking about Destiny before and what he said on this very stream. And I do think that was my main question for Destiny is like, how is Emily an outlier? How is Emily any worse than, you know, anyone else out there, right? And he couldn't really give me an answer. He couldn't even like put you on a scale of like, you know, how bad did he think that you were? You know, and like it just seems like we're sort of not allowed to do the same things that everyone else does, and you need to do like talking over people. If there's a moment of space in a debate context, you jump in there, otherwise you get lost, otherwise you get talked over, otherwise you won't talk at all.
Well, I mean, another common experience that I've had, of course, is just you know, is the fact that like just the fact that I'm usually the only femme presenting person on a panel. It's incredibly rare for me to ever be like together like with another femme presenting person at all, except for when I go on Prime. Credit to Prime for that. Prime's, you know, Amazon Lily. Yeah, the Prime, the women's only or femme presenting only panel, which is great, but it's really people, I don't know, it's like they're blind to it. They don't see it. And it's really shocking to me how few people actually even take note of it at all. Like, hey, like you do realize that like when like there's one fucking femme presenting person on a panel and they get called a bitch and a cunt every single stream, there's a little bit of a it kind of shows through that there's some misogyny and sexism going on, that you're being targeted specifically for being slightly different. And it's really weird to me. And like, God, like, again, so many of the comments on my videos going up against other popular debate streamers is just stuff like, oh, you're so mean and all this stuff. I'm like, this person literally called me like a brain dead cunt. Like, what do you mean I'm mean? What the fuck do you mean I'm mean? You just don't like it that there's like a woman keeping up with you. It's really wild. It is actually wild.
Yeah.
The degree to which like something small that you say, like fuck you, or something small like that, you say something like that, and it's like, yeah, I mean, I've had people tell me I should die, and then people watch that and then tell me that I'm the unhinged one, and I'm just like, yo, like, what is this double standard? There's just an unbelievable double standard that goes on. It's really fucked. Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
it's a phenomenon
I always
that's like I wish more people would pay attention to. Yeah.
I always joke about like femoid derangement syndrome or something. I don't know. That's maybe not funny because the Trump people like ruined that like meme, but no, but I mean there is something real. There is something real that you will get like reactions to what you're doing as if it's like a lot like more extreme than it really is. And like my example, and like, yeah, Prime is pretty good about this, and I just wanted people to understand that I meant that. And you know, nobody's really an outlier. We're not like calling anybody out. We're not like talking about any one specific panel. We're talking about a general tendency, and maybe even a tendency with me in terms of like the way that the way that I book too. It's just like a way in which people don't consider us really like part of that conversation. And as great as Amazon Lilies is, you know, it sometimes operates as a fig leaf in order to sort of say, well, you got that, right? And that is a cool thing. And that, like, dude, that is actually a really cool thing. And Prime, I give him all the credit in the world for setting up Amazon Lilies. But when you sort of use that as an excuse not to book women on, you know, contentious, spicy, political type, you know, deals, and like
Why
you were
did
just
that
saying,
happen?
yeah, we get booked like one at a time, you know, kind of if that, and then
Oh, I
and
mean, like, did you like talk to Prime about it?
oh, this was just on a panel a couple of weeks ago. No, we haven't like, you know, really talked about this like in public or anything. It's just
Just a thing.
Prime's an example of somebody that's really gone out of his way to give women a space in the political streams, and yet a lot of times we kind of get I guess you'd say pigeonholed into like certain
Tokenized.
into talking about certain subjects that are considered to be. Oh my god, thank you so much, Decay. I might have to actually turn that off because like, oh my god, I'm getting covered up by little dudes here. Here, we're gonna mute those, but thank you so much for the subs. I see you out there, people. Thank you so much. We gotta tame those stream alerts. They're wild. But yeah, so and we were just talking. God, one of our fans mentioned that they wanted to see me, Emily, and Tiffany like on a panel stream sometime, and that just blew people's minds. You know, the idea of like having Tiffany's another panelist on Prime. She's a trans woman, and
I don't know anyone except
Yeah, you
for
can always,
their
by the way, you can
name.
always refer to me as Demon Mama. Like, it's easiest because a lot of my chat doesn't know me by my first name, so it's perfectly fine.
Right, yeah.
Wait,
I
so
thought I had
Tiffany
the
who?
mute. Tiffany's another streamer, but in other words,
I mean,
like to
like,
have
their
three.
name.
Well, if you don't know her, it's not going to mean anything to her. But she, do you
I
want,
think she goes by Tiffany Star online as
Oh,
well.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You'll
Then
see
I-
her if you watch the Amazon Lilies. You'll see her a lot. And you know, somebody was saying like the three of us on a panel would be great, and it blew people's mind because they just like had never considered that much power on one panel, and the fact that, you know, it might just be too much for the guys. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe we are too much for them in some ineffable way.
Yeah, there is this thing,
Yeah.
like, I think there's kind of a cycle that gets built, which is that, like, so there aren't as many, like, femme-presenting streamers, because, like, many femme-presenting streamers come in and start a stream and then have a horrible experience with it and immediately leave, or just can't power through it because it's incredibly exhausting. Like, again, I'm somebody who has like a really thick skin by comparison to a lot of people, and like no joke, like I even struggle with it. Like I struggle with the influx of negativity and just how like, I don't know, again, I've said this before, like I really hesitate to use the term like gaslighting for online things, but there is a certain amount of it where it just feels like so many people tell you that you're one thing that doesn't match with your memory of reality at all, or even your reviews of streams or whatever, and it's just like after a while it starts to grate on you, and it really does induce, like it can induce a sense of imposter syndrome, like that you didn't previously have, because seeing thousands of people tell you that you're one way that you know that you're not, and that you can verify that you're not, or that you're at least not any more than anybody else, is like, it's really mind bending, and it can be hard to like ground yourself. And I can understand why a lot of femme presenting people just leave the space and never end up pushing for affiliate or partner on YouTube. They just go find something else to do that's more fun. For
or
me,
like not politics anymore, just like leave the politics base.
yep. A lot of people
Because,
leave politics, and there are a lot more femme presenting streamers in other spaces for sure. But politics is particularly bereft of like, it's not that there's none, there's just very few. And what that means is that like the bookings that are even available is rough. You know what I mean? But so there's that happens. And then of course it's not made better because it's hard to build a panel if you only have like 8 femme presenting people that you can ever bring on. What are you going to have the same panel every week? But it's like, what else are you going to do? So it's this like self-reinforcing cycle that I find just really vicious. And it's just like, it's like there's just so much that happens. And then of course there's the other aspect of it, which is that like when you're coming into contact, especially with the right, but it's not just the right, it is mostly the right though, when you come in contact with the right a lot, you get just raw misogyny, just like people who are just incapable of letting you speak ever. They talk over you, they invalidate your points on completely bullshit grounds because they're just like, oh, you're just being emotional or whatever, and then they proceed to go on a rant, which is literally just them whining about something they didn't like for 20 minutes straight, but nobody calls them out on like being emotional or not. It's so frustrating. It's really frustrating.
Or like that you get like you're passionate and you get called like angry or like yelling, or and I mean, like all it is like there's only so many shit takes that I can like listen to and just sit there for like I'm supposed to. At a certain point, like especially if the rest of the panel isn't speaking up, especially if the other lefties on the panel aren't doing their due diligence, and that shit's just like hanging out there like a high, wide, like slow pitch or something like that, of course I'm gonna knock it out of the park.
You see it coming. You see what the next take is and where the conversation is leading into.
And you're just trying to make content with everybody else, and in some ways, like this is like, I talked to Bad Bunny about this in terms of like, I've always felt like I fit in by like kind of being like one of the boys, or like just like trying to hang out in that certain modality, and that's not actually like the path to success that I kind of thought it was, right? You do get like limited in different ways and sort of shoved to the side
For what?
that way. It's illusory, like your sort of legitimacy that you get as like being one of the boys and being cool and not complaining about any of the like sexist bullshit, right? Is basically that you get.
I feel like I just need to stop, because this is my thing. This is I don't debate people, right? I don't debate them. I just like taunt them and tell people when there's like, I'm the canary in the coal mine. I'm like the multifaceted like carbon monoxide smoke alarm. I can't tell you exactly in detail necessarily what their deal is, but I'm just like, they're trying to do something that's not what they're saying it is. But I just wanted to interject and be like, don't be like Bad Bunny. She's not a good example for anything.
She's giving me some pretty good advice in terms of not like getting sort of typecast the way that I was getting typecast.
So she's like, that's the thing with like, I just want to make it clear because I've gotten a lot of pushback on this, and it's like, hey, I'm not saying this isn't like I'm not when I criticize people, I'm not saying like, let's judge the entirety of their personhood. I'm saying that when they do bad things, don't make
I agree, Vermin.
and this isn't to you. This is just like more specifically, like, I don't know why people get to get away with being like racist as fuck. I don't understand why they that can continue, and maybe we should. I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to say I
Well,
just
I think
couldn't
it's
have I just
yeah.
couldn't have like her name come up and be like, yeah, that's a legitimate person to
It
like
feels like
include
it's
into this.
a whole ecosystem in terms of like the way that sexism, racism, this stuff kind of like gets into people's heads, gets into panels, manifests that way. It's not always from a person that's like a bad actor, that's like an outlier, that's like exceptionally, like there's some people that you've gone after, Aiko, who I can agree had definitely like a chip on their shoulder, in terms of the issue of, issues of, race, and like I can appreciate that, but there's also in terms of the sexism, like I said, there's nobody that I can just point to and be like, that's the bad panel host, get rid of them, or like push them to do differently, and then everything will be good. It's more of a like just a general like sort of zeitgeist. It's the way that, like I said, the way that people think of us as creators just doesn't allow us into that space, that Emily and I kind of, and you to an extent too, in terms of your critique of people, like want to get into, of
Go
being
for it. You can post your
being
link.
ready to like roll with people, being able to
Hey,
get down
Silent.
and dirty and stuff like that. And like Emily's saying, when she does actually get down and dirty with them, they like kind of treat her like extra mean in a way that, like, if somebody was going after like a guy like that, like it would be considered excessive, right? To a certain point, you can beta and cuck as long as it's memes and stuff like that. But
Good choice, though.
the way that people go at Emily, and the way that people see Emily's actions as being somehow like egregious, it's an interesting mix.
Yeah, it is
And
kind of weird. I mean, again, like I tend to have the approach of like, I don't know, I guess I have I don't know if I have a short fuse or if I just get like tired of stuff eventually. Like, I mean, I can think of a number of debates where I was being incredibly patient, and then like a number of like takes were dropped that I felt were just like, yo, like this, not only is this like trying to antagonize me, but also like these are takes that are really harmful and worse than what was originally being discussed. And then if I act on that, if I call on that and say, hey, like that's kind of fucked, isn't it? Then people go, oh, you're fucking attacking me. Oh, you're going to screaming banshee, sensitive SJW over here. And like, I mean, God, it's ridiculous. I mean, I had one debate that wasn't even very spicy, and I ended up getting called like the worst SJW that is actively making people misogynist. Like,
oh my God,
like,
yeah,
it's really pathetic. Like, and this is like the
no,
hyperbole is unbelievable.
he said you fucking radicalized him. I was like,
Yeah.
seriously, like, really,
But
really?
he's
Who
not the
did?
only, like, what's that? Oh, that was
Wait.
this is mostly in reference to one particularly large saga
Steven.
with
No,
Destiny.
No, wait,
And
wait. Who you radical? Wait.
Destiny
said
said that
you
Emily had radicalized him because I
into a
don't know.
misogynist. Yeah.
He said-
Yeah, it's yeah, that kind of like okay, I think that there a big problem is that there is like an imbalance of power of force. So
Mhm.
it's so he can behave in a certain way that he probably would talk to whoever's in front of him however he feels, right?
I wasn't
And
in front of
then-
him though. This was
Oh,
like,
okay.
yeah, this
Or
was
whatever.
like for a
I mean,
long
like,
time. Again,
whoever
there's
he's targeting.
it's very, very weird. Again, most of these things have been very, very weird fixations that I mean, I've had multiple content creators just become incredibly fixated on me in really weird sexist ways. Some, and not just small ones either. Like, I mean, of course, everybody knows about Redneck, and like in the past, thankfully, it seems that we're moving past this Connor points, but we seem to be making some progress, thank goodness. But yeah, there's been a few people who've like gone way off on me and like made whole, I mean, I also, another creator made like a manifesto on me about how I'm a damage to feminism and all this shit from one debate. from one debate that wasn't even very spicy. It's just very weird. And I guess that's kind of the thing that I get for, I don't know, like, it feels like if you're even mildly spicy, if you ever talk back at all, if you ever try to meet them on their own ground and reflect back to them a little bit of the debate that they put out all the time, what they're dishing out constantly, you will get an entire cult of people, this entire like wave of people who will just stream in and just tell you how you're the worst person on the planet. And the hyperbole is unbelievable. It's not even just like, not even structured debate. People will write or structured critique. People will write paragraphs about how you're not just how you're damaging women, but how you're damaging feminism as a whole, how you're damaging the left, how you're damaging like, it's really
Trans
unbelievable.
people.
They will descend on you. Yeah, it's like like a bunch of piranhas.
Well, it's like they turn everything good that you've done, everything that you've worked to, into a negative by like saying that somehow you're you're too spicy, or you're and I mean, in general, it happens to the left at all. If you listen to the discourse about Black Lives Matter and Antifa versus the literal fucking insurrectionists that stormed the Capitol, right? You would think that like, oh, well, this is just like, kind of a wash. And it's not. It's not even a wash. Like, defensive violence in like, in defense of marginalized people is a lot different than violence that's literally trying to take the little tiny bit of self-determination that we have in this country to pick our president, even if most of the time we get screwed over by politicians anyway, to take that away from us and to reverse that based on people's feelings of entitlement, based on honestly like white privilege and a lot of times male privilege too. It's there is a double standard. When it goes, and like, you were talking about that blue-haired SJW stereotype, Emily. I'm literally like living that shit, and it's part of the reason is because it does get a certain reaction from people. It does set people up for a certain set of expectations that I then like try to reverse on them.
Absolutely. Yeah. And there's no, it's not an accident that like the main targets of the like anti-SJW movement was women, even though there's plenty of SJW men, even in 2016, even in 2014. There were plenty of SJW guys who were doing all this stuff, but the women, they are the ones who become turned into the memes. You'll notice all of the stereotypical SJWs that are used in all the SJW compilations are women. Like, there is it's a bias verifying thing. You know what I mean? They're looking for a specific image that exists in their mind, and they're looking to have their biases confirmed. And I do think that there's some especially in again, Twitch, I think has a huge, not just Twitch, by the way, Twitch and YouTube and a lot of these online spaces that have a lot of overlaps with gaming spaces have a huge deep-seated problem with just fucking being threatened by women. And it's really weird. It's so weird, and it does make it hard because, again, I recognize that I'm kind of heavily armored, thick-skinned, I'm kind of I'll fucking call you a name if you call me a name. But a lot of people aren't like that, and and also I'm not always like that. That's been a learned thing over dealing with this shit for a long time. I used to work in sales, another boys club field, so I've had a lot of practice on this, but it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be the only type of way that you get through in these spaces is by powering through it and just learning how to ignore an unbelievable amount of hate that comes your way, and then anyone else who can't deal with a tsunami of constant invalidation is just has to leave the space. I feel like that's horrible. I feel like it's a tragedy. There's so much talent that's being driven out of these spaces.
Right. And it robs people of content too. I mean, the debate that you were having the other week, I think could have been better if the other creator had just sort of met you on your own ground. And
hey,
I ran into
Melissa.
a similar thing, but actually in some ways, Demon Mama, it's the reverse. That my deal is that I'm anticipated, I'm grokked as being too nice, and so people don't want to get down and dirty with me. and like I've almost got to like ad hom them just to get them to engage with me. And then I'm afraid I've from having seen the kind of overreaction to the little bit of spice that you threw people's way, it scares the fuck out of me. Like I don't want to be underneath that dog pile. That's really scary shit, you know, especially when you're like a small creator. So it's this weird line that I end up walking where it's like I've gotta, you know, and sometimes I go back and forth. Sometimes it's like day and night, like I'm too nice to one creator, and then the next time I'm on with some people and I'm too mean to a bunch of rightoids that are, you know, totally sensitive snowflakes.
There's no winning.
And I just can't get it right. Yeah, exactly.
They make sure that there's
exactly.
no way for you to win. And it's funny because there's like a couple of things I could expand on here. One is that like even when you provide evidence of the fact, like they will say you're spinning like a victim narrative, even when you have hard evidence, even when you have folders of screenshots of people just being absolutely horrific to you in ways that nobody else gets. For like, again, like when I was getting a lot of this fucking, like, again, thousands of comments of raw vitriol, I was like 100 viewer and you know, Andy, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, like I was not, my views are not that big now. I've grown a little bit since then, which is great. Obviously that's good, but again, the scale is just so, it's so unbelievable. I mean, like I literally woke up this morning to find out that there's a hate thread on me that has 200 comments over the course of like 4 hours. 200 people just writing fucking bullshit about how much they hate me and how I'm like the most disgusting person and how all of the people who like me, I mean, they were alleging that like, oh, like Vosh only likes you because, you know, like, I don't even know. I think they said Vosh only likes me because Vosh's partner likes me, and so Vosh has to do that in order to appease Vosh's partner, was one of the big comments, the highly voted comments that I saw. I'm like, what? Like, you literally can't even acknowledge that like another skilled streamer might see some talent in me. It's like, what the fuck? It goes so far. It's deranged. And like, you have to a certain degree, you have to tune it out. But like, like, there's no winning. You can't win with some people. It's really wild.
Yeah, it's almost like they don't want to give like a female creditor, you know, like the credit for having come up with her own thing that's not just, you know, version 4.0 or whatever of some other guy streamer that's, you know, it's almost like they don't want to give somebody credit for having really stood on her own and really made her own way. They've got to attribute it somehow to like, oh no, it was like a guy doing it for you. And in some ways you need that.
Or a sneaky feminine influence in the background that's
there we
influencing
go.
everything.
You were using your
it's like
using your social skills.
Wiles.
Right.
Yeah, it's fucked. It's really fucked. And it happens so goddamn much. Like, and here's the thing, like
every corner too.
Sorry, what's that?
Yeah. In every corner of every community. I mean, like with the Mike from PA, like you know, like anti-blackness thing that I've been going over. Of course, like, you know, Mike Sims are like, oh, she must be fucking Destiny. That's what it is. She's in DGG and she's having sex with him. And it's like, okay, I can't possibly just like, you know, have a legitimate reason to criticize Mike. It's just like, oh, it's because, you know, Mike and Destiny and DGG jumped into this and blah, blah. It's like, no, everyone just knows he's but no, go ahead. I lost what I was gonna say.
Oh, I was just gonna say there's something unique too that I think people don't pay attention to, which is like when like dude streamers feud and whatever, like dude streamers will feud with one another and their commenters will go and call each other stupid names and whatever, but there will never be identity, or very, very rarely like identity based like attacks against them. It'll be just, you're an idiot, dude, you're dumb. And then it's like a dude streamer and a femme presenting streamer feud, and it's like, yeah, it's pretty clear that this unhinged bitch is just on her period. Or it'll be stuff like that, or it'll be like, this bitch like just lost her mind, she must want to fuck them. Now that's a comment I see all the time. Oh, just fuck already. And it's just like, holy fucking shit, you people literally
just have a normal argument without it being sexualized. What the fuck?
Can't you just insult me without like bringing my identity into this? Why are you being so idpole about it? Oh yeah, classic one. Put the dick down and get a Snickers and a My Doll. Oh Jesus fucking Christ. Oh god,
my
that's a classic one. Classic from the old days. Yeah, it's really weird.
Yeah. I gotta say though, like all of this, like you were saying, the gaslighting stuff, like you feeling like gaslit because of everyone telling you something that you're not. For me, honestly, since I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything and I'm not debating topics, I'm just basically telling people when they're, wrong and taunting them and being really condescending. And then everyone's like, what? Like, you're the only one that's being so condescending and etc. Because I realized very quickly that no one is listening to me. Until like eventually someone else says it like a long time
Yeah.
later. So I'm just gonna have a silly goose time if you say something really stupid, if you try to bring up like black supremacists in the middle of like some like conversation, like to deflect from the Capitol Hill people. Like, no, fuck you. I'm gonna have a silly goose time. But the thing that really gets to me is when people that I like and respect, when they also when they don't get it, when they do the same thing, when they like come in and they like just talk over you and tell you that or just, you know what it is, the fucking worst thing is when a dude comes in, assumes what the topic is, not even the topic, and then just says everything
Just about to
that
bring that
you
up. Oh my
said
god.
is
Yep.
wrong, and here's why. And then it's just like, come on, like just get outside of your own like pee space and whatever, the opposite of the Midol thing, whatever you said.
Yeah.
Whatever that thing was.
I mean, I've had an experience. In fact, I really appreciate. It was. I think it was Prime that did this. Maybe it wasn't Prime. I can't recall. But there was a time very recently when I was on a panel and I stated something and I asked the same question 3 times and didn't get a single answer for it. The mod paid attention to who it was and to what I was saying, caught on to what was going on, restated my question, and immediately got answers. And I was just like, and then they literally, I appreciate the mod for this, because they said, I just restated Demon Mama's question and it was answered. And it took me, a mask presenting mod, to do that, to get it answered. And
Yeah,
I'm just
this
like,
is the weird
yep,
thing.
that
They
happens.
won't engage with you half the time. Like you say something and you feel like you might as well not be there. You feel like invisible.
Like,
It
where
just gets
did you come
completely-
from?
Yeah,
say something, they look at
and
you
then,
like
you're saying, like somebody else repeats what you just said, and then that gets responded to. It gets into the discourse, but you almost
it
like
Dylan?
need like a guy
I think it was
to put
actually
your point into the discourse to even get it like
there was the
you know,
wired
dealt
guitar.
with.
Yeah,
The
it was
thing that
wired
I've
guitar.
been noticing lately, and this is another time that a creator, I won't mention who it was,
think it was
but one
wired
of my
guitar.
friends actually was criticizing a larger creator. He happened to get sent her link and saw it, and his comment was one of frustration. He said,
I think it was wired
like,
guitar, actually.
with these trans women, it's like I'm not even allowed to criticize them. If I say anything about her looks, I'm going to get like destroyed. And she's saying stuff about my looks. So it was this weird thing where like it was like this guy was like, this is why I don't deal with, this is why I don't actually engage with, trans women, is that like, he thought that he couldn't win, and it's kind of like, well, wait, you haven't tried, right? Like you talk to trans women, but like, I don't know, it's like there's no back and forth, you know what I mean? It's just like somebody says something to you and then you're responding to a completely different thing, unless, like Emily said, there's like a male mod there or a male host that kind of like puts it to them and like says like, hey, what do you think about this question that she's asking you, that she's asked you like 6 times? You know what I mean? It's just like, that's almost like what you have to rely on. It's almost like you need like
a white knight. Literally need, well,
Well, yeah, and it's unbelievable because it's like it's not something that you have any control over. That's the worst part. Is like I could be as I could be as quiet, as polite, or as rude as you want. Doesn't even matter. They will ignore the question until it's spoken to them by another guy. And it's just like, what the fuck? And I've had this happen many times. This is an observable phenomenon in some of the panels that I've been on. Not all of them, but some of them. And it's just like, I have no control over that. There's no way that I can word it. And it's just like, well, this is just like, who's creating this block? You know what I mean? Like, it's not me. I've worded things 100 different ways and I get the same result because it's a block on their side of the thing. They're waiting to listen for the big strong man to tell them what to think. Or at least somebody they can approve in their mind of this, like, the dudes are trustworthy, women are aliens who have crazy emotions or whatever. And I can't stand that shit. Also, like, the amount of times in my life that I've been now I've been doing this shit for a long time. Okay, here's another thing that irks me, and maybe I'm just ranting here, but maybe you've had this happen. But
Go off.
I've been streaming now for almost a year. A year of a lot of streaming. Like, this isn't just like I did a lot.
Yeah, you did like
of streaming.
9-10 hours, right?
Yeah, I do like long streams. Now, I didn't always do as long streams as I do now. But it is something that I've hit the road running really hard. I've been grinding at this for a long time. I've put in like over 1,000 hours, well over 1,000 hours into this work. And I will get people. I've had multiple male content creators, write a thread or a big post or a video on me telling me how to succeed when I'm literally like lapping them 3-4 times in viewer count or in donations or anything, like any metric that you could say by success. They'll be like, let me show you, honey, how to succeed. And I'm like, you have like 4 average viewers and I have 200 average viewers. Like, and it's just like, I don't like to break out the fucking clout bat, but it's just like, what the fuck? Who the fuck do you think you are to like come in and tell me like, hey, honey, let me tell you how to succeed? And I'm just like, it's really common. And that is like often the assumed thing that happens.
Yeah,
is that, like,
and normally if a guy creator had that done to them, they would like let that fool know what the fuck is up. Their head would be like in the next county, right? It would just be, it's like teeing up a golf shot or something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's like, okay, you're gonna set me up for this, okay, there you go, bam, right? But like, if you even take that bait, you're gonna get called all kinds of shit. And like, it's like, no, this person came in,
she's so bad faith she can't take any feedback from a person who walked in telling you how to succeed at the job you've been doing for twice as long as them.
Can you tell me how to do my job without hurting your fifis, as much? Yeah.
Or how to hurt them more.
Maybe that's what they want. Maybe that's what they need.
They want a spanking from mommy.
They don't want us to step on them.
They're like, okay, mommy defeated daddy, so now he's gonna put us to bed.
Oh, God.
But yeah, so I didn't end up catching or even getting into everything that happened with the Scrub King and you and Destiny and stuff, because there was so much that I just couldn't even, like, I didn't even know where to start. And I was like, okay, so I just saw bits and pieces. I saw the original thing, which was a serious, which was an issue in itself, the actual post. But for a very specific reason that I don't think a lot of Zoomers would understand, because, I'm 35. When I was 18, it was just normal. I thought that it was just my job to dodge dicks. Like, that was just, the thing that you do when you're a girl is, like, you have to just expect that any of your guy friends could randomly turn out to have been, like, tricking you this entire time. And you have to assume that you have to anticipate their feelings. But also, if you assume they like you, you're a bitch and you're conceited. It's a lot of stuff. So when the post that said girls using guys is as damaging, or using them for friendship is as damaging as guys using girls for sex. Is that what it was? Something
It's somewhere along those. I think it said girls using guys as friends is as bad
Yeah.
as guys using girls for sex. And yeah,
Yes, that's the exact mentality. So that's why I was like, okay, good. You're gonna talk. I didn't know how old Scrub King
Scrub,
was.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
didn't
I
either.
think he's like what? Like
I think it's like
It's
19.
like 18.
Yeah,
Yeah, 19
19,
maybe.
I think.
yeah, okay. So it's like I understand that. Okay, maybe like he meant it. He they I don't know their pronouns, but maybe they meant it in their own way where they could make it like a non-gendered thing. But unfortunately, when something is already a thing and already a phenomenon that we have to deal with, like you
Yeah,
can't just
vermin. Yep.
turn it into something else. It just is what it is. So, but anyway, I don't know how exactly you started off with. I mean, I kind of can imagine, but I know that you went to talk to them about it. I don't know. By the time I actually saw anything, it was I saw like you and Dylan talking like a small portion of that, and it seems like it got really off the rails into like men's rights, men's feelings, men's uh I mean, I would just like is this valid? Like is like do you acknowledge that men can experience this or that or whatever? I mean, I could be misremembering
Oh,
it. A
I
lot
mean,
of stuff has
it
happened.
it started as something really simple, which was basically like, hey, like a bunch of people sent me this meme and said it was a cringe take, and I'm like, let's get to the bottom of it, because I read it and my first assumption was exactly what you thought, which is just like, oh, like how do you use someone as a friend if they're your
I still
friend?
don't
A friend
understand
is a
that one.
mutual like, and so I was like, the structure of this
It's
has
yeah.
like some questionable framing, and so I wanted to get into that, and then from there it expanded into something else, and eventually it got a little spicy after the first hour we'd been talking. We talked for 2 hours, and like it got a little spicy at the end because I felt like he started dropping some like what I would consider like questionably let's just say they're questionable takes in my opinion, and I still hold that they were, and then it blew up from there into a whole bunch of different stuff, and then I ended up, no joke, not only having it become like an unironic cancellation, but like the internet was talking about me for a week, a solid week. And I mean that literally I went on Twitch, and the only people that were streaming on Twitch at like, it was like 11 at night, the only people, I saw my own face up on the Twitch politics, like people I didn't even follow, just the #1 streamers on politics at the time had my face up on the screen. It was fucking weird. And then like also it was like there was like a manifesto published about me that got thousands of comments. There was thousands of views, thousands upon thousands of views on my video, and comments that were talking about how I'm the most unhinged person and I was such a bitch and all this shit. And I'm just like, do you not see that this is kind of exactly what we're talking about here? Like, do you not see that this is like I have one mildly spicy conversation that that doesn't even, and by the way, the follow-up was what was worse. Like people, people responded to my first one, and that was where it went out of control, because then the like bee's nest was dispatched, and it was like at that point it was just like free game. It was like free game or whatever, or open season. They were just like, oh, you could say whatever you want. This person's bad faith, so you don't have to worry about anything. You could say anything you want.
Yeah, and that gives permission for all the people that are like kind of bursting with the sexism and vitriol that they were holding in, awaiting for the right moment, the right person to unleash it upon with justification. I just I think that a huge problem in general that we do is let anyone move off topic, like get into anywhere else before something is like fully set, because then people mush it all up together and it becomes about something else. If you don't like hold on to the steering wheel, like you'll be people try to blow the ship off into, oh, let's make it about like the straight white cis men around, like let's make it about the whatever whoever, like it always becomes about like in any situation where it comes to like
Yeah.
trans rights, feminism, like BLM, like everything becomes about like the antagonist and what the validity of the antagonist and not the actual issue. And it seemed like no matter what, which is why again I haven't seen the actual like debates or discussions or whatever, uh but from what I heard of Dylan asking you these questions, I was like, this is so not what was like. Yes, these things are valid, but this is also not what we're talking about. And there should be like a clear understanding of what we're saying, because it's this gets into like we don't want to downplay the things that happen to men, sexual assault against men. We don't, and like the issues they have, like the compliments thing. I heard something about like men and compliments, and I was like, I can't even look at a man on the street without getting like some kind of
Hey,
thing,
Lonnie,
and
good
then
to
it's
see
my
you.
fault.
Hey.
Like people fucking like before the pandemic, like men would just like, I live in like live and work in like New York City area. So it's like men just grab me, they just touch me, they just start walking, they just turn into my face. I couldn't give anyone a compliment. If I gave someone a compliment, they'd be like, that means that I can put my dick in you. Like that's what they would think. Like we're okay, you can get your compliments when I'm like when I'm safer or something. I'm 5
Yeah,
feet
I
tall.
mean, and that
like,
was
leave me alone.
yeah, that was part of what we were talking about originally. Was like I don't know how we got from the original meme to that exactly. I mean, you can rewatch the video if you want to. I've reviewed it 100 times at this point.
I only watched a little bit, which is why I'm throwing out that
no,
caveat.
it's
That's
all
letting you
it's
know.
all available on my channel. It wasn't posted by the other people involved. I wonder why. But
Which videos?
I
I
can send you all of them after. There's
Yeah.
if you
Yeah,
want to, just
yeah.
remind me, just DM me after this and I'll send it. But like the fact of the matter is, like, one of the things we talked about was like this compliments thing, and I was trying desperately to like make it clear that like exactly what you just said. Like a lot of women are not safe to do any of that shit right now, and you see how that has a freezing effect on the fact that there's plenty of people like there are. And in this, one of the things that became like a huge contention was at one point I said that I think that there are a small minority of guys who receive a lot of compliments, and that's because those guys are really safe to compliment, and they make it clear that they're safe to be
Oh.
complimented. And that was taken as a huge
Yeah.
like an example of something
When
horrible
you have
that
a
I did.
friendship or a rapport or something with,
Yeah.
yes.
I was gonna say
Or
my
if
guy
they
friends
are
get
not,
lots
like-
of compliments from me because they don't fucking try to have sex with me every time I compliment them. You know, they
Right.
don't put like pressure on me for that. I can compliment them and it's just a compliment, and that's not taken as anything else. Where that's not the case in a lot of spaces. And in the course of that conversation, my argument was sort of made, in my opinion, very clear, because it was said that like, oh well, yeah, well, guys are justified in taking a compliment as flirting, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
what? Like, how can you have that worldview? Like, and so anyway, it became this whole thing, and again, I ended up having to go on tribunal for having
With
really
Dylan,
mild
yeah.
takes. And Dylan, I appreciate that he was willing to grill me on that, because he was basically, you know, he grilled me in order to get everyone's concerns out. But some of the questions I had to answer, like, what the fuck? Look at the double standard that like this guy dropped
Yeah.
takes about how like all kinds of shit about putting women in like, oh, like titty streamers should have to talk about their sexual abuse on stream in order to make the problem better and stuff like that. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Yeah, that was one
Oh,
of the things that was
God.
talked about. Like in the argument, the original argument, you can watch this. You can see it. This be said. It was
Okay,
literally
yeah,
said that
I
like
have
it was
to.
literally said that like part of the reason like it was alleged that part of the problem in like the argument was that harassment is so bad online because female streamers who are harassed don't want to talk about it publicly because that leads to more harassment. But they need to just suck it up and talk about it anyway because that makes it worse. I'm like, don't you realize that the problem is that they get harassed twice if they do that? And that was not
Right.
acknowledged at all. And instead
You either
I
talk
was
about it in a super general way, in which case people are like incredulous and they're like, "Does this really happen?" Or you like, why won't you tell us who this is?
Yeah.
Or you say it in a specific way, in which case, if it's their favorite streamer, then you're the bitch and you're the problem, and you're trying to ruin them, when really it's like, did you want me to talk about it or not? This is, like something
and
that I run
nobody applied skepticism or scrutiny to those claims, but they did brain pretzel themselves into saying that I was downplaying male suicide, which actually made me mad. Like, I got mad because I would never do that. In fact, I never ever have even come close to that. But I was accused of doing that while actually bad takes were dropped and nobody said a thing.
Wait, just because you brought up the fact that men succeed in their suicide more often and that's why the rates are different? That it's
That's
like
part
the
of it,
attempted
but I
rate is
also
the
said,
same?
like, I mean, I had a pretty complicated take that never got to be explored, but I was accused of severely downplaying male suicide, which is something I did not do, and I would love for people to prove that, but I was accused of it nonetheless. And again, nobody actually applied scrutiny to the guy I was debating with, but I got a week of endless scrutiny. In fact, one of my streams that I have up is a 5.5-hour stream of me talking to, basically, you probably know all of these people, basically every male debate streamer that I like, almost every single one in row, everybody lined up in my call-ins to tell me, like, to inquisit me about this, and I took it in good faith. But 5.5 hours on stream, and then I was told by these people, oh, you never take any feedback, even though I literally sat there and walked through it and represented my argument, and it was just like, you can't win. You can't win. No matter what you do, you can't win.
As I recall, plus the Dylan thing, which,
plus the Dylan thing,
like you said, was like, you like letting Dylan like go hard on you, so that the rest of the people who felt like aggrieved for some reason would feel like their views were being addressed, and that like maybe they would like let this go. But it sounds like it wasn't quite that easy, and it just caused more problems. The problem that I run into is like, I have this habit, and maybe this is just because of how we're treated, how we're seen in panel scenes. I try to steel man the fuck out of everyone, probably to a fault. In fact, a lot of people have said, and I would agree with this, that I'm probably too good faith with people. I make too much of an assumption that whatever they're saying, I give like the best interpretation, and try to set it up so that like, but if you run out of steelmen with me, you're in fucking trouble, because that means that I've ruled out any possibility that you aren't a piece of shit. So like, you keep fucking pushing on that, but like, no, I end up getting sort of taken
maybe pink
advantage of,
worth a try anyway,
because of that, and coming off as being
welcome back, Drickusai,
weak, and therefore another reason like not to engage with me. But yeah, no, I mean, it's just a different thing, because I feel like if I ever go hard on somebody that something that I haven't absolutely like tied them to, that they're going to come back and accuse me, like they've done to you countless times, Emily, of straw manning. So I end up going on the other extreme of it, and it's problematic as fuck too. It makes it so hard to engage. And I feel like the biggest problem is, okay, for guys out there that are watching this and like maybe, like, I don't know, maybe you care about like women's inclusion, maybe not. If you don't, like, you're still robbing yourself of content. Like, right? There's spice to be had. You like good streams, you like contentious content, you like fucking explosions. What if me, Emily, and Tiffany were on a panel against a bunch of riotoids? What the fuck then? Okay? Right? And I think that's one of the things
like that weirds me out about it, is like, for me, it's like, yeah, you're only limiting your own content, but I guess some people, they just can't overcome their biases, and they don't really care. They want to hang out in the boys club. They want it to be
Are
like.
you canceled from like actual places? Like, are you like, what's?
Oh, you want to? I mean, let's just like, I can go into all of this. I actually did a whole video like about how bad it's gotten. Let me just go through the things that have been done. First of all, I was banned from all of my content, is perma-banned from appearing on any links to my content have been explicitly banned from the website, from the DGG website, from the Destiny Reddit. Also, conveniently, this is funny, despite the fact that I was getting accused of lying about transphobia that I received, they also conveniently removed my ability to honor cross-platform bans, which is like if somebody goes on Twitter and is telling me that I should be hung for being a trans person, which did happen, by the way, and I did send evidence of that immediately after interacting with Destiny. Normally, they would go and check and see if that person spends time in their community, and if they do, ban them. Well, guess what? They don't honor those for me anymore because I'm a bad faith actor, quote unquote. Isn't that interesting how that works? And then there was multiple threads that were alleging, which I have photos of, by the way, alleging or urging people to go report my video. And I don't know, I can't really prove, because you never get to see this. YouTube doesn't let you see it. But hey, one of my videos just got removed after after being reported multiple times as being a scam. When what I was doing was,
I had one of those. Yeah.
Yep, was reporting on the Trump tapes, and I got it taken down, even though I was reporting accurately and factually on it. It got taken down as under the spam and scams policy, which seems
Which
a bit
tapes?
like
The Georgia tapes?
the Georgia tapes. Yep. Yeah. So these are the types of things. Yeah. Now I have a warning on my channel that YouTube hasn't removed. If I get one more of those, I get taken out. I get taken off the platform for a week.
Jeez.
And that would hurt my income pretty significantly. Not being able to stream for a week would hurt a lot. So
did you end up disputing that?
yeah, I did.
I'm wondering if I
but
should.
It's not. I've heard no dispute. Oh, you should always dispute these things. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah. But I mean, again, I have evidence of people pushing for those, and not being challenged. I also had There was also one of the examples, a front page post that was on the website was called "How to Deal with the Demon Mama Question." Which is
my God.
Yeah, a little bit weird, huh? A little weird how this shit gets allowed. So yeah, now whether
Kind of weird.
yeah, it's just a little weird. So again, I would categorize that as pretty fairly in the canceling department when you're getting literally your links are all banned. Now people can talk about me, but they can't link to any of my content, so there's no way I can possibly gain from it. I can only receive hate from it. And in fact, people will post rehosts or re-edits of my content, which is what happened this morning. There was a massive thread on me with 200 comments, which is somebody who maliciously edited a conversation they had with me and posted it specifically to generate hate on me. So that's the
How
type
long
of shit
is
that
it?
happened. What's that? The video?
How long is it?
The video is
Yeah.
1 minute long. It's a TikTok.
Oh, that they made?
Yeah, that they made,
of a
that chopped up
and
my
do you
thing,
have
accusing
it-
me of being a genocide denier, which is dead false.
Do you have like a clip of the actual?
Oh
talk
yeah,
that you
I
had or
post
whatever?
everything I do, but it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
'cause
They
I'll watch
don't
it
care.
on stream right after
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Because fuck, what it? God, people can be such little babies, and I Okay, this is what I was saying before about like disproportionate force
Yes, Billy
behind
Mack. Yep.
someone. You can't go after okay, no, you can do whatever you want, but everyone needs to realize that there is a disproportionate amount of force behind them if they are a larger streamer,
Demonic mother.
if the other person is not a man, if they're trans, if they're not white, if they're whatever, like there is an ability to actually silence people, like actually, like yeah, you can go different your
True,
route.
Billy
Like,
Mack.
you'll still be good, you'll still be fine, right? Ultimately, but you're gonna have to work a lot harder because you're not getting the usual amount of platforming that someone else would get.
Well,
I
yeah, and
mean,
sometimes these
yeah.
people literally tried it, and sometimes they succeed. Like it's not a fact that like mass flagging campaigns don't harm you. They can. They really can. And like it's really funny because like this is something that this community gets mad about all the time and accuses people of all the time, but they do it themselves. So
Yes.
yeah.
That,
I think we have Merrick on the line with us. Merrick, the whereby is in the
Merrick!
group chat if you wanna join on image too. Otherwise, we can just say hi and.
Yay,
How's it going?
Merrick!
Hi.
Hi.
Oh yeah, we're
Hello.
actually on whereby for video.
Okay,
Or
cool.
maybe I mean if it's too hard, I might be able to patch you.
Oh, no,
into
no, I see the
Discord.
link.
Whatever's
I see-
easiest. Okay.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm joining midstream. I didn't think I was gonna be able to, but
good,
I
you're
No worries. We're always glad to have you here. Yeah.
yeah. Let's see.
And you know Merrick, right, Aiko? Or
No,
have you two met?
I haven't. I've seen you existing. I haven't watched anything that you've been on though.
Yeah, I'll let you into
So
the
nice to meet you.
Yeah, we have jammies
Cool,
now, PvP.
thank you.
Suck you, jammies.
All right, cool. Hi, Echo. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Let's see. Oh, fuck.
So yeah, we were just talking about, our experience in the panel world and the debate world, kind of the like separate existence that we have, the trouble that we have like engaging with people, either, like in my case, like I come off as too nice to everybody. I always seem like I'm trying to have a love fest, and then Demon Mama gets like typified as if everything that she says is like super mean and caustic, when it's just like, if anything, it's
It
like
is
a
based
lot
on
more
Bobby Hill.
polite
Yes,
than
it
your
is.
average debate fair. What's your experience like now that you've entered into the debate sphere?
Denims deserves it. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I've been there's been a very specific incident that happened, and I feel like I've been portrayed as really emotional. And I actually was reading a bunch of comments about how I must have a low emotional IQ, and I don't understand my own emotional threshold for the things that I'm able to handle or not, because people were misunderstanding a circumstance when I got really upset with a specific person that I know in real life. And they attributed that to me not being able to handle a separate conversation that had absolutely nothing to do with the incident in which I got really upset. So now I've been painted by a very large community that I don't really want to name as being kind of a hysterical woman. So that's been an interesting experience.
And to
And,
verify
yeah.
that, just so you know, like I have literally seen these comments with my own eyes. I've had to contend with people that, for privacy's sake, I'm not going to, who've said like, oh, don't you feel like America's like really, really like overly emotional and stuff? And I'm like, are you fucking crazy?
Why are they so afraid of emotions anyway?
It's
like
so
if I ever get
ridiculous.
passionate, they like freak out, especially since I'm so like, nice most of the time. When finally the bad takes get the best of me, and I'm like, like they act like I'm gonna cut their heads off or something like that, and it's just like, I'm not even really mad. I'm just like,
Baby.
kind of passionate. They're afraid of like, I feel like, they don't recognize their own emotions. Like you were saying, Emily, a lot of times Sky streamers do get emotional. It's not recognized as such. It's certainly not criticized the way that Merrick's had to deal with. And like this idea that, Merrick, your emotions are like a minefield for people to step around. It's like, hello, that's a way of gatekeeping you out of the space, I feel like.
Yeah,
I don't
isn't
know,
it
maybe they
wild?
can't handle you as I think Merrick's like one of the best like new debaters out there. Maybe they just can't handle your shit and they're looking
Wait,
for
so it sounds
Well,
like
thank you. I don't know about that. I think the actual incident in question, I was a really super calm and composed and handed the other person their argument and walked them through the conversation we were having. So it was a little bit frustrating to be portrayed as like overly emotional afterwards, when at the time I feel like I was kind of like actually conducting the entire conversation.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. I think when you call out misogyny in certain communities, people are going to overreact in an attempt to not,
feel it.
I don't want to say not have to acknowledge it, because that sounds bad. I think some people will think about it and will acknowledge it. But I mean, I don't know. Nobody wants to be like, yeah, you're right. Maybe there is X kind of bigotry in our community. Let's take a look at it. People don't like to do that. And if they haven't experienced it or seen it directly with their own eyes, it's very easy to wave that off. So I think that it was just like a very unfortunate way for me to enter into, we'll say, that person's GGG space. So I don't know. Maybe it was just a really like specific situation, but maybe that's how this whole sphere is.
Yeah,
You're
it's funny.
shaking.
It's
I
funny
didn't
that the
know.
sphere that's built off of people doing this thing where they go, they scream into the mic like this, and they start talking real fast, and they get all emotional. Their face gets all
Wait,
red, and they start
you
sweating.
muted. Or is that?
Oops,
That
sorry,
might
I
have
didn't
been
mean
on
to do that.
purpose.
I
Oh,
was
no.
fucking freaking out and screaming into the mic, and I accidentally popped off my key. But anyway, the industry where people start screaming into the mic and getting all red in the face and sweaty and screaming about how you're such a fucking dumb fuck, you're such a stupid fucking moron, and that isn't emotional. But
The
saying,
blood
hey,
sports, yeah.
hey, listen, that really sucks. Can you not do that? They're, oh my God, this hysterical bitch just never shuts up. And I'm not kidding you. Like, this is an industry that's been built on emotional outbursts of quote unquote justified rage. But if you have any other emotion that you present, even anger actually, if you present any emotion and you're not a dude, then you're a hysterical screeching banshee. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
Banshee
screeching.
banter for life. Oh, I was gonna say, so when Merrick, you said that you were upset because of someone IRL, like, it was, so, because the only time I really actually get upset, I was saying before, is when someone that I like or respect or something, or expect more from, disappoints me by being like going along with like the typical whatever bullshit or misogyny, or is blind to something or does the same thing to me, and then it is very frustrating me personally, because when I get very angry in that way, in a disappointed way, I start crying, and then it just undermines everything. I'm like, God damn it, and I have to like leave. But I'm also not a debate bro, so it's.
You just described the entire situation exactly to a T. It was someone I knew in real life. We were talking about something that happened inside of his community. And I went on his stream because he was talking about some of my tweets, and I went on his stream to talk to him about it. And I just felt like we weren't connecting, and he wasn't seeing things. He wasn't even making an attempt to see things from my point of view, and was kind of like rewording everything I was saying in a really not very unfavorable way. And I was like, man, we're friends. Like, why are you doing this to me? This is really fucking frustrating. And I started getting more and more and more pissed. And eventually I was just like, this sucks, dude. And I got really fucking upset. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to talk to you anymore. And I hung up. And I was like, I kind of cried a little bit. And I felt really bad about that, doing that on stream, because it's like, obviously that's embarrassing.
No,
but yeah, I mean,
I cry all the time. Me and my friends, we cry all the time. Everyone can go suck an egg.
Oh, but Merrick, it's embarrassing to cry, but it's not embarrassing to shit and fart and cum in anger because somebody mildly disagrees with you, and you literally are screaming and slamming your table as your like child cowers in the background, and your mother is going, "Oh no, it's happening again," and then you're screaming and you're actively bleeding from your hand that you've been slamming on the desk. That's not okay, and that's not embarrassing, but crying at all, embarrassing.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just all of us women and our dried up eggs and our overly emotional, hysterical vaginas causing emotional estrogen outbursts. I don't know. That's what it feels like.
Man. Well,
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, until I came to Twitch, because I've always kind of been like had an alternate way of going around things. I don't know, like I had a weird upbringing, so I didn't really experience,
Yeah, I'll try to boost
like,
Ico again.
feel the sexism until I came to Twitch, and I saw it, and then like people didn't listen to me, and I thought that was like, oh, it's like my ADHD, and I'm like getting used to streaming and talking to people, and I know that a lot of times I talk in an abstract way that confuses everyone. But as I saw the same thing happen to everyone else that wasn't a man around me, I was like, oh, that's what this is. Because
I wonder if the reason that we can't get like any action on this is because and I've noticed this is like true definitely when we're talking about centrists and conservatives, and sometimes unfortunately even when we're talking about lefties, is that people are so much more in tune to see interpersonal sexism, intrapersonal racism than they are to see like to acknowledge like a more
Hey, Cyborg.
systemic
Good to
type
see you.
of racism that might be not be like localized on any one individual, but might just be like kind of a group tendency, a way that non-guys in these spaces tend to be treated?
Well, I think
mean,
it's
not
also just
then.
that misogyny is still socially acceptable. There's a lot of spaces in which
Yep.
any racism at
Yep.
all is going to get shot down immediately, which
Yep.
is great. We've come a really long way with a lot of forms of bigotry, and that's really, really awesome. It's very cool to see. And we've even come a really long way in terms of like acceptance for sex workers. Like even when I started being a sex worker,
You're
when I
welcome,
was like 18, like we've come a really long way. However, you can still say, and you can still pick targets for targeted harassment, and you can still ironically be a straight misogynist. And it's cute and it's funny because it's ironic. Can you imagine having an ironic Twitter account, a lefty ironic Twitter account, where you just say ironic transphobic things or ironic racist things? Oh my God, you would be crucified. But it's really okay to be ironically misogynist. You could still be a misogynist in public.
I mean, I'd go so
Like
far as to say
pretending
is
to
like
be
the
an incel?
transphobia can get away too a lot, especially transmisogyny. Yeah, but yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I think that we would be having a different
Yeah.
conversation about like, can you imagine an account dedicated to shitting on trans men? Can you even imagine that existing? I can't. Yeah.
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 I don't know. I don't know. I'm still new to Twitter. I don't
Well,
I don't
Twitter's
It's a
know.
terrible
nice. Yeah.
Escape while you can. I'm not even on it anymore. I'm on my second deactivation in a month. It's a horrible, terrible hellscape.
They are, Ponto.
hmm
Yeah,
God, all
yeah,
of these.
it's tough to like use Twitter
Pimp's
for
code.
what you want without having Twitter use you for what it wants. And even when you think that you're good and you know the imp's code, I mean, like, oh my God, it's so tempting sometimes, and sometimes it works. Sometimes you can skate by and be like, I'm not.
Wait,
But
you
I'm
cut
still kind of
out.
memeing about it. But
You
yeah,
cut
anytime
out.
you try to actually drill down into discourse and talk about anything you care about, anything where you actually want to get to the truth, where you want to have a
Agreed,
real
Violet
conversation
Licorice.
on Twitter,
Trans
it
men
is so
based.
fucking cursed. You know, anything beyond just like joking around and memeing, it seems like Twitter just is not the right format for. So I appreciate being able to come back to that imps code, you know, even when I've been bad.
Yeah, the imp's code can only do so much though.
I know it
I
can't
don't
save
know
us
what
from
that
ourselves,
is.
right?
Yeah. That's it's
What is
Oh, the imps code? Oh, I can give the imps code thing. All right,
It's a cool thing.
The imps code. Number 1, immediately stop discourse on Twitter. You can't have discourse on Twitter. Talk with your friends, not on Twitter. It is not doable. Discourse, for the purposes of this, is defined as, you know, an attempt at a meaningful political discussion that has an end. So none of that on there. Number 2, meme and cream, aka enjoy your horny on there and enjoy your fucking memes, because that's what it's good for. You can get a meme going wild on Twitter. 3, promote your friends and your own content. Post your stream links, retweet your friends' stream links, stuff like that. Number 4, slaughter your enemies in the arena of ideas. And what that means is that when you don't give a shit about somebody, like say, you know, Ben Shapiro or Dave Rubin or something, you know that you're never going to have a good conversation with them, dunk the fuck out of them. Who gives a shit? And that you can have fun with. But if you ever involve yourself in rule number 1 and you violate that rule of discourse, you'll regret it, because you'll make your friends mad at you and you'll become mad at your own friends. And that is the imp's code. It was something that I literally like sat down and had a long time thinking about, like what are the things that work and don't work on Twitter. And the imp's code was was designed to guide people. It's not a moral code. It's a technical handbook. Helps
Right,
you
'cause
learn how to be better at Twitter.
nobody wants to come down.
Can you say what the imp's etymology is?
Yeah.
Someone asked.
Absolutely. Imps. What you want me to go through it all again?
The
Or I
letters
mean, like,
and what
how
they
did
stand for.
what does imps mean? What does imp stand for according
Oh yeah,
to
imps.
Chatter?
Imps stands for 1, immediately stop discoursing. 2, the M, meme and cream.
That's
3,
what that is.
promote
Yeah.
your friends and yourself. And S, slaughter your opponents in the arena of ideas. And it was a meme off of the fact that I'm Demon Mama and I have imps. So we came up with the imps code to help everybody have a better thing, and we had a couple of different ways of organizing it, and finally a chatter from my chat who's also a mod, Cyborg, came up with putting it in the order of imps, and I was like, that's a good idea. So yeah.
No, it's so true, because like nobody wants to come home to the timeline and like see a bunch of like just blown up, like, you know, you arguing with some other lefty that they're not even sure. They're not gonna like it because they're afraid they're gonna piss somebody off. They're not gonna engage with it. They're just gonna be kind of like annoyed by it, right? That's no fun for anybody, right? But then they come home and you've been memeing and creaming on Shapiro, and maybe Shapiro actually answered. That's a whole nother story. That is
good
fun.
for you.
People know what to do. They know to like that. They're not gonna be iffy. They're not gonna be like, wait, who started this? They're gonna be like, oh, it's Shapiro. Yeah, fuck him, right? So
yeah,
it's
well,
beautiful.
the
It's
point
perfect.
is that like discourse doesn't work on Twitter. It just doesn't. And I've talked about this many times. You can't. And I mean this like it's structurally almost impossible. The way that Twitter threads things and the way that like comments get lost, you can't actually have productive discourse. It's very rare. Now, I do say that there's like you can tweet out like hot takes that can be easily condensed down. In fact, that's a good thing. Like if you have a tweet that's like a political take but just recognize, don't do discourse on it. You could do a monologue, sure, that can be valuable. You can make a tweet
thread
that says, hey, like, here's my take on X thing in 240 characters or less. Awesome. Just don't fucking start arguing with people in the comments, because it won't do any good for anyone. The fact of the matter is that, again, like, I did a whole stream on this a long time ago. I need to do another one, like a refresher with updated like camera and everything. But it was called Twitter is hell, but we don't have to be, or something along those lines, or Twitter is hellish, but we don't have to be. And like it was all about like I literally laid out the way that like the Twitter algorithm works and why like Twitter thread breaks, which completely destroys your ability to communicate ideas to anyone at all, including the person you're talking to, but especially anybody who might be watching, which everybody is because it's all handled on public. Trying to have discourse on Twitter is like trying to communicate via throwing paper like sticky notes at each other from across the room. A lot of them will get lost. Most of them will be out of context and out of order, and nobody knows how to do it. It's really bad. It's actually really bad. So I came up with the imps code to like guide people specifically on Twitter how to deal with it. Now, some people have compared it to the cum pledge, but the cum pledge is really more about just like generally doing better, like with not fighting with other people, and the imps code is very specific.
Cum pledge?
The cum pledge was a thing that
Don't with other leftists.
there you go.
Get more sleep online. Oh wait, no. Don't get mad online. Get more sleep. Don't fight with other leftists. Or
And
did I switch the third?
It's approximately
What if they're
that.
not?
It doesn't
Yeah.
match with any of the letters. That was
It
the
doesn't
joke.
match with the letters.
That's
Yeah.
the joke, yeah.
Yeah, more sleep. Don't argue with lefties, and don't get mad at the
don't
internet.
get mad.
It's just
It's
more of
generally
like a
good
general
ideas.
rule. The imps
Yeah.
code was specifically designed as like a technical handbook for getting better at Twitter.
And
Because
for making
yeah.
Twitter better for us all, right?
Yeah,
Because
no
nobody
joke.
wants to come home and read that garbage.
100%. Not only has my personal experience, like I like Twitter now, which is like I didn't before. I fucking hated that website. I like Twitter now. I have a good time on Twitter now that I do it, and I catch myself all the time. I'm like, imps code. Nope, not doing it. It actually has helped. Like unironically, has helped me have a better time on Twitter. And there's probably
Ironically,
some other things that you could add or remove to it, but those are the core things, I think.
I don't think that Xander Hall had it as systematized as you do, but when I started, like, you know, getting advice from him, as I sometimes do, especially after all the people that he warned me about after our debate came in and attacked me, just like he said they would. But I mean, his advice was like really similar. Was like, you know, don't do it on Twitter. Don't like, you know, put that out there. Don't put that, you know, thing, because all it's gonna do is, you know, potentially like get dogpiled, and then you're either fighting off the dogpile and pissing people off, or you're, you know, ignoring the dogpile and looking ridiculous. It's just like, it's so much better to just handle that shit on stream, right? That's, you know, we're streamers, right? That's what our strength is. If you can meme and cream on Twitter, all the better. But you know, it's just, yeah, not. But yeah, it's funny because I think a lot of people have found that this is sort of what works best, and mainly like not letting the algorithm use you, because the algorithm is made to, like, everybody wants the last word. And that's why it keeps going. That's why Twitter loves that kind of conflict, because nobody's going to just let it go and be like, okay, you got me. Like, let me just leave it at that. Nobody's ever going to say that, ever. they're always going to want to get back in for that one. Oh yeah, well guess what? You know, and it's like Twitter wins. Twitter wins. Either Twitter wins or you win. It can't be both ways. So anyway, there.
I mean, I feel like there's also this culture on Twitter. I don't know. I would just say, you said you're new to it, right? Echo?
Oh, to Twitter?
Twitter? Yeah.
Yeah, I only joined because my friend was like, you should have more than one way. Or I mean, I had one since fucking 2007, and I posted like one time about groceries. Said that people should have another way to reach me. But yeah, I don't really engage in Twitter too much.
Okay, just know that if your presence grows and if your audience grows, you are a leftist, correct? I would assume.
Yeah, I'm an anti-capitalist.
Okay. Just know that a lot of leftists on Twitter are they'll think that. I'm not going to outright state that, but
I will say if you can have racism in your socialism, class reductionists are not leftists. I'm just saying.
True.
But I'm saying even people who are not class reductionists, even people who are like anti-racist, anti-capitalist, anti-fascist, a lot of those people, because the fact that you stream and because the fact that you're a pretty girl and because the fact that you're white and you're cis, are going to take one look at you and go, oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't assume that, but are going to take one look at you and go, oh, you're a grifter. If you step any toe out of line, period, with anything that anyone has set is like the main narrative that all the lefties are repeating and retweeting and just saying is gospel, especially because you're a girl. They are very, 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 very harsh on people that look like you, unfortunately. So I would just say be very conscientious of that. Keep that in mind. I don't know if you do any sort of sex work. I don't know if you do like booby streams or anything like that, but they're also extraordinarily anti-sex on left Twitter.
That's why
just be very careful.
That's why I personally don't, because I just don't want to deal with that. That's just an extra layer. So I commend you and other sex workers that take on, especially if you're debating. Okay, you're debating and you're a sex worker. That seems like kind of rough in like replies or something, or comments, whatever you call. I don't know what people call things on Twitter.
Yeah.
Just tweets or threads or whatever. Yeah, I would just say be careful. I think I've had an actual like notable experience on Twitter, like outside of this panel, outside of like, I don't know, like I've had conversations with people who are like, I've never seen anything like this before, who've been in the scene for many years. So I would just say that, you know, I would just advise you, if you do find yourself in a position where you are growing on there and you do find that it's good for your career to engage on there, I would just say be very, very careful. And I wouldn't do a lot of engaging in the discourse at all in any way. I wouldn't do a lot of dropping hot takes. I would just be as bland as possible on Twitter.
I don't really care about, like, I want people to have context of what I'm saying when I start taunting them. Like, I want someone, I don't want to be misconstrued.
Hello, I'm back.
Like, when I'm being mean and taunting a chud or someone that's hiding some shit they don't want people to see, when they're being Weasley with their language and they have insidious underlying motivation,
Imp's code,
I'm gonna be like, well, I just want to lie back, relax, you know, lol at them, and also be like, hey, remember that time when you said that there were only two genders? Hey, remember that? I just bring up people's like past sins so that no one can. Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, I got distracted.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna pee really quick, but I'll be right back.
Hey, thank you, Mark.
Yeah, engaging with chuds and right-wingers might actually be your best bet. The amount of leftist infighting on Twitter is completely insane. So yeah, that's my only thing that I would say is you're a pretty white girl and you stream, so I would just be very careful because you are absolutely the target demographic for abuse in leftist circles. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I have I have the mic from PA hate watchers, but they're kind of lame.
Yeah,
They're
icosation.
kind of lame haters.
White passing though.
They're very like the things they try to clip me saying are so funny because I'm like, hey, if I thought that was entertaining, I would have posted it myself. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Do better.
I mean, I do think that there's like specifically a sect of people on Twitter who will basically look for any like strange justification to be abusive, and those types of people I really don't try to associate with. And I think that Merrick has received a lot of anger and hatred from them. I think it's very easy to piss them off, and it's very hard to unpiss them off. I don't know. This faction is, they're very insular, and also I've noticed that they let a lot of people into their spaces that they don't actually verify or know. Like, this was when I did my sort of, I did a whole bunch of receipt taking during the whole, when Merrick was being accused of the Nashville bombing thing.
What?
And yeah, oh, it's really
Wait.
bad. It really got out of hand. But when that shit was going down, we found a bunch of these people that nobody knew who they were. They were just random anonymous accounts that had Marxist, Leninist, and a million flags in their bio, and nobody actually knew who they were at all. Completely anonymous accounts. And I'm like, very weird when you have just accounts with 3,000 followers that nobody knows who they are, completely anonymous, and they regularly just their entire feed is just raw trolling and inciting left-wing infighting. It's really fucked. Almost seems like you might have a couple of little moles in your midst that nobody knows, and nobody knows IRL, and nobody knows if they're actually 4chan trolls who just put Marxist in their bio because, people always say no comrades under 1K was a mistake. Yeah, it's kind of true. It was. Kind of seems like a easy way to get a lot of bad people into a space. There was this hashtag that happened 6 months ago that was called no comrades under 1K, and it was just people would post.
How I got my Twitter following.
Oh,
so
really?
It was good for people. Yeah, it was good for some people, but it was we gave some very interesting people some platforms.
Yep, it's very weird. People were very careless about that. And you can definitely.
I think
I got nothing from it, but people posted me and stuff. But I got no follows. Honestly, my follows have grown more recently. But I don't know. For some reason, people are averse to following me on Twitter. I think.
I think we know why people followed me from No Comrades Under 1K, but.
Hey, that's fair though. Fair and good reason. All right.
Yeah, it was interesting. Some people got really, really big followings out of it, but a lot of people just ended up. A lot of really small, really toxic accounts who used to be 26 follower accounts ended up getting 1,000 people and then became, what is that term that Chud Logic uses? Petty clout vampires?
Yes, petty clout vampires, yeah. It's the petty clout vampires. I've talked about that. I've talked about how there's a lot of people on Twitter that are everyone on Twitter, everyone's a clout vampire, but there are a whole lot of people who are these withered husk vampires licking up dried blood that dripped from the cups of the vampire lords, and they're they're licking the ground trying to get these little scraping scabby drops of blood.
Remnants?
Yeah, they're oh please, I'm so thirsty. And it's just and I'm listen, if you're gonna be a clout vampire on Twitter, I want to be feasting. You know what I mean? Come on, what is this pathetic shit?
God, imagine
Right,
being the vultures of the clout vampire world. Oh my god.
The people you'd be the people that I don't know. Fuck, what was I gonna? No, I just decided that what I was gonna say is probably not worth me saying on behalf of other people.
Too spicy?
Okay. No, just I don't want to have to. There's some people that I feel like I need to. I'm like the canary in the coal mine for things, and I also anytime something relevant comes up, I feel like I just need people to know when someone is doing something bad that's okay. But you don't. No one has to care about anything. You can be like a bad person on the inside as long as you don't affect anyone else with it.
No.
Oh wait, I just got okay, that stopped. Yeah, so but when you commit to saying that you care about something, when you say that you care about women and trans rights and like black liberation and stuff, and then you fall short of that and are unreceptive to getting, I don't know, doing a better job, any kind of like correction or critique, then I'm just gonna have to tell everyone about it, because you have to be an example. There's so much subtle I don't know. There's so much like subtle white supremacy in the left that I don't know. I feel like instead of, I don't debate chuds, I don't debate anyone. I just reinforce, you know, if I'm somewhere, I just reinforce the absolute like equal rights are equal rights. It's not up for debate. The end, like that, the end. And if you say something stupid, I'm just gonna be really condescending, and I'm just gonna be like, hey, you know, and then they get really mad and red and stuff. I went off on a tangent. I'm kind of sorry. I got a little stoned before.
That's all right.
And I'm it's gonna get better or worse depending on how it goes, because there's more week. But yeah, please continue.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, there's a whole critique, like there's a whole critique market, and it's the critique is constantly being exported like America's garbage. It is constantly being exported to people who deserve it the least, and it's true. Like the critique online.
You're so right.
Yeah, it's like all of the critique goes towards like rant. I mean, fuck. Listen, like there's so I don't even know. I can't even comment on this in full. But like the latest drama cycle that everyone's been talking about, we know who's getting the most damage from this. We know whose careers are getting the most damage from this, right? It's all of the women involved. In the latest giant Twitch drama,
what's happening?
I think it's known as the Bob 7 drama. Yeah, we know whose careers are getting the most hurt by this at the end of the day, and it's not any of the people who actually are doing the drama. So it's just like, I don't know, there's this whole thing where, again, I think the like America's garbage being exported to like country and just dumped on other countries. That's basically how critique works online. There's a bunch of critique that could be levied at giant creators with huge followings who like have an incredible amount of money, are making millions and millions of dollars off their platform, and are like, and those people get nothing or and hear nothing and have an army of people to defend them from any attack, and then it all gets dumped onto like small female or femme presenting creators who are just like, hi, I have an opinion on this thing, and it's just like, ah, and like a huge horde of people just comes in and tears you limb from limb, and it's like, okay, cool, like I guess this is how it works online.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, is that like so many of the problems, the real, you know, problems are systemic in nature. They're in the discourse itself rather than being like localized to a person. And yet when we look for somebody to blame to it, so often, like you're saying, Emily, it ends up being another marginalized person that like, you know, takes the brunt of the attack, when really like the, you know, the problem's kind of like right in front of people's noses, but it's like the elephant in the room. Nobody can actually call it out because they're too afraid of, you know, if you actually come for the smoke, you know, it's gonna hurt, right? You know, taking on those big creators is not something that, you know, everybody can even handle like emotionally, like you've experienced. It's you know, you got to be tough, like.
Well, yeah, and I think that
they
like
tried to like completely run you offline, Demon Mama. They like fucking defenestrated you for daring to have a spicy conversation.
A mildly spicy conversation. That was like
Yeah.
the Taco Bell mild sauce of conversations. Like, it was not spicy at all.
How are we supposed to add to the discourse when we get this kind of, clapback just for, like I said, I think that Demon Mama is honestly like more polite than most like people I've met in the debate
I don't know
sphere.
how. I didn't watch the redneck thing either because I knew it was just gonna be too much suffering.
Oh, that was
but
painful.
How do you I don't know how you can like calmly speak at all. Like, if anyone's hysterical, talk about a hysterical person. Redneck is hysterical as fuck.
I mean, in that conversation, I literally said at one point, and like I think he thought I was joking, but I was not. And I literally I've told my audience this many times. I was like, Redneck, like, hold on. Before we go any further in this conversation, I'm going to give you one opportunity to take my advice, my genuine, heartfelt advice. I was like, you should turn your camera off and ghost this debate right now, because if you did that, it will be better for your reputation than all of what you're about to say, because I knew exactly what he was going to say, and I'm like, this is going to stick with you. The internet doesn't forget. You're going on here. Your family is probably going to see these videos of you screaming about about trans people, of screaming obscenities and screaming bigotry. This is going to stick with you, and it's not going to look good. And he was just like, fuck you, and I'm like, all right.
Is he canceled though?
No, well, I mean,
No,
self-canceled maybe, yeah.
Oh,
He still gets platformed,
hey,
but yeah.
He's back.
Yeah.
He is back. But yeah, here's my case is rested right at the door front of I don't know that. Right at the feet, because I don't want to be like at the feet of Redneck, because it's also like, that sounds weird and cringe. But yeah, that's evidence within itself, is the fact that Redneck can still exist despite everything he said, including some of the tweets that I saw that were addressed to you. Holy shit. Like, he will just randomly and with people like that, letting people like that onto panels is truly fucking peak harmful, because there's usually
85
the last
to
time
Derek,
I saw
you're
him
right.
around, it wasn't even supposed to be a panel. People started popping up in
True, Penguin.
Lewis's Discord, and including Redneck, and so there was there's like an openly fucked up transphobic or something person, and then there's like kind of like the innocently confused
Hey, see you later,
person
Lacey.
who lends like some kind
Thanks for
of,
coming by.
I don't know, subconscious credibility to just asking questions, man. And then there are like other people who are overly charitable, and it becomes a big mess. Someone just has to be there to say like, no, this isn't okay. This is just not. It's not. You're wrong.
Yeah,
Well, so like,
I mean,
as far as the
sorry.
conservatives on the Twitch panel scene goes, we haven't really opened up that can of worms, but it feels important.
God.
Like, it seems like because there's this necessity to have, not a circle jerk, right? Nobody wants a circle jerk. Nobody wants,
Yeah, they do.
nobody wants a love festiny, right? So like, everybody's got to, we've always got to have the spicy like right-wing creators, and they're kind of like in short supply, but when they do come out, holy shit, they've got their career right for them, just because there's so many lefty panels that want to get them on. And
the
there's
other
kind of
ones
that place.
canceled
Maybe that's why they,
themselves.
the ones that have, shown themselves to be like problematic are getting, kind of recycled more than they should be.
well,
Oh my
I
God,
think
thank you,
there's another
Pisco.
thing. Like, there's a thing that like, there's this thing that like I always talk about, and it's kind of mean, but it's like, unironically, on Twitch, in Twitch politics, there is affirmative action for conservatives, and it's like really overpowered. Like, conservatives who have like 4 viewers and regularly spout obscenities will get like brought on and have no debate skills, but it's because there's no other conservatives. All of the other
Basically.
conservatives have already been banned from the platform for screaming the N-word at somebody or something along those lines. Like, the conservatives on Twitch are like, either won't debate, like Lecture Fan, where Electrofan is just a complete coward because he's been blown out so many times he won't actually go on panels anymore. Literally will just turn down. They can't follow basic rules, so they won't even be able to get along with the panel mods who are trying to organize things, because it's like, I don't know, it's like trying to herd like a Tasmanian devil. And then like, or 3, they are so vile and so vicious that they can't actually be platformed on Twitch. Twitch refuses to have them because they're an advertising liability. So you have this huge problem. Now on YouTube, there's a lot more conservatives to debate, and I have debated a few of them. But yeah, it's like, it just tells you about the state of conservatism online, that you literally can't find, like, you can find like 3 conservatives that don't constantly speak hate speech, and even those are like often do it anyway, and they just do it in such a way that it's like just acceptable enough to not get them banned off the platform.
Right, exactly. And then they're there, and then it's like, hey, we gotta let both sides. I'm making an animated like sound trigger that's like for when someone says both sides, that just pops up both sides.
Like a
Making shit
rainbow?
so that I don't have to do the work when I'm stoned.
Yeah, let your
Like-
emotes do the work for you.
Fucking yeah, this both sides shit. Okay. Also, okay. This is an extremely important thing that I think a lot of this leftist infighting that people talk about are just people disagreeing, but also not realizing that, hey, you know what? People just do different things. They have different jobs. You can't have everyone doing the same exact strategy.
Yep.
It doesn't speak to everyone. You don't have to understand what they're doing or why it's I don't know, smoke signals for other like-minded people.
Fair.
If we're working towards like a similar end,
GCD.
at least enough in the short term, then like fine. You don't have to like each other. Just like go do your thing, but that doesn't mean that whatever someone else is doing has to be addressed. You have to know this is bad optics. This is bad optics. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't say that. You know, we haven't approved it. The Men's Guild has not approved your takes on trans rights. Sorry, Demon Mama.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I've been
Romantic.
officially branded as a danger to trans rights and a danger to women online. So that's been a fun one. But
I feel like that's full stop. If someone that is not a non-man, if you are a cis man, or really, I guess I don't fucking know. Like I said, sorry, Stone. Don't be a dude and tell a non-man, a trans woman, like a cis woman, don't say that they're harming feminism, trans rights, whatever.
Maybe
their
Nibiru.
own shit that affects them. Don't police. Why are you policing? What? Everyone has to behave. Just be a good little lady, and just like let us tell you how to get your rights.
Fair silent.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Anyone that says that about you, that you are like a danger to trans, that's an insane thing to say.
I agree, but it's also like I agree, but it's also just really funny to me that like anybody takes that seriously. It's like, yes, the like eminently cis white guy like should get to decide who is and who isn't the, you know, good for feminism or whatever. It's just like, come on, like this is like a meme writing itself. Like, I don't know. I can't believe there's anybody who takes that seriously.
I wonder.
Site chat will be back in a moment.
I'd be curious if there was a way to do an accurate poll of how many people actually think these things independently. If they care about these things.
Thank you, Ravens Lark.
independently,
Really
probably
appreciate
not
that.
a lot.
Thank you for the dono.
I don't know. I feel like, okay, you know what? Maybe this is the problem. Maybe not giving men compliments is the problem. Maybe it is the root problem, because maybe all of they're just feeling so sad and alone and
Hey,
insecure,
here's an
and
idea.
they're just bottled up, and then they get shaken and they gotta explode their man feels all over you.
I mean, what if we,
Oh,
the
no.
one thing we haven't thought about though yet, and I'm sorry I didn't bring
Yeah,
this
that
up
sounds
earlier,
good,
is like,
Dizzy.
what if
That
it's
sounds
all our
fun.
fault? Like, what if we
I mean,
weren't
yeah.
keeping up our job, doing the emotional maintenance for the entire culture, and that's why all this problem of like sexism and homophobia and all this stuff, you know, like if we were just like really, really nice and really sweet and kind of slipped right into like traditional roles and didn't make anybody uncomfortable, maybe none of this bad stuff would ever happen.
Oh, I
Did you
mean,
ever think
so
about
many
that?
people, like, in
Have you guys
truth.
ever considered just staying in your place? Have you ever considered
Yeah,
that? Maybe not
exactly.
that
I'm saying,
thing,
yeah,
but that
if you're
thing.
considered being
Consider being
attractive.
back-
Listen, have you ever considered that that men are supposed to lead women? Haven't you ever considered that their rightful
I-
place is as the head of households, and that
Yes.
that we're supposed to submit and follow, and if we provide critique, we're supposed to do so with respect to their authority, their God-given authority.
Hey, Demon Mama,
yeah.
you're talking a lot, but I don't see you making any sandwiches. So
True. I
Yeah,
better
that's
get to that. I'm
true.
sorry.
Thank you.
Right, yeah.
That is extremely true.
That is actually, like, unironically, like, that is a thing that's there. There is this this idea that you're supposed to like kiss the ring, and that you're not allowed to engage in the bants unless you're like a dude streamer. Like, you're not allowed to engage in the bants. If you do it, you're like you know, you're like violating some unspoken rule, and you'll get treated like shit for it. It's like, well, wait a minute, but like, you all engage in banter, and you insult each other and dunk on each other as a part of the conversation. It never necessarily rules you out of being like considered a good faith actor. But if a woman does it at all, it's like, you're a bad faith actor, you're unhinged, blah blah blah. We've talked about that part, but there really is a certain element of being expected to sort of bend over and kiss the ring and like kneel down, and just, you need to be respectful, and you need to be careful with their emotions. Even if they're not careful with yours, even if they're going to insult you and call you crazy, you still have to be really nice, and you need to be able to take 9 hours of abuse before you're allowed to give your 1 minute of slight anger, and even then you're probably going to get critiqued for being too mean in that moment. And that sounds like an exaggeration, but in my experience, that's basically true. I've seen woman after woman, femme presenting person after femme presenting person in these spaces, just no matter how kind they are, they get bombarded for ever even disagreeing at all. And it's just, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. And I know why there's a lot of people who don't.
Is like the flip side of, like, you know, guys really not even recognizing or understanding their emotions, is like us being charged with the upkeep and the caretaking of their emotions, like, for them. And it's like, if something fucks up, it's like on us, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's them that, like, you know, flips out. It's like our fault, and if it's us that flips out, it's definitely our fault.
Yeah, it's extra your fault. How dare you?
Yep, it's a lose-lose. You get double dipped. Not only are you bad for not taking the abuse in the first place, but you're also bad for not taking the abuse with like solemn and quiet thankfulness.
What's it gonna take,
Thank
y'all?
you for allowing me to be here,
Yeah,
kind sir.
I know, right? We should be
I
grateful
wish, Dizzy.
for what we get. I mean, that's sometimes the feeling. Like, when I've approached, you know, other, you know, panel hosts about this issue, you know, in a spirit of, like, just, you know, trying to make things better, not in a spirit of critiquing them or calling them out or anything like that. That is, like, a lot of times what I've gotten is there just aren't enough, you know, like, female, like, panelists, and it's like, hey, you're talking to one, right? You know, and B, you know, basically, you know, I do a lot for you all. I do a lot already, and, like,
True
you know, I feel,
snips.
you know, underappreciated, and it's like, no, you know, you're not underappreciated. It's just that, like, if I approach you in private, it's because I think that you could do better, and it's because I trust you, and because I look at you as the person to go to, the person that's actually going to be responsive, more so than others, right? It's not a bad thing. It's not like it's definitely not a call out. It's actually kind of the opposite. It's like recognizing, you know, somebody that I think maybe could do better, and actually has been pretty good, and doesn't have to really do much to make that, you know, to kind of spread out that love, so to speak. But yeah, no, it's I just don't know, like, you know, kind of, you know, what our action item is as far as, because if we kind of, I mean, like we could always, do, like, I mean, we have some of our own shows. We can do better on our own panels. We can make an effort to concentrate on, non-guy like content creators. But if we always just talk to each other, then that kind of like, that's what I want to get is out of this like silo where I feel like I'm only really, listened to when, either we're talking to, all women or it's like me in a room full of guys, right? It's like you never get that thing where it's like
Yeah.
you're on a panel with another, or it's very rare to be on a debate panel with another non-guy creator.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things, like, as far as how we can pragmatically change this. First of all, I mean, fact of the matter is, support femme streamers that you like. If you like them, give them your fucking subs. Like, that's gonna do it. Like, I know that sounds like more female drone pilots, but in truth, like, this is an industry of talent, and this is an industry of connections and networking. Like, that's how this industry is gonna work. You support them. Like, I know a whole bunch of femme presenting streamers. Like, I'm gonna boost them, and I know I will. So,
Nice.
You boost me and I'll boost them, you boost them, and we'll boost each other together. Like, there is an element of that. You have to do that.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah,
also,
I have an island. And my island encompasses a wide range of takes that are still leftist, of varying ranges, and it's just, are you a real one? I don't hang out with people that are full of shit, so when I find out, I find out. I don't like to put myself with other groups of people, ideologies of people, because I'm like, that's not me. This is my if it turns out that someone is a shithead for whatever reason, I can just kick you off the island. You have to go home to your shit takes land of whatever kind of like bigotry and hysteria.
yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. Like, I do think there's an element of that. Like, you have to kind of blaze your own trail, and like, that's something that I've had a lot of success doing, and something that I intend to keep doing in the future. I have since leaving Twitch, especially, I've decided to do a lot more of my own content, like completely original, not just going and debating on panels and making myself heard there, but just leading the content myself, taking it into my own hands, whether, and there's some risks involved with that. There's definitely some risks involved with that, but it's been very rewarding. And if you make that shit, people will come. There's a huge market, there's a huge market for femme presenting streamers out there. There's a lot of femme people out there who just don't feel themselves are being seen, and they would love to have more femme creators, and we just need to reach that audience. And reaching that audience just means making the content and making sure that people can find that content. And so I think there's a lot of ways to do it, and I think that it's going to be a hard battle, and there's a lot of resistance and whatever, but hey, if you have the resolve to do it, if you can deal with, and if you can acknowledge the hate, let it pass over you and through you and proceed anyway, then I think it's possible for great success to be had. So yeah.
It's just a matter of time. A lot of people have, like we said earlier, have given up because it's not worth it for a lot of people, and I do not blame them.
Oh, that's awesome, Davis Bird.
Yeah, no, it's I refuse to believe that, in all of this, when people when some streamer is like, fuck all of this, everyone's full of shit, etc. I'm like, well, I'm not full of shit, and I can't possibly be the only one that's not full of shit. So I'm just gonna be like here doing the thing that I think is the best thing that I can do in this situation, and then not afraid to be wrong.
Excellent, Davis. I will be doing one of those soon.
Being as honest and authentic as I can, and that when I think people can recognize authenticity when they see it, and it's a slower route, but when you have a community of real ones, that's the kind of support that other people who do things like I've turned down a lot of stuff because I either knew that I wasn't ready at the time, or that it's like not going to be beneficial like for the long term.
Enjoy your dinner,
like,
Samoski. See you soon.
it's not going to be consistent with my long-term goals of doing things and being completely honest at all times.
Agreed,
I can't
nuts.
pretend anything. Otherwise, like, I'll just feel like there will always be a little bit of pee in the kiddie pool I'm sitting in. This is like my stream kiddie pool. I don't want there to be any pee in it that I have to sit in for the rest of this username or whatever. But yeah. Wait, what the fuck?
I feel that not wanting to sit and pee. That's definitely something I can relate
If I
to.
can avoid it. I mean,
Wait,
Yeah.
I just got back. What are we talking about? What is this about pee?
oh, I mean, like, I think of it as not peeing in the kiddie pool that you're sitting in, where like
Oh, I
I
see.
want to do like I choose to be a free agent that's just completely honest
Well, no, she does
about
that intentionally. So.
everything and authentic in the things that I care about and whatever I'm trying to do, for better or worse, so
Be
that
cool.
I can stand
Look
by
respectfully.
everything. Because if I don't, then I will feel like there's just like I peed in the pool a little bit, and then it's just always gonna be there.
It's that
And I
awkward
will pee in the
warmness too.
pool.
Yeah, you can feel that warm spot like in the pool, right? Once you've peed in it.
Yeah.
It's like you can't there's no
Yeah.
denying it. You can't just be like, "Oh no, it all, dissipated or whatever." No, that pee's still in the pool with you. So,
Yeah, exactly. And what I can say is, at the end of the day, whatever people want to say about me, as long as I don't agree, I don't really care. Like, because I know what my intentions are, and that's part of. I guess that probably is part of what helps you three do whatever you do, because I guess if you were insecure in your positions, then it wouldn't turn out too well.
Like, I think that's absolutely necessary. Like, I've told people, like, people have asked me, like, oh, what's your advice for, like, femme streamers? And I'm like, get ready for hate. It's gonna come your way. And if you just be real about it, it's gonna be there, it's gonna come. And it's not good, it's bad, but that's a part of the process, and you're gonna have to endure some of it. So prepare for that, and as long as you can acknowledge that you can handle that sort of shit to a certain degree, then you'll be fine. Because the fact of the matter is it's basically unavoidable in the current atmosphere. But if you're able to disregard that, if you're able to find ways to healthily deal with it, it's a big advantage. It really has. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you need to have a bit of a thick skin, or else you just get burnt out. You have to be able to put those thoughts out of mind. And I do think that it's possible to train yourself in those skills of like learning how to sort out useful versus non-useful feedback or critique or whatever. I think it's possible to train yourself in that, but you have to be able to cultivate that skill, or you'll just burn out. There's so much shit that gets lobbed at you, that if you can't turn it off, if you can't just say fuck these people and learn to live your life and not like try and figure out, well, why does this person think that I'm a dumb cunt bitch with no brain? Like, you can't sit there and think about that for very long. You have to just be able to go, okay, this person's just a fucking asshole, and then move on to the next person. And if you do that, you'll find that there's a lot of people who actually do put in a lot of work. Sometimes you still get like this weird, like uninvited critique effect where it's like, oh, people will give you critiques whether you've asked for it or not. Part of that is just the truth of being a public figure online, but part of that is also like, again, there's the element where it crosses the line into being like, let me tell you how to run your channel, honey. And it's like that kind of thing. But there are a lot of people who will just genuinely give you good feedback, and you have to be able to find those people and identify those out of the swarm of just garbage that gets dumped on you.
absolutely. All right, well, thank you everybody for being here. I've got Connor knocking on the door, so I've got a spicy debate of my own to take care of
Oh, what's the
after
debate?
this.
What
We're gonna
debate is
debate. We have some unfinished business from the last Prime Kai's panel. So there was some stuff that Connor thought that he was agreeing with me about. That like I guess I didn't take as an agreement. So I'm gonna let him make that case to me again and see if like now that there's no little slug in the corner or no other source of like terrible takes. If maybe Connor's takes are less noxious than I initially thought. So we'll find out. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Let's give everybody, we're gonna do a go around and just like give your like what you got going on, what you got in the works, and where people can find your stuff. Aiko.
Oh. I do a lot of
Thank you, Busy Bee.
different
Thank
things.
you.
Sometimes I go taunt chuds. Sometimes every Sunday I have the echo chamber with streams. It is literally an echo chamber where we only have guests on that believe that, you know, equal rights are a thing, systemic racism is a thing. We don't have to like cut through all that shit. And we have like really cool conversations with other streamers. And Thursdays I have Stream of Thrones. And I don't know, a lot of other stuff. It's my stream is often referred to as a fever dream. Someone called it digital LSD the other day. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Shut up, Karen.
Shut up, Karen.
I think it's a beautiful fever stream.
has gifted a sub to Utah Jazz 1987.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot that everyone can hear that.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Shut up,
But yeah,
Karen.
so
We'll talk about that right after this,
someday
Nibiru.
I'll figure out what to say to people. I usually have someone else just say what my stream is, but yeah, thanks for
You
having
could have
me.
the TTS do it, you know. But yeah, no, thank you
Oh.
for being here and highly recommended Aiko's stream. Honestly, like I fucking love Aiko's stream. I've never seen anything like it, and it is like it expands
Okay.
your mind. It
Well, I'll
literally
answer it
will
when you come
fucking
back. Just
expand
let me
your
know when
mind.
you're back
Be
and
warned,
re-ask it,
you'll-
Nibiru,
You
and
know,
I'll
you're going to be
answer it.
changed forever by Aiko's stream. So check that out.
Thank you. And everyone, if you got some primes, drop them to No Comment Chick right now.
Oh my god.
Or
True
or
though.
else you're sexist. Ha.
Got that? Got
'em.
that?
Okay.
Great.
Bye guys. Nice
Bye.
to meet you,
Demon Mom.
Merrick.
Yeah, my name is Demon Mama. You can find me very easily. It's like right over here. It says demonmama.com. That's the easiest way to find me, or discord.gg/demonmama. It's the easiest way to find me. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of content after this, so if you're looking for stuff to watch, if you don't want a debate or whatever, we're not doing a debate. We're going to be doing some random content. Other than that, feel free to come by. We'd love to have you as a part of the community, even if you're not watching today. So thanks for coming. Thanks for watching me. And Irene, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Demon Mama. And if you ever want to come on and get some extra time, because like, yeah, like somebody had said some, you know, awful things about you that I wanted to make sure that you had a chance to answer. You did some of that today, but if you feel like there's more that you need to say, casa es su casa, as they say. But thank you so much, Emily, for coming by.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and Merrick.
Hey guys, Merrick DeVille. Thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. I
Food channel
don't
very
really
soon.
know how Twitch works, but something was said about subs, or I guess.
There we go. All right, everyone. Well, that was very fun. That was, oops, we got the alerts on. We got the alerts turned back on. All right, everyone, everything has been turned back on. Yeah, no, I really get along well with Irene. Sometimes the thing was, sometimes the panel, oh yeah, oops, I got to turn that back on. Thank you. Fixed. Chat is back on, everyone. Yeah, sometimes we start a little later, whatever, and that can be a little frustrating, but it's always an interesting show, and I hope you had a good time. I'm very happy to have you all. Let me check in with YouTube chat. Let's check in with YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube chat. Hi. No, you don't need to be sorry, Austin. Another thanks for coming by. Who's the girl on the bottom left? That is JT. That is Aiko Rules. AIKO Rules. Twitch.tv Aiko Rules. In the bottom. Hey everybody. Hi Schlibbity. Hi Mixer. Hi Trev. Good to see you all. I hope you're all having a good time. Don't forget to join the Discord if you haven't. And give me your likes, of course. We always need some likes. Likes, subs, donos, all that shit. Always very good. My show will always be free, but you can support helping making it get better and better by donating, subscribing, commenting, all of those things. Really helps a lot. So thank you. And yeah, I try to check in with YouTube chat as frequently as I can. But if you want to get up on the screen, you got to go to demonmama.com/live, which is, I think it's under here. Or maybe it's this one. I don't remember. Anyway, it's demonmama.com/live. And that's how you can find the site chat if you want to be up on the screen. Otherwise, feel free to chill in YouTube chat. That was so chill and cool. Everyone talked and it felt refreshing. I agree. It's very, very refreshing. The YouTube chat voice. We are going to have a YouTube chat voice channel as well. Buffalo cauliflower. That shit is good. That shit is good. Yeah. So everybody's back on screen. Why are my favorites streaming at the same time today? I don't know. The fact that it felt refreshing should be worrying. Yes. Don't worry, Varnish Eater. You can always catch the VOD, and we have a lot more content to do. Don't worry. We're not ending even close. Don't worry. So much more comfy than most other panels. Yeah, most panels are really, really contentious and spicy. This one was productive. I think we got to talk about some issues that are really, really big. We don't have Peepo Comfy? Do we not? I thought we did. We have a Comfy here. We have this one. We have Peepo. Yeah, we have Peepo Comfy. Yes, we do. I thought we had Peepo Comfy. We have Peepo Coffee. We do have Peepo Comfy. See? It's just spelled differently. It's this one. It's Peepo Comfy. You got to make sure it's capitalized correctly. See, we have it. We have it. No Peepo Run. We don't have a Peepo Run yet. We'll get something like that. Peepo Run was not one of the defaults that I had available. So, yeah. We'll get that one in the future, perhaps. So, or a customized version of it, which would be awesome. We'd love to have an Impy Run or whatever. Or Peepo Run, but that's like an imp. Wouldn't that be cool? We do have K Cosmonaut, though. Yeah, cauliflower is great. Cauliflower is, like, I didn't used to like cauliflower, but I found out that if you bake it and put lots of seasonings on it, it tastes amazing. People always put cauliflower in fucking, like vegetable trays, and it's, like, raw, and it's disgusting. But it's really good when you cook it and put spices and stuff. We don't have the fish on site chat. It's only K Cosmonaut. Hey, thank you. Wow, a greedy boy. Thank you so much. It's not about, Goddess Trans Girl, it's not about not seasoning your food. It's the fact that the first time I ever had cauliflower was in like a tray. Was in like a shitty tray of like vegetables. You don't really, like vegetable trays don't really get like heavily seasoned because they're vegetable trays. Anyway, thank you very much for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Means the world to me. Seriously makes it possible for me to keep doing what I'm doing. Yeah, I mean, I don't like raw cauliflower, but I understand why some people could like it. You're making Dan Dan noodles? Yo, that sounds good as fuck. I do like Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts with like vinegar and stuff can be really yummy. Kung Pao cauliflower? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think cauliflower can be really good, but yeah, wicked smat. Wicked smat. Oh my god, that's so ridiculous. I've always had it steamed or boiled. Yuck. Yeah. Wicked smart to be vegan on Fridays. True though. True. It's you can't get your food slapped out of your hand if you're vegan on Fridays. Creative, huh? Unless it's on one of the sacrament days or whatever they said. What's it called? A sacrament? Where it's, or what's it called? No, I can't remember the term. The one where you're supposed to eat meat on a Friday because it's a special day. Remember that? There's a special rule that sometimes you do. I'm having my all vegan Diet Coke. All right, everybody. Yeah, I mean, Aiko sometimes can get a little bit, like, no, I don't want to say rambly, but Aiko can drift off and be a little hard to follow sometimes. But, you know, just do your best and don't be afraid to ask for clarification if you need it. Yeah. That's all. That's a good general rule. I really like Aiko. I've had a lot of good conversations with Aiko, and yeah, I like Aiko a lot. Yeah. So it's a spaceman Kokona. Yeah, basically. Yeah, more or less. It's laughing. Yeah. Silent's pretty cool. Yeah. You know, I find that like being high on panels can be a little bit of a disadvantage, which is why I don't do it. It looks like a dog? How does it look like a dog? I guess I could see that maybe. Welcome to space, comrade. Yes. I wish there was a way to make the emote even bigger. Maybe I'll make a big one. I don't know. Maybe there's a way to make a big one. It was nice listening to a real conversation on stream for once. True. True. Yeah, we don't get those very much. We are going to do Church Militant. We got to get in on some of those things because, ooh, boy, do we have some content to react to. Whoo, we got some wild content. Uh-oh, leftist labor rip. You can make it fat like Omega Lol? Hey, that might be good. Wait, can you experiment with making it a bigger one? Because, like, if it's a big one, it'd be really clear, and that might be really funny. Like, it might be funny if it's like a big emote. There are different sizes. I mean, we have this one. We have wide peepo, which is huge. But I bet it would be possible to make it taller and, like, more clearly readable. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Because I fucking love K-Cosmonaut. I wish it was just a little bit more readable. And I don't know how to do that because I don't have any design skills. Anyway. Let me take a look at this link that I was sent. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look. What have I been sent here? Wow, left member on NEC reporting a new process has been approved, giving Labor General Secretary the right to unilaterally bar candidates on the grounds they might be embarrassing. Oof. Okay, cool, Kaboka, thank you. Sure, Billy Mack, send it to me. Not only is it deeply undemocratic, also shows the worst elements of labor bureaucracy. Labor's problem isn't too many embarrassing MPs, it's having so few MP of any note. Have I done the shout out for that panel yet? I haven't. Can you get me the link, Silent? And I'll link it. What's the name of the bear? Oh, that's Cuddle Team Leader. That's Cuddle Team Leader. If the leadership want to shape the PLP to make an A-list, persuade members they're the best candidates, what Corbyn should have done, but Starmer continued to prioritize purging the left instead of building any alternative. Depressing. Yeah, Keir Starmer is cringe, yo. Keir Starmer is hella cringe. Like, massive cringe. They should get him out of there. Is that bear from Fortnite? Yes, it is. Did I see your post on this one? No, I didn't, but I've heard of Spirit Science, and we probably should do them at some point. I've heard of Spirit Science, and I've heard they're a wild ride. Hey, well, welcome, Space Pirate Captain. Is there a larger image? Yes, there is. Absolutely, Purple B-Chan. It is from... It's in my DMs? Okay, perfect. Let me see here. Let me grab this. Here we go. Hey, just so you all know, by the way, I'm going to post a link in chat, right? Here we go. Here's a link in chat. Silent was on a debate panel. Silent was on a debate panel. Our one and only Silent. So if you want something to watch later, you can watch Silent on this panel right here that's going up the screen. So if you want something to watch later, there's the VOD. I think Silent did a really good job. Really, I did. I think Silent did a great job. It was a bit of a chaotic panel, but that's how those walk-on panels are. But Silent did a great job. Jewish people are... Yeah. That's a common thing. That's a common thing, believe it or not. Yeah, it was your first ever panel, and you did great. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. All right, everyone. Are you ready for some content? Hey, Corvus Crux, thank you so much. How generous. Have I ever thought about running my own panels? Yeah, but the problem of me running panels is that I don't know that people trust me as a panel mod. And you have to, in order to run panels, you have to be trusted as a panel mod. You have to be trusted as somebody who can always stay completely impartial. And that's really hard to do, especially when I already have a reputation for being an unhinged bitch. So I don't know. Maybe. I've thought about it, though. It could be fun. I think there's room for it. But you know, it might be worth doing that, but I would need some help. I think I would need help scheduling it because I can't do like all of the big panel people. Yeah, there's basically none on YouTube. All of the big panel people have a scheduler. They literally hire someone to be their scheduler. Dylan has Mr. Geek. Prime has Kurt, who does all the scheduling. Yeah, so maybe we could work out something in the future. I definitely think about it. Yeah. Well, we have to watch something. We got to watch something. Okay, everyone, are you ready for some content? Are we ready for content? Because I got a video for us to watch from this church militant channel that I think should be very, very interesting. Are we ready? Are we ready for some insane conservative cringe? It's the gay mind. We're going to find out about the gay mind. Are you ready to find out about the gay mind? I am. I've lived with a gay mind my whole life. So let's find out what other people have to say about the gay mind. All right, let's take a look here. What's this? Oh, yeah, this is cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at this. All right. Let's do it. Gay mind time. All right, everybody, it's gay minding time. Here we go.
Here, and I'd like to invite you to please check out our website at churchmilitant.com.
Shut the fuck up.
There you'll get me at Church Militant about the fine to churchmilitant.com. And hello, everyone, and welcome to the Vortex, where lies and falsehoods are trapped and exposed. I'm Michael Voris, reminding you to log on directly to churchmilitant.com and not rely on social media giants to alert you to our productions.
Yo, what? Okay.
Now, as attempts to normalize homosexuality by high-ranking clerics roll along, it's worth noting that there is little else that could be done that would be less charitable than to support someone by telling them that their condition is normal and good.
Wow. Okay, we're getting straight into it. This just in, it is a condition to be gay. It's a condition to be gay? As opposed to, yeah, it's like, okay. Yeah, tell that to the historical record, dude. Do you know how long there have been gay people? Do you know how gay ancient societies were?
Good. We don't tell alcoholics it's okay to get smashed because they want to and probably have solid reasons to.
Yes, as we know, being gay and being an alcoholic, identical things. Absolutely identical, no difference.
We don't tell people affected by other troubling sexual issues it's okay to act on them.
What does that mean? Other troubling sexual issues? What does that mean? XXX? Does that mean like porn? Or jacking off? Or is it it could be a dog whistle for pedophilia. Actually, I think the church does though. Oof.
At least we shouldn't, although Democrats and liberals do. The very reference to a person as being gay is a horrible thing. Each person is a creature made to the image and likeness of God. After that, we are all subject to the same set of pains and woes present in a fallen world. In the case of someone afflicted with same-sex
attraction, what does this even mean? This is Christian word salad. This is even word salad for Christian people.
We need to understand that something or some things happened in the person's life, more than likely their very young life, and this...
Oh, he's pushing the old every gay person is actually the victim of sexual assault. Ah, correct. I should have seen this one coming. The old school one that has no scientific basis whatsoever. At all. Whatsoever. Good luck trying to prove that. But if it just exists in your mind, then you don't need to prove it.
Is how their mind reacted to it. The canard being touted that someone is born that way is a lie, because if they were born that way, it also means they were conceived that way. And there isn't the slightest bit of data to even...
Excuse me? What? If they're born that way, that means they were conceived that way? with gay sperm? Do you not think that like anything happens to a human for 9 months in utero? First of all, that's the first thing I would ask, is like, you know that like from when you're conceived to when you're born, there's like 9 months of like hormonal changes and all kinds of stuff. Like literally ignoring that and then trying to quote like, yeah, exactly. And you want to know what's really wild, Lonnie? Guess what? You are conceived without a sex. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. And guess what? Every single baby starts with a primordial vagina that transforms over time either into a vagina or a penis or something in between. Very strange. Looks like God literally makes every person technically trans because you literally develop a gender after certain hormones act on you. And that is a scientific fact, by the way. But remember, nothing happens in the 9 months that you're in utero. Nothing. Protopenis, yes.
Even begin to suggest that this is true.
That's correct.
There are not gay fetuses floating around in the wombs of their mothers.
Bet there are.
There are children in utero with all the flaws of a fallen human nature and who have personalities that leave them susceptible, as we are all susceptible to the pitfalls and hurts of life.
So you're born with so you're conceived with your personality and you're conceived with original sin. Huh. Rough.
And our inadequate responses.
I don't even think the church I don't even think Catholicism believes in that. Is it not true that in Catholicism that the unborn, that like babies don't have responsibility and they go to purgatory instead of or limbo, that babies and young people who die before like the age of 7 go to limbo? Is that not accurate? Because it sounds like he's not even right with regard to his own religion. This guy's just an idiot. Oh, he has a terrible toupee, yes.
Before the Americans...
This guy's fucking head looks like a, well, perfect freeze frame. I mean, perfect freeze frame. Can't really beat that.
Psychiatric Association was railroaded by having its annual meeting stormed by homosexualists back in the early...
Homosexualists? Yes! Oh my God, I love it. Yes! Homosexualists. Oh my God, that's so good. It was stormed by homosexualists. Ooh, we got a cosmonaut? Oh my God, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. I love it. Thank you. We'll have to add that one too. Anyway,
1970s.
Let's continue. Thank you.
Homosexuality was considered as one among many psychosexual problems. As a quick aside, to see much...
Yeah, and they don't anymore because it's bad to do that, because they were wrong and that was informed by hate. It was unscientific. Question I've wondered for a while. Let's say someone is born with male parts, but let's say that for some reason the parents and doctor want to just say they are a girl and they grow up raised like any AFAB person, but let's say they decide they want to be a boy later in life, despite having what most would call male genitals, would they still be considered a trans man? Yeah, and stuff like that has existed, yes. That has literally happened. That has actually happened, so yes. There's been all kinds of stuff like that. It's really complicated, but yes. But honestly, they would be considered whatever they wanted to be completely honest. But yeah, let's continue.
Much more about this, please view our FBI faith-based...
Yep, Gayfesh, correct. Yep, true, Lone Cat, you have destroyed it.
...initiative on homosexuality. See the link below. The mind, the psyche, which has turned to acting out on homosexual desires, is a deeply wounded psyche.
The wounded gay psyche. Amazing.
It, like many other psyches, has experienced a great pain or rejection, an absence or an abuse or series of abuses, and in...
Yeah, let's see some citations on that, bitch. You don't got 'em, do ya? You don't got 'em!
Internalized all this into the need for affection from the same sex, which ultimately becomes sexualized.
This is the most absurd mental pretzeling I've ever heard in my entire life. Ah, yes. It's you are abused, which makes you want more attention from the same sex. and that turns you into a gay over the time. This is like fucking, this is some magical thinking right here. All of this, mind you, is asserted with no evidence. All of this is being asserted with no evidence. Nothing.
The young mind has no mechanism for properly coping with unmet needs, and so it turns inward.
What? That's God's fault. That is God's fault. If God made it so that children's brains can't fucking function, that's God's fault. What the fuck? How do these people believe in a divine creator? Oh my God, this is so ridiculous.
Looking for some solace. Some personalities are extremely sensitive and need more care and attention than mom and dad might recognize. If physical or social or emotional abuse, or at least what the young boy or girl perceives to be
look at that. He's even downplaying the abuse. He's even, listen to that. Or what they perceive as abuse happens, they could turn gay. Literally like, oh, it's not abuse. It's just you perceived it as abuse because you're a dumb kid. Holy shit.
abuse happens, then all feelings of safety are gone. If a child does not feel safe and loved, whether the reality is true in fact or not, if the feeling is present in the child...
I'm going to say it right now. This sounds like a guy who abuses children. There's no evidence of that, to be fair, but when you're downplaying and trying to like get out ahead, and when you're trying to get out of ahead of things and go like, well, you know, it might be perceived, like the children might be perceiving they're being abused, whether it actually happened or not, it sure sounds like you're trying to lay the road for downplaying other abuse claims against somebody. Oh, fun fact, Voris used to be gay. Oh, of course. Of course he's one of those types. Oh my God, of course.
Child, all bets are off. Psychologists pinpoint from the age of 6 months to about 2 years old as a rapid and template-forming grid of psychosexual development. If something or...
And guess what? Psychologists disagree with you. You can't just pick and choose at will. Psychologists don't agree with you, you fucking idiot.
Some things go wrong, again, either in reality or perception of...
There he goes again. This guy, oh my God. Listen, I'd be willing to bet money on this guy being a fucking child abuser.
...of the child. During this time, it can, again, either in reality or perception of the child, go wrong, again, either in reality or perception of the child.
How many times? Holy shit. How many times? Like, that's just raw. This is so fucked.
During this time,
I'd be willing to
it can
bet
cause
money on that
problems
shit. Holy
well
fuck.
into adulthood and perhaps for the person's whole life. Depending on the deep needs of the child, things which could go wrong could be as simple as a lack of affection or attention by dad, or a perception that he is threatening, for example. In the case of normal or reasonably healthy development, sudden abuse, physical or emotional, could alter that psychosexual grid and result in the same types of problems. None of this makes the acting out on this pain moral or good. In fact,
What?
just the opposite occurs. The acting out on all this actually reinforces the self-perception, resulting in increased and practically over-the-top need for acceptance and off-the-charts fear of rejection.
What does any of this have to do? Like, how does this even, again, this is mental pretzeling. What does fear of rejection or sensitivity
Reinforces the self-perception,
with being
resulting
gay?
in increased and practically over-the-top need for acceptance and off-the-charts fear of rejection. For the same-sex attracted man or woman, there is deep rage resulting from being...
What? Yes, rage against the hets. Rage against the hets. That's what it is. It's rage. Oh, it's rage. Every gay person is just a Hulk in hiding.
a victim, truly a victim. The feeling of being robbed and cheated out of feeling safe and protected as a child engenders deep animosity and envy and turns the victim, and this child was a victim, turns him in on himself.
Now they're only talking about boys. This is so weird.
Times becomes a continual struggle to
I
achieve
think
some
that's fair,
measure
Benjamin.
of self-worth, overcompensating for the worth he was denied but injustice was owed. If that translates into multiple anonymous sexual encounters, well, then so be it. But the cycle is never broken.
Anonymous sexual encounters? What about gay people who just have like one boyfriend? Like, not only is that a stupid assertion made without any evidence whatsoever, but how does this even address like gay people who just have one boyfriend? He must have been a wild gay, yeah.
Priests to encourage this pain by pretending it's okay or God-gifted and should be followed is horrendously evil. Likewise, Catholic priests who suffer from this personality disorder, like any other people who suffer.
Are these like supposed to be gay like priests or something? What?
For many other disorders.
This must be a Catholic meme.
These men should not be ordained. They don't have the outward-facing capacity to be fathers because their own fathers denied them something they are now spending their lives in endless pursuit of.
Wait, so what he's saying is that if you were ever treated poorly by your own father, you should not be able to become a priest or be ordained at all. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, this guy's even worse. Not only is no gay person allowed to be a priest, but if you were ever treated poorly by your dad, you shouldn't be allowed to be a priest because only like perfect individuals can become priests. I'm pretty sure that's literally that, but his diocese hates him. That doesn't surprise me. But this doesn't even make sense for Orthodox. This goes against Catholicism. Priests aren't supposed to be perfect people. They're not supposed to be perfect people.
They need to be helped out of the life, not out of the closet. They have been victimized, deeply victimized in their tender years. To now
in their
tell them
tender years? What? 10 years? Now we're talking about some fucking tendies here. What the fuck?
Wallow in their victimization, physically and psychologically, is to victimize them all over again, but now to an even greater extent because the weight of moral guilt now attaches. Homosexuality
from people like you. Aha! Good, Snips. I'm glad they made him change it. Fuck.
Is not from God. It is one of the many, many horrible refuges.
But you literally said it was. You literally said that homosexuality, by this guy's own argument, homosexuality is caused because God made children incapable of thinking about things, and some children just randomly turn inward.
That damaged psyches go to seek relief. Welcome to a fallen world. It is not the mission of Catholic clergy to prevent spiritual growth and rescue. It is the mission of Catholic clergy to show men the path to God. And, very frequently, that means repairing deep damage the person is not responsible for in the first place. Recovery is, or can be, painful, stark, frightening, looking at demons who seemingly...
This is justifying, by the way, this is justifying conversion therapy. This is justifying conversion therapy. Yes, it's saying, yes, becoming not gay will be painful and frightening. That's why you should allow us to electrocute you. This is why you should allow us to beat you. This guy, this is evil as fuck. 100% evil fuck.
Have total control.
It's not just pray the gay away. You know, like I should do a section talking about the history of conversion therapy. It's really bad. Yeah, true, Lone Cat, though. True.
But whose
ice
death
baths,
grip must
electrocuting your dick, beating children for it. It's horrible.
Be broken and can be broken. All it takes is truth and love, which are one and the same, for priests and cardinals to foster the lie that all this is fine and good is a horrible, filthy, rotten, disgusting thing for a supposed father to do. Whatever happened in the past,
dude,
you're
advocating for torturing children. You're literally advocating for objectively torturing children, and you're also playing defense for fucking abusers. Who the fuck are you to talk about anybody? Who the fuck are you to talk about anybody, dude?
Is even worse. It leads souls to hell, as if the hell of feeling insufficiently loved in this life wasn't painful enough. To
The cool thing, the great thing to know is that even if the Catholics are right, this guy is 100% roasting in hell. This guy is 100% roasting in hell when he dies. 100%. Why is he holding a pencil? I don't know. It's a thing that he does. Even if the Catholics are right.
Suffering from same-sex attraction. Listen to
That's
me.
actually not true, though, Walker. Walker, it's okay. First of all, it's actually not true. So, first of all, I actually happen to know this. Gay people aren't. It's the actual Catholic law, the Church's law, does not say that you're wrong for being homosexual. Now, you are wrong for having gay sex, but you're not wrong for being homosexual. This guy is arguing differently. He's saying you are. But the actual Catholic Church, and it's still really bad, but the Catholic Church doesn't actually believe that you're wrong for being homosexual. And in fact, there's, as evidence, of course, has arise. What's the difference? Well, there isn't that much functionally, but what it does mean is that it means his argument blames God for this. Yeah. His argument basically blames God for this shit without realizing it. The Catholic Church actually doesn't even agree with him. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Yeah. Anyway.
There is a way out. There is a way out. Whatever happened in your early years, you may not even be aware. But aware or not, whatever happened, it does not have to set the pattern for the rest of your life. Your identity is that you are a child of God, period. Everything else you are hearing is
Danny,
lies.
yes, there's that one too.
Don't ask or pray or cry to God to make you not gay. Ask him to walk the path with you, with all its scariness, back to how you were meant to be, that someone or somebody robbed from you.
Literally asserts that all gay people have to have been abused, even if they don't know it. Literally, this is the sort of thing that makes people go crazy. Let's finish the video and then we'll go from there.
God love you. I'm
No,
Michael.
fuck you. Fuck you. God hates you, you piece of shit. Every God that has ever possibly existed hates your fucking ass. These guys are horrible. Holy shit. Just so you know, this is the type of shit that like drives children insane. This is why I hate organized religion. Can you imagine being just like an innocent gay kid and growing up with this type of messaging around you all the time? And just like having to the mental torment that comes from feeling guilty about a basic thing about your existence that you have no choice of? No, I'm not. I'm an atheist. I grew up in a cult, Cointel Bones. We're doing more church militant for sure. We're doing more church militant. We need to take these guys down for sure. Yeah, I grew up in a cult. Maybe we'll talk about that some today. Calvary Chapel is what the cult was called. It's very big these days. Yeah, send me one. Send me one, Snips. You seem to have a good knowledge of these people. Oh my God. Catholic News Report. Catholic News Report. Immigrant Caravan. Holy shit. You're a Catholic? Yeah. Oh my God. They're talking about Lynn Wood and Sidney Powell. These people are 100% crazy. Isn't the YouTuber Pine Creek? I don't know. Maybe. Might be. I'm not sure. They might be. Getting censored. The Vortex. Oh my God, this one is just called Catholicism is Right. Should we watch this? All right, what's this one? Let's watch this one first. I bet this is probably a good one. Let's watch it. And we'll watch another one. Gay is anti-life? Oh my God, this is gonna be wild.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Vortex.
What the fuck is wrong with his face? Why is it so... What is happening here? Why is it... Did he put like... Did he smear like resin or Vaseline on his face? Yo, what the fuck? Oh, God. Oh, God, Somniostatic. I'm sorry about that. I was lucky in not feeling guilty about masturbation, but the thing is I never fucking figured out how to do it till I was 15 and suffered because of it. On top of the basic paranoid homophobia and hatred I felt for people. It's Protestantism here, but still cringe as fuck. I thank the furry fandom and then TJ for helping me stop believe this shit. Seriously, this shit is so fucked. Holy shit. I'm glad you got out of that too.
Lies and falsehoods are trapped and exposed.
I have Aber, but
exactly 46 years ago today, to the day, the U.S. Supreme Court authorized the mass extinction of tens of millions of preborn children, cloaking the genocide in a made-up out of thin air alleged right to privacy. That right to privacy then went on to hatch
right
even more destruction. Again,
right to privacy? What? It's not right to privacy, is it? Is that what it was based off of? I thought it was based off of right to bodily autonomy.
It's the family, natural law, and so forth. One of the big issues it gave birth to was, again, a never before heard.
Okay, oh, it was actually privacy law boy named Troy. Huh. So the decision of Roe v. Wade was based off of privacy? It is, huh? Interesting. I didn't know that. It is right based on right to privacy. Interesting. That's really weird. What a weird way that we have to justify basic bodily autonomy. Yeah, I've heard that it is kind of a weak ruling. Huh. What a sad state of our country. Yeah, I think they meant amazing atheist, yeah.
Heard of right to sodomite marriage.
Ah,
well, those two...
Sodomite marriage. Ah, yes, my favorite word, sodomites. Even though the story of Sodom and Gomorrah had nothing to do with being gay, absolutely nothing to do with being gay, and instead had to do with the fact that the town was completely inhospitable and wanted to kill the guests. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah is not about being gay. Literally, even my church taught that. Even my fucking church taught that. My crazy church. They wanted to rape angels. No joke. The fucking Sodom and Gomorrah had nothing to do with being gay. It had to do with being inhospitable, not having faith in God, and being a rapist. Had nothing to do with being gay. That was totally invented post hoc. Anyway.
Issues linked arms and joined forces a few days ago in a Catholic setting.
Yeah, probably.
As two homosexual men stood in front of a parish just before Sunday Mass with their little boy, Cohen, and presented a syrupy presentation about just how normal they are and how completely ordinary their situation is.
This guy is so mad. You can hear how mad. This dude's fucking pissed. He's so jelly. This guy is jelly right now. He's so jelly. He really wishes he could have a boyfriend and show off their son, but he can't because he's a hateful piece of shit.
They waxed on about how the parish was so welcoming and accepting and how wonderful all the people in it were.
Wax? You mean like the wax you have smeared all over your face, dude? Don't fucking shit on anybody else when you look like a fucking melting fucking wax doll. Jesus Christ.
They were inspired to start going there regularly because on an earlier trip, they had seen a lesbian couple bringing up the gifts and being all warmly accepted.
Good.
At the end of their 7-minute presentation, rife with heresy, they received a
rife with heresy. Oh my God.
Standing ovation from the warm, friendly, accepting Church of Nice parishioners who just ate it all up.
True.
The normalization of not just homosexuality anymore in Catholic parishes, but now on top of it, the accompanying child abuse that occurs when a child is born of a sodomite pairing. Yes, we said born because this child was not adopted.
That'd be super interesting.
The little boy, Cohen, is a product of in vitro fertilization and a woman whose womb the homosexuals rented because...
Whose womb they rented? Oh my God! Holy shit! This guy is so fucking pissed! It's a rental womb! That is when you're stretching to find an insult? Hey, Oshadi, what's the rent on that womb? True! Holy fuck. Holy shit. I love it. Rental womb.
Because natural law prevents them from having sex, conceiving,
hey, it wasn't a rental, it was a lease.
So they used technological ability, every one of them they could find at their disposal, to simply skirt all the church's teaching further and bring a new life into the world. willfully depriving that
Yeah,
little
you're
boy
very
of his
privileged,
God-given
Gayfish.
right to a mommy. And the pastor...
I have to screenshot this. A God-given right to a mommy. It's true, everyone. Yes, everyone, you do have a God-given right to a mommy. Oh my God. Look at this face. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I have to. Holy shit. I have to make sure I have this. A God-given right to a mommy. Can I just play this again? I'm sorry.
depriving that little boy of his God-given right to a mommy. And the pastor allowed
It's too good. The God-given right to a mommy.
this, and the crowd went wild. And the bishop, well, he did issue a statement expressing his displeasure and said he would be meeting to discuss the situation after he gets back from the March for Life events in Washington, D.C. Well, time's up on that one. The diocese is the Archdiocese of St. Paul, Minneapolis. The parish is St. Joan of Arc. And the bishop is Archbishop Bernard.
Listen, I can be your demon mama. I can be your demon mommy, but I can't be more than that right now. You're clipping
Hebda.
it? Yes!
The two clerical clowns who run the parish are the pastor, Father Jim de Brooklier, and the parochial vicar, Father James Cassidy. You wouldn't even know either one of them are priests. These men allow this evil to take place.
Father
In
Dick
fact,
Jim.
they encourage it. Every Sunday, whatever
Demon mommy,
wild-eyed
true.
modernist who wants to ramble on about gay this or that, or immigration, or trans this or that, or climate change, is invited to get up and speak for a few minutes on just how Catholic their immorality is. Oh, it's how central to their faith. For example, the gay
What?
lovers told the fawning audience...
Oh, he's so mad. This guy's just said the gay lovers, trans this or that, or climate change, you know, the gay lovers. I'm a
And
gay.
this-
Listen, give me a fucking mama mauled in chat. No, give me an ahegao in chat. All right, give me an ahegao in chat if you're a gay lover. I am a gay lover. Give me an ahegao in chat if you're a gay lover. All right, look at that. That's what I like to see. Look at that. Ooh, yeah, 33. That's what we're talking about, all right? That's what I'm talking about. Gay lovers in chat. The gay lovers.
point, that's all this parish is, an audience, that it was good for Cohen to have two fathers.
My name is Alan Octador. And I'm Blake Wilson, and this is Cohen. And we were so excited and humbled when JP asked if we would come and talk a little bit about how we decided to baptize Cohen
True,
in
Lone
the Catholic
Cat.
faith.
You're supposed to be a
it
steward
kinda
of the
makes
planet.
sense because just like Jesus, Cohen also has two dads, and he turned out pretty great.
True, though.
They also simply passed right over the horror of IVF, in vitro fertilization. Again,
The
speaking of it in
horror?
purely ordinary terms. And this is where the gay anti-life crowd finds its footing. Surely these two sodomites posing as actual Catholics must know that the IVF method automatically results in the death of many other children as part of the process.
What? This guy, can you imagine? Listen, can you imagine living your life like these people? Can you imagine living your life like these fuckers who are scared of everything? They're literally deathly afraid of everything in the world. They're incapable. Yeah, every sperm is sacred, unironically. Holy shit. Every time you jizz, billions die. Yep, all that lost data.
Various eggs, by the way, where did two men get female eggs, are all
Where did two men get... What do you fucking mean? The fuck you mean at the egg store, you idiot? At the egg store. Don't you go to the egg store? Don't you fucking go to the egg store?
all fertilized. They're allowed to grow for a period, and then the ones determined to be best suited to come to full term are then implanted, in this case, in a rented womb.
Damn, I want to rent that. Whoa, man, that rented womb looking good these days. Holy shit. Damn.
The others, meaning the other humans, well, they're discarded. a short little euphemism for killed. If, as is pretty routine with IVF, more than one tiny human was implanted in the rent-a-womb surrogate, at some point, selection is made again and the leftovers are killed in utero. This is malevolent. Are the two homo...
You're malevolent, you piece of shit. This is the guy who was just advocating for child abuse. Literally was just advocating for child abuse, and he's gonna call the scientific process of IVF the only way that a lot of people can actually have kids is malevolent. Fuck this guy.
Dad's gonna tell little Cohen that in order for him to come into existence, they had to kill off some brothers and sisters of his, because since all they can do is sodomize each other, they had to resort to science. Are they going to tell him that they actively chose to deny him a mommy because in...
We're denying you a mommy. I'm sorry. The gay agenda has denied your mommy application. That's right. No mommies. The gay agenda has denied it. You will not get your mommy today, I say.
In the end, all they cared about was trying to make their sodomy look normal. But perhaps most pressing is this. Is Archbishop Hebda going to move to laicize the clergy that promote this horror, those two priests? And is he going to disband that parish, which doesn't even call itself a parish? It's that famous word,
won't happen.
Catholic community. Hebda did
Hater. He's a hater.
not necessarily cause this issue.
Laicize is when you strip them of their priestly rights.
This parish, but he's certainly responsible now for stopping it dead in its tracks. If that parish is still around, if those priests are still around at the end of the month, that will tell you everything you need to know about Archbishop Hebda.
Yep, which is that nobody gives a shit about you and your fucking pathetic hate. No, Comrade Anthony, none of that matters because it doesn't support his final conclusion. Does he not know that this happens between hetero couples trying to have kids? Nuh-uh. No, it doesn't. God sends little baby angels to pick up the extra eggs and scoop them aside and take them right up to heaven, okay? Here's the other link. Oh yeah, let's take a look. I was lucky in not feeling guilty about masturbating, but the thing is I never fucking figured out. No, listen, a lot of Protestantism makes people feel guilty about masturbation. Yeah, like no joke. They actually do that. That's actually a huge fucking thing. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, we're definitely gonna watch this. This sounds great. Yeah, probably Billy Mac.
Can we get a pog in the chat for Jojo Siwa coming out?
Yo, poggers! Speaking of gay, I didn't know about that, but that's fucking awesome. Pog! That gets a pog in chat for sure. Hey, let's watch this. This is a little, wait, but this is the Atlantic. I might get hit for this. Will I get hit for this? I probably won't. Will I? I probably will, right? I'm probably going to get taken down for this because it's the Atlantic. Jojo Siwa? Yeah, so I can't watch this, but I'll watch this later on my own time. This seems interesting. Let's watch more of this guy's shit. Let's see one more. Let's do one more. We're going to do one more Church Militant channel before we move. One more Church Militant video before we go on. Way too gentle? What the fuck? What the fuck is this?
Comprehensive coverage.
What is this?
From a Catholic perspective. Tune in to post-election special weeknights.
Yep. Isn't that fucking weird, comrade? Isn't that fucking weird? Oh, here's one. What's this one? All right, if you say this is a good one, I'll watch this one. Let's do it. You bastard. You fucking bastard. You fucking bastard. I should have seen it. I should have seen the two Qs. Fuck. I trusted you, Snips. I trusted you, Snips! As the Catholic in chat, I trusted you. But now you have a mute. Enjoy your mute.
Comprehensive coverage from a Catholic perspective. Tune in to post-election special weeknights at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, only at Church Militant.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
What does STB mean? What's an STB? With Michael Vor's STB? What is STB? Oh. Oops. Super titty titty bitches? Said to be short-term borrowing? Sexually transmitted disease? Bachelor of Sacred Theology. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Bachelor of Sacred Theology. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's that one. A graduate level degree by pontifical universities. So he's a poser, right? It's the 3. It's granted by pontifical figures under the Pope, also known as the Holy See. Is awarded upon successful completion of the first cycle, a 3-year course of studies that aims for a comprehensive competence in theology. So this is an associate's degree in God, is what it is. Okay, yeah. So this guy's got an associate's degree in God knowing. Okay, everybody? Yeah.
Welcome to the Vortex, where lies and falsehoods are trapped and exposed. I'm Michael Voris. In the post-mortem, and we do mean post-mortem, not only of the election's aftermath, but of the nation, people have to face facts coldly. And if you will allow a personal anecdote
Give them
here,
a quote.
in my TV reporter days for CBS affiliates, I was on a vigil duty at the house of a 10-year-old girl here in Metro Detroit who was kidnapped and eventually found dead in a dumpster not far from her home about 6 weeks later. For her memory and prayers for her soul, her name was Deanna Seifert, and she lived in the suburb of Warren. Kidnapped in the dead of the night on Mother's Day while at a sleepover with her other little friends. During our coverage, we'd keep vigil in the street every day, talking to neighbors and filing our reports for the nightly news. One day, I was talking with a police officer in front of the house, and I said to him how hard it is to think that this kind of horrible thing could happen. His reply has never left me. He said, "Since you don't think like a serial killer or a child killer, you don't understand." 99.999% of people, for example, drive past a playground and see kids on swings and playing in the sandboxes and all that, and they smile and think that's nice. Look at them having fun playing. But there is one guy driving past that playground thinking how he will steal one of those kids, chop him to pieces, and scatter his parts all over the county. In order to counter that, someone has to think like him. That's our job, meaning the...
What? What the fuck? Holy shit! Yeah, listen, I'm a cop. I think about beating up and chopping up children all the time, you know? It's gotta be one of us. We're the thin blue line, right? Anyway, you found any good kids?
Police. Well, I was thunderstruck at that thought, and like I said, I have never forgot it. It's seared into my mind. Now, fast forward to the election and the state of the country. The comparison is more than fitting. Most people, at their core, do not think like traitors to the country. They don't hate God, country, tradition, and so forth, but like the child killer driving past the playground, some do.
What? Wait, what are you talking about? Holy shit! What the fuck? This is like a train skipping a track and jumping and landing on a completely different track. What the fuck? Hey, thank you, Tree Dad. Appreciate that. What the fuck? Some people drive by the Capitol and, like a pedophile looking for a child to kill, they go, yeah, I want to kill America. Oh my God.
And today, the killers have seized power precisely and explicitly because the overwhelming majority of people not only do not think like that, they can't get their brain around that others do. And so they continue to ascribe other motives to their wicked deeds. The conservative faction in the nation and the orthodox faction in the church have let the killers seize power because they have been way too gentle in their approach. You could probably describe them as naive and or apathetic. They never...
Mary fucking chilling over here. You know, I can't help but feel that this is a little bit blasphemous, using the image of Mother Mary to promote your fucking shit.
Never responded to each of the incremental dangers because they never recognized them for what they were, the ultimate overthrow of America. Oh no, nobody would want to do such...
Joe Biden, fucking sleepy Joe Biden is the ultimate overthrower of America. These people are incapable of any subtlety. Everything has to be the most dangerous shit in the entire universe. It's fascist shit, 100%. They're like, Joe Biden is the greatest threat ever. You must act now, do it now. Joe Biden is scary. Be scared of Joe Biden. Be very scary. He's incredibly scary, even though he's very sleepy and useless. He's also scary. Run, hide, run, give me money, quick.
A thing, they would think to themselves and then excuse the latest move towards Marxism, step by step. The latest move in a long series of moves. Total aggression, somewhat disguised and wrapped up in class warfare terms, and pretending human dignity and equality was always the goal. Human dignity and authentic equality are not only not the goal, they are the antithesis of Marxist communism. Communists detest human dignity that comes from God.
Imagine thinking Nancy Pelosi is a communist. Can you imagine the fucking brain pretzel that you have to come into to think Nancy Pelosi, the most like fucking corporatist dem behind Joe Manchin, is a communist? Oh my God.
Because the demands placed on them by a divine being to live a moral life are anathema to them. Too many people have been fooled, and too many others have been too scared to actually look into that darkness and come to grips with what's really there. Most people, the vast majority, simply go along with all of this for one of those two reasons, fear or denial. Both are enemies of truth. As a quick snapshot of
fear and denial, two things that you've been literally pushing all day. Literally all you've been doing is pushing mass fear-mongering and then denying the absolute fact that Joe Biden won the election. Idiots.
Consider that exit polls showed that 3/4 of Georgians believed their state elections were largely handled fairly. So consider, in the face of video evidence, hundreds of sworn affidavits by eyewitnesses, data analysis,
sworn affidavits mean jack shit.
Rigged voting machines and all.
Rigged voting machines has been proven provably false. The videos are contextless and give you nothing.
All the rest of it. Proof of the steal.
64 lost cases by the Trump admin.
3 out of every 4 still believe
this video started talking about serial killers for some reason.
Okay. Now, to be certain, 1 out of every 4 voters believing it was rigged and stolen is nothing to shake a stick at. But at the end of the day,
Nintendo 64.
What do you do with that? 70-ish million people believe they have been robbed. They have.
They haven't been. And those 70 million people are countered by 75 to 80 million who voted for Joe Biden. So cry more, bitch.
And now, given Tuesday's and yesterday's events they have been completely robbed. The Marxists realized from their origins in Stalinist-style politics that they needed to play the
Stalinist Joe Biden, Stalinist Kamala Harris. Oh my God, brainworms. Just brainworms. Literally don't know anything about the words they're saying. Nothing.
Subtle long game, and that it would work because the vast majority of people would never be able to conceive of the depth of their evil plans. They just don't think like that, so they would never suspect someone else did. Well, the Marxists were right. Most people are way too gentle to realize or accept the horror that is unfolding before them. Consider that in the spiritual war, it's exactly the same. The idea of the devil, a living personal being seeking to destroy them in hell, is either too much to deal with or regarded as simply too out there. But it is the reality, the truth. It's such a reality that God himself had to incarnate to break Satan's death grip on humanity. And if you need further evidence of the direct connection between the natural and the supernatural, politics and religion, then look no further. People do not recognize the evil and lies of the Marxists in this world because they do not recognize the father of lies. Too many people refuse to look at that.
But what about the mother of lies, of truth, of lies, of truth, of Marxism? Me. Me, it's me. That's me. Yeah. Hell yeah.
That they haven't been properly instructed and formed in the faith to look at reality playing out in the natural order square in the face. It's the exact same situation in the body politic, anesthetized by video games, movies, all the bread and circuses. They were lulled into a blind comfort by the—
Dude, you're a YouTube channel. Who the fuck are you to talk? Who are you to talk? Oh, who are you to talk about fucking bread and circuses? You're a YouTube channel, dude. What the fuck?
Marxists, until the Marxists have been exactly where they wanted them. Back in 2016, as the Marxist opposition formed against patriotism, personified in the Trump presidency, the Washington Post became something of a laughingstock when it unveiled its new slogan. That slogan was, "Democracy dies in darkness." Turns out, the Marxists at WashPo and everywhere else—
What? Washington Post is Marxist now too? It literally is. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Else are having a good laugh of their own. Democracy does indeed die in darkness, and so do souls. So enough with the misunderstood and misapplied gentleness. It's time to become woke in the real sense and stand up against that darkness no matter the cost, and it is going to cost. God love you.
Yeah, that's what then it's going to cost. So give us your money and make sure you give us a tithe and blah, blah, blah. This company is considered a 501c. Holy shit. This company is considered a fucking charity. That's insane to me. Oh, not anymore? Did they get busted? It's a 501c4 corporation. Pays no taxes, right? Or tax reduced? Holy shit. They've shifted to a different type of corp? Oh, of course they have. Holy shit. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't know. Oh, Richard Spencer says? Oh, okay. Well, that sucks. Holy fuck. All right, well, we've had enough of Michael Voorhees for today, or whatever his name is. Michael Voorhees or whatever. Jason Voorhees, whatever. Yeah. No, well, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, I have something to show you. But first, I need to check this link. Give me a second. And then I need to go to the bathroom. And then I will show you something new because we have something funny to talk about. We have something to talk about here. What's this? Whoa! Whoa! I can't play that on stream. Wow! And Laura, holy shit. Wow, holy shit, I'll have to take a look at that. That's okay. You're good. Hold on, let me see here. No, no, don't end it. No, please keep breathing. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh God, no. It's all good. Hold on, I'm gonna play something cool for you real quick, all right? All right? Hold on, I need to use the restroom, but I need to play something fun while we do this. The lol cow's not dying. We're gonna come back later. Don't worry, we're gonna come back later. We're gonna keep lolling, but in the future. You can't do it all in one day. Okay. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that, Snips. Yeah, of course I will. Let me just find something funny to watch. Yeah. Don't worry. We'll get it. Don't you fucking worry. Hold on. Give me just 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. I gotta find something to put on for y'all. Let's do this. Hold on. Cool game music. Huh. Let me think. I'm trying to think of a good song that won't get killed. It's very hard to find stuff like that. Might get killed. Megalovania? Yeah, you know what? Oh, I know, I got a good one. Hold on. Hold on, I got a good one. I got a good one. Ready? Hold on. It's the... Hold on a second. It's the, Wait, what's his name? It's this one. Hold on, I got it. Hold on. It's from this. Hold on. Wait, what? That's not the one I wanted there. Where is it here? It's by, what's his fucking name? This is too hard. Why am I having such a hard time right now? This sucks. All right, I'll play. I got an idea. Here we go. I got it. I'm going to play you something cool, okay? All right, I'll be right back. Gotta go to the bathroom, and then we'll do some more stuff.
I send a pestilence and plague into your house, into your bed, into your streams, into your streets, into your drink, into your bread, upon your cattle, upon your sheep, upon your oxen, in your field, into your dreams, into your sleep, until you break, until you heal. My tenders from my tender one, thus save the Lord. Once I called you brother, once I thought the chance to make you laugh was all I ever wanted. I sent the thunder from the sky, I sent the fire raining down. And even now I wish that God had chose another. Serving as your foe on his behalf is the last thing that I wanted. I sent a hail of burning rice on every field, on every town. This was my home. All this pain and devastation, how it tortures me inside. All the innocent who suffer from your stubbornness and pride. I sing the locusts on the wind, such as the world has never seen. On every leaf, on every stalk, until there's nothing left of green. Lights and vines on the save the Lord. Why call brother? Why must you call down another blow? Lights and vines on. Let my people go. Brother, how could you have come to hate me so? Is this what you wanted? And if my heart be hardened, never mind how high the cross may go. This will still be so. I will never let your people go. Thus saith the Lord, I will not let my people go.
Incredible, right? Incredible, right? Incredible. And in case you were wondering who that was, that is Sam Robson. The link to his channel is right here. There you go. Go give Sam Robson a subscribe. He very much deserves it. But we got to talk about something else, everybody. Listen, we got to talk about something else because I got some news for you, okay? Everyone, are you ready? Watch this. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. What happened to the Donald.win? Oh, no. What happened to the Donald.win? Oh, no. Now that Donald didn't win, what happened? What happened? Uh-oh. I don't know. Except I do. That's right. I faked you out. I know what happened to it. They rebranded. They rebranded to Patriots.win. So we got to read this, okay? We got to read this, all right? This is really funny, okay? So let's learn about how it died, okay? Because this is really funny. Good morning, Patriots. Today is a big day. After 5 years, the Donald has rebranded to Patriots.win. Don't worry, your accounts still work exactly the same. Posts are the same, comments are the same, and the moderators are the same. The first reason goes without saying. We're in a period of transition on yesterday's fraudulent inauguration. It will likely be some time before Trump gets back to actively communicating with his base, but we intend to do what we can to keep our part of this movement as active as ever. We're not turning against Trump, not at all. Our branding and our rules will remain the same for the immediate future. If Trump moves forward with the rumored Patriots Party, then we're perfectly positioned to fully support him in this endeavor. We'll find out about that in just a second, Fawn. You'll find out, Blue Mage. For now, we'll shift our focus to calling out China, censorship, and Biden's evils that the media doesn't cover. We now have a more important role than we have since November 2016. It is also our duty to step up and call out the disaster that this administration will be. Hasn't even been a disaster yet, but they're calling it out. We also intend to do more to get people involved in elections at a local level, including the potential of more localized communities. This rebrand does not indicate a change in moderation policy. The secondary reason for our rebrand is a precarious situation with the old domain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. The TLDR is that we don't have control over it, and we cannot risk that any longer. The Donald.win was meant to be owned by a group, not a single man. Unfortunately, the domain was registered by a single moderator during our initial discussions about the prospect of moving away from Reddit. We pushed for the domain to be transferred to a shared legal entity before we ever released, but despite promises, it never happened, and we launched our Reddit backup in a hurry without getting the situation resolved. We knew this would come back to haunt us, and perhaps it has. The man with control of the domain left the mod team a week ago out of fear for himself and those around him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What could be happening there? While he stated just 2 days ago to the media that he'd hand the domain over to one of our moderators with whom he has a good relationship, unfortunately that wasn't true, and it doesn't look like it will be happening. Given all the above, the risk is too great. We're rebranding to Patriots.win, which is legally owned by 5 of our long-term moderators. This also explains why we were pushing the backup domain so hard and why I made a post warning you all about the potential of an FBI honeypot. That remains absolutely true. But the #1 threat was a backstabbing by our own people, which thankfully has not occurred. The final obstacle is that since we don't have control over the old domain, we don't have contact with our domain registrar, Epic, that we should have, and our previous contact, the man with the control of the old domain, is no longer relaying any information to us. We hope and expect that the Donald.win will continue to point to our servers even after our rebranding. It doesn't. We're incredibly important to the MAGA movement, and it would be a great disservice to try and take us down, especially during this tumultuous time. Oh, this is 100% a honeypot. Absolutely a honeypot. They have mods? Sounds like censorship to me. Yes, Trump started the movement and we will continue it. I'm okay with this change, but I don't like it. Trump is our party. Trump is our brand. Trump is everything to this movement. I understand the issues involved with this, but I want to share my feelings of dislike over the domain change. Thank you, mods, for converting our saved links to the new domain and not ruining them for us. I have a huge collection. I also had a huge collection on our Reddit, TheDonald, that was lost when they wasted us. Screenshot of the aforementioned saved collection. You guys should be doing the same. It's an elite resource, or it's a helpful resource. Wow. What very helpful saved things. Russia, 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 masks don't work, cool pics, BLM or commies, fake news, 2021 storm. Featured request, posting here. We should have the option of making our saves folders available to others. Damn, sounds like you're trying to do some commie shit here, my dude. I understand, we have to evolve, but Trump will always be our George Washington. Well, let's rename states, bridges, and DC after him then. Already trying to rename State Route 27 after him, which I live a few miles of. That would be great. There's a small highway here in New York named after him. It's beautiful. Why am I not surprised? I thought Zetapede owned the website. He's still a mod. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. But yeah, this is a honeypot. So for those of you who don't know what a honeypot is, a honeypot is when the feds get control of a website and they try to get you to post criminal shit there. Basically, that's basically how to understand a honeypot. It's like a data gathering operation, and you know the honey, you leave the honey out, and all of the flies come to the honey, and then you trap them in, and you got them. It's a trap. It's definitely a trap. But that doesn't mean that we can't enjoy some of the shit that we've seen on here. So let's take a look right now. It's 1977 all over again. Only the guy on the left is more popular and would be considered a centrist, if not even slightly right of center today. Apparently they're the same. Apparently they're the same. Wait, how do you know it's a honeypot? Let's just say there's no hard evidence, but there sure is a lot of circumstantial evidence. The domain changing hands, the redirects aren't working all of a sudden, the original owner of the domain fearing for his life and leaving entirely, leaving a bunch of questionable mods in charge. There's no confirmed consistency between the domains. Yikes. Just saying. Get your Biden boxer shorts while they last. Keck coin accepted. It was a little hard to find you guys, but I did. Whew. Oof, that's sad. Just ordered a few My Pillows. Oh no. Spending $112 on mypillows.com pillows. Oh, this is so sad. I told you this is just grifters grifting grifters. I don't even know. What does that even mean? Oh, that was the news channel? Oh. What? Okay. What is this boomer shit? Look at how fucking, oh my god, look at how artifacted this is. Promises made, promises swept. Like fucking artifacting all over here. Oh my god. Crumbly. Convert your stocks to gold? Oh god. Could a market or investor peed weigh in? I'm converting my stocks to gun and land. Convert them to guns, bullets, and canned food. Gold is too expensive. Try silver, maybe. Oh, no. Oh, no. What is this? I don't know. This is saying that Biden is like a Nazi. The grifters have been there. The grifters were part of the whole thing all along. What? What does this mean? What does this even mean? What? Oh my goodness, Patriots. The conversation that just took place with Doug Weed and Craig Shirley and Greg is absolutely hilarious. The discussion about Chris Wallace's comments about Sniffy's talk at noon on the 20-0, literally the letter O, not 0. I listened between the lines, and like on Jeopardy, I yelled out Beagle, but then as the convo unfolded, it was revealed as Collie. Kiddos, this was the most awesome and funny stuff out there. Check out Newsmax and listen early tomorrow over that good, strong Cov Fifi, and be prepared to laugh your ass off. Get happy, Pede Patriots. Life is short, and with the Lord by your side, it is also sweet. P.S. Chris Wallace is compromised. Holy shit. Their brains are fucking melting. I mean, they're long melted, let's be real. Yeah, all of the text-only posts are just FBI plants. It could be. It could be. I miss Donald Trump. Here's him holding a Frank and being a swell guy. That's a shitty fucking hot dog bun. Oh, is Great Awakening also in? Yeah, the Great Awakening is the Q one, right? We could check that one too, though. That one tends to have some pretty fucked shit on it. Yeah, it's MLM, yep. Multi-level marketing, yep. Do we dare? Do we dare? Oh, okay, I'll take a look. Wow, I'm very glad that I didn't click that, because holy shit is this weird. That was nope. That would be TOS. Okay. Wow. Yeah. No. That's TOS. Holy shit. Let's just say some gay shit was going on in there that would have been TOS. Wow. Whew. After bringing back comments after being called out and only 9 minutes after posting their latest video, White House YouTube videos are getting wrecked. 164. Does anybody actually like this guy? All of this is crusty as fucked. It's all pixelated. This is like, wait, look, the image that they posted literally cuts over the view. This is so faked. It's actually unbelievable. It's like low effort faked. Look, you can see right here, the like views count is peeking out from where they photoshopped this image over it. Holy shit. Okay. How Kushner grifted the MAGA movement. Oh, they're turning on Kushner now, huh? Interesting. Holy fuck. Yeah, we got old Donnie with Epstein, his good friend Epstein, who likes women even younger than him. This is how I imagine Donald Trump is going to be coming back. This is sad. This is just so sad. This is so fucking sad. I wonder what the front page is. Let's check on the front page. Let's see what's happening on the front page. Moving on from the rebranding. Trump makes Oh, hey, look, this is a link directly to the Epoch Times. The Epoch Times, a fascist cult magazine published by a cult, verifiably published by a cult. And that's their that's their second pinned post. My face when the official White House YouTube page forgets to disable comments. You're gonna comment? 4,000 upvotes. Isn't Epoch Times linked with China? No, they're linked with a Chinese expat cult known as Falun Gong, which was driven out of China because they were unironically extremely fucked. China's history on religion is pretty fucked, is pretty shit, but occasionally a broken clock is right. A broken clock is right 2 times a day, as they say, and China cracked down really hard on Falun Gong, and they fled to America. Here, they literally have a compound in New York that's called Dragon Springs. It's a cult compound, and that's where they publish the Epoch Times out of. Yeah, it's really bad. Cat's rad. You got to get your dad off that. That shit is insane. No joke. Cat's rad. You got to get your dad off that shit. That shit is literally insane. It's actually a fascist cult. I'm not kidding you. It's really, really bad. Yeah, look at this. Here, let's just go to their website real quick. Look at this. Watch this. Ready? Hold on. Here we go. We'll just look at it right here. The Epoch Times, Truth and Tradition. Future of U.S.-China trade deal uncertain as Beijing fails to meet phase 1 targets. So they present themselves as it's weird and definitely not just tame, but okay. But yeah, they present themselves as a news thing, and then if you go into it at all, look, if you go in here into opinion, you'll start to get the real. Is Trump a 4-letter word? The data-driven new order. The constitutional process did not stop fraud. We need to do that. The irony in Biden's call for unity. Holy shit. Is a gift to China and Russia. There's so fucking many of these. Freedom of speech is slipping away. Trump lost bad for the US and Australia. There's so many of these, and it's and keep in mind, it goes let's see what they're saying about, okay, sorry. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at what they've gotten here. Yeah, their print magazine is even worse. Their print magazine is horrible. It's wild. This shit is wild. They do videos online. Yeah, they run them online, and it talks all about traditionalism and all this shit. But remember, they're run. They are run by a cult. Yeah, they send out free copies to people all the time. They're aggressively recruiting right now. They're aggressively recruiting. Holy shit. Yeah. Trum. The moments passed. Just a few days ago, the mods at TheDonald.win made a post saying if their site asks you to sign in again, you should assume it's a honeypot. And then they changed domains and the people had to sign in again, and they had to assure people that everything was fine. Do you really think it's fine? Or do you think that the feds copy pasted the mod team and have people impersonating those mods on a fake site? Oh, do you have the article? You have the link. Oh my God, we gotta watch it. Oh my God, let's read this. This is what I was talking about. Let's see, here we go. Everything is fine. Everything is all right. We assure you. Jesus Christ. I almost started watching them after seeing a bunch of their ads. Oh, this archive isn't working. This archive isn't working. Do you have another archive? Hey, see you later, Samantha Banana. Thanks for coming by. Very happy to have you today. Yeah, the archive isn't working. If you have it, if you can find another version of it, that'd be great. Uh-oh. Oh, this might be sad. Why I still believe there's a plan. Uh-oh. I'll put the strongest point up first because I think it's the most important point. Trump simply cannot return to civilian life and start a new political party. He has to understand that there are no parties anymore. There's one party, and that party has shown their utter and complete willingness to blatantly and in full view of the public steal our elections. The legal systems of all the states have shown their willingness to participate in the fraud, along with Congress, the Senate, and our Supreme Court. If the entire legal structure afforded to American people is willing to ignore the fact that this election was fraudulent, then no elections going forward will never matter again. If the, therefore, going back to Florida, forgetting the entire thing and starting a Patriot Party is possibly the most epically R-slur stupid and vapid nonsensical thing he could do. The party will do nothing, will amount to nothing, and will never win any office of consequence in our government. If they will so blatantly steal one election, then they will completely be emboldened to steal the rest of them. A Patriot Party has no chance ever in any way, shape, or form of winning an election at all. Certainly not anything that would rise to the level of U.S. national politics. So if no arrests happen and that's what he announced in a few weeks, then I guess I'll just have to agree with what the media said, that he really was an imbecile occupying our White House, because only an epically stupid moron could believe that it was possible to win elections politically anymore. Since I truly don't believe that Trump is a moron, I think I can safely discount this completely idiotic Patriot Party theory. Oh, no. Exactly. It's against his character. He knows we exist and hang on his every word. He'd let us know we lost the battle. He would go out guns a-blazing on any social media platform. He was back on Twitter as Donald Barron. They deleted that profile after they figured it out. His messages were not about concession or the best is yet to come. He's not a quitter, never has been. He loves the country way too much. In a previous speech, retold the audience how stupid it was to broadcast military movements so the enemy can prepare. Those words hold strong. Too many odd things going on. I'm with you, Pete. I've kicked my hopium addiction and have switched to trustium. It's a way better high. Oh, God. Oh, S+ grade trustium. Oh, God. Hopium just means hope with a catchy pun ending. No need to overthink it or disparage it. This guy only got 2 upvotes. This person's account is named Kovfifi, spelled with a Q instead of an O. I know it's kind of hard to see. This person's name is Kufifi. Q-Fifi. Oh my fucking God. You make some good points. This is why I still believe. Why keep up the charade if it was just a psyop? Example, 17 flags at DJT's departure speech. Monkeyworks just said that DJT had access to a C-17 and was exfilled from Mar-a-Lago during the night. Why does he still have access to military craft? The plane landed in DC for 56 minutes and 6 seconds equals 17. What? Why is Dan Scavino posting pics of Marine One, Air Force One in the close-up fringe of the flag? Why is DJT still pushing the best is yet to come line if it's over? If Q is a psyop, LARP, or hoax, then why bother to keep playing even if everything is over? Oh, no. You are on to something. Keep the donations going to Q. We need it now more than ever. Don't bother with shills. Oh my God. Either we've been duped by the biggest con man in the history of the world, or the best is really yet to come. If the former were true, then me and a few million others in the world are going to have to seriously reevaluate our mental aptitude and go through some long-term counseling. At this point, I'm committed to finding out how we get to the ladder until the great USA is taken to the point of no return by Joe. Oh, God. Oh, God. They're in, yeah, this is so bad. I'm willing to be humbled and humiliated. Won't be the first time, and check my sanity at the door. But logic tells me that the 40-plus years of Trump's public statements, positions, actions, and achievements do not reconcile with a non-concession concession. It does not seem possible that he would walk away from a massive, record-breaking, provable victory. Trump thrives on the fight, winning. He'd conquered every frontier on Earth. What was left for him except defeating Goliath? These people have never actually looked into the history of Trump, because if you look into the history of Trump, this behavior is completely in a pattern. Donald Trump has always been a shitty con man grifter. He's always been incapable of admitting being wrong. There's like literally documentaries about it that came out before he was even president. It's par for the course. They're just not informed. They literally don't know and don't care at the end of the day. Oh no. Okay, I think this person is fake, but still, I refuse to do counseling, even if this is all fake. My family has all abandoned me and Q, but to me, Q is life and my family is wrong. They will see. Oh no, oh no. Wow. My face when I don't check the Donald win for days. Come back to find that it's totally gone and eventually discover Patriots.win. Crying Pepe inhaling memes. No, I haven't. We should look at this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Raw JQing on the front page of TheDonald. Here, let's check this one. Let's look at this. Let's look at this one. I want to see this QAnon casualties. I've never seen this. Let's take a look. Let's read this. Here I am at 80, a recent widow and mother of a precious daughter who has spent the last 2 years immersed 4 to 5 hours a day doing research on what is really going on in the world. Globalist versus nationalist, good versus evil, her recently acquired vocabulary. She is married and the mother of 4 teens. Her husband is conservative but not conspiracy-minded and challenges her, as do the 2 older boys. But she just retires to her study and goes online. The week before the inauguration, she sent me a text saying she was getting a ham radio in case the national power grid fails, and concluded by saying the next week will be strange, but remember I love you. It felt like she was saying goodbye. Maybe she believed this week was going to be quote-unquote the storm, so she would never see me again. Since the pandemic, I've seen her twice at grandson's sporting events which were outside. She believes the pandemic is a plot for hospitals and doctors to make money and refuses to wear a mask. She texted me a Tucker Carlson video about the dangers of the vaccine. She's offended I will not visit her in her home where no COVID precautions are observed. She now owns a gun and has a license to carry a concealed weapon. I have read many posts here by sons and daughters about their parents' conspiracy theories and by spouses, but so far I have not read a post by a mother about losing her child to a mental preoccupation with satanic Democrats and their international sex trafficking rings. All suggestions welcome. If there's another mom in my circumstance, please share. I am in such despair. I am also a mom whose still child has gone off the deep end with conspiracy theories. When I suggested we not discuss politics or conspiracy theories, he said he was not interested in having a hollow relationship with me. He has since cut me out of his life and not allowed me to see my infant grandson. This is heartbreaking, but at least for me, there's nothing I can do except pray he sees the truth. He cannot keep me from loving him or praying for him. I will pray for you and your daughters too. Oh no. I mean, it's really hard, right, NS Gomez? Like, it's really, really hard. it's really hard to determine how we can come back from something like this. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you have to look at like Nazi Germany, right? Like, it's been very hard it's been very, very hard. It's been difficult for Germany to come back from that. And there's still a lot of people who were like grandparents and stuff who live with lifelong delusions, lifelong guilt about their involvement. I don't know. We'll have to find out, right, Corvus Crux? I hope so, but I don't know. It's really hard. It's really hard to say. I mean, Germany has been able to do something, but I think it's gonna take a lot of effort. Facebook has done to our parents what they were afraid video games would do to us, a wise Redditor. I saw this comment and the truth of it just keeps blossoming as this shit show continues to roll out. My very liberal mother fell into the FB Hillary hate to an extent I still do not understand. It took the horror that was Donald Trump to snap her out of it and delete her Facebook for good. I'm so grateful she did not find QAnon, and I'm sorry for all that have lost loved ones to this psychotic fantasy. Wow. Oh no. I'm getting kicked out due to QAnon. I'm not sure where to start. I'm fucking tired of the existence of these insane ideologies about how our world works as explained by Q. I'll start with my family. My brother has always been a conspiracy theorist back to 2008. He believed we'd all be sent to FEMA camps. Thank you, above top secret, and was controlled by the government. He vehemently argued with my parents and I legitimately worried he was suffering a mental illness. My parents knew better, back then at least. Ever since Trump came into power, my older relatives picked up through Facebook the ideas of QAnon and all the BS spewed on these social media sites. Don't get me wrong, they were Republicans as long as I can remember, but they never idolized a president like this before. Fast forward to today, my aunts and uncles, as well as my parents, now have a group chat whereby they discuss Q-related material every single day. They listen to the same podcast every single day. They talk about this shit every single day. They literally bought a generator thinking it could power a whole house because they believed Trump would impose martial law during the inauguration and power and water would be shut down for 10 days during a bloody civil war. Don't you worry. Don't worry. We're gonna do bloomer fuel after this. Don't you worry. I've challenged them on it many times at first, attempting to show the logical fallacies and holes in these claims. Also, as an electrical engineer, I've had to try and explain how 5G radiation is not the same as ionic radiation, but to no avail. They'll believe microchips are really implanted in the vaccines for coronavirus, and we even ended up getting it because of their lack of caring about the severity of it. Fortunately, we've recovered just fine. Sometimes I wonder if I'm the crazy one. But yesterday was the final straw. I'm an independent, though admittedly I may lean more left in regard to most things, because right now I just feel like the right is so crazy I can't even justify trying to understand their thought process in relation to most political topics. My aunt was talking to my brother, and in front of me I was minding my own business because making lunch before going upstairs. They called me a brainwashed liberal because I went to college for engineering. There are no fucking liberal physics, engineering, or math classes. I was completely flabbergasted. But no, because I refuse to suck Trump's dick and believe in these batshit conspiracies, I am a brainwashed communist liberal. I told them to shut the fuck up and never disrespect me like that, especially in front of me when I'm standing right there minding my business. The shit hit the fan and my parents got involved. Now they're kicking me out because they want me to apologize for being disrespected and standing up for myself. Now I'm in my late 20s and admittedly was living at home to save a lot of money for a condo. South California is extremely expensive, but I also have a pretty good job and I could surely support myself, so I don't mind. I just find it pathetic that they've let these thoughts control their lives to the point of wanting to ruin a relationship with their son. At least I won't have to hear about Trump, QAnon, and politics 24/7. It's fucking maddening. QAnon has literally ruined my family. I know, Retcon. Yeah, I know, it's fucking wild. Retcon, do you want to come on and talk about it? Do you want to come on and talk about it? Do you want to tell your fucking story about it? All right. Get in the chat. Get in the Discord. We'll talk about this. Go ahead, hop in the stream in the waiting room and I'll bring you in. All right. Yeah, we'll get you on. This will be an interesting call. Let me check in with YouTube. Hey, YouTube. It's okay. Don't worry. We're going to do some bloomer fuel after this, and then we have a really cool interview to do, and then we have some more content to go through. Don't you worry. We're going to talk to Retcon first, though. Hey, YouTube chat. How you doing? Hi to MVM. Hi, HMD102. Hey. Hi, Piftle Cakes. Hope you're doing well right now. I hope you're enjoying the show. I know this is kind of a depressing topic, but, you know, we got to talk about some depressing topics from time to time. It's just a fact of the matter. My brother fell down the alt-right hole. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Oh, wait, hold on.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I had it on push to talk.
First room up. Anyway.
Yeah. Wait, what's your Twitch channel is the twitch.tv
/retcon_404.
Okay, retcon 44. That's what I thought. I thought it was reversed. Also, tell the chat your pronouns.
He, him.
All right. Hold on, let me just put this in here, and then let me go. Whoop. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let me make this visible. Blammo. Wait, actually it is better down here. Okay, hold on. It's actually easier if I do this. Sorry, I need to make this readable.
Hi, Billy Mac.
There we go.
In chat.
All right. Okay, sick. All right. So yeah, tell us your story about this, because I know that you've told me about it already, but I'm sure my chat would love to hear about it, because I know your family has kind of gone on the Trump train.
I mean, Jesus. Where do you want me to start?
Well, start with how it, like, I guess, like, give the viewers a summary of, like, where your family started in, like, 2016, because I even remember that in, like, 2016. You know what I mean? It was like, yeah.
Well, really,
jump ahead.
It goes beyond and before that, because my parents were so firmly anti-Obama.
Yeah.
I grew up in a Fox News house, is how I like to put it. Fox News is always on. In fact, I was living out in Seattle. I moved home to Maine, and there were times where, like, I moved back in with them until I found my own place, and they would just, like, leave Fox News on for to have noise in the house while they were gone because of the dogs. And I would literally turn it because I didn't want the dogs to be brainwashed to Fox News. Fuck that shit. Anyway, probably 2016 was a real breaking point for that, because, like I said before that, they were staunchly anti-Obama. They were very pro George W. Bush before that, but that's as far back as I remember, really. I mean, like, I was right-wing Republican up until second term Obama, just because how the way that I was raised. But so they voted for McCain, didn't like Obama. My dad, I'm pretty sure, is a birther. And all that stupid fucking shit that goes with that. So 2016 rolls along. I don't even know how they got on the Trump train, to be honest, anymore. Like, it's such a blur now, because they're just so, it's so weird, right? Because my parents were always fucking smart. I'm not gonna, I can't downplay them. My dad is smart. He is an engineer for General Electric. He's a smart fucking guy. They just bit into the propaganda so much. It makes me so upset.
Yeah.
And my mom is, she's not a smart person. Let me just put it that way. In fact, my mom, hey, everybody in chat, my mom doesn't vote, but she'll yell at me about voting for Biden. So, and I should say at this point, I should say I'm no contact with everybody in my family except for a grandmother on one side. And I have a large family, so that's how deep the Trump poison goes. Was always kind of argumentative with them back in the day.
I mean, I even remember that. And just for context, like, we grew up together, and, like, I spent a lot of time with your family, and they were political, but not like super political. They were like normie political. You know, they were like, oh, I don't really like what Obama's doing for the taxes, but that's about it.
Yeah.
And it was
It
like,
was like
they never had big political discussions or anything. Occasionally you would argue, but it wasn't like no bad blood.
No, there was never like an argument when it came to politics. There was never an argument that lasted past an hour. You know, you'd argue about whatever bullshit taxes or healthcare or whatever, and you'd have a discussion for an hour, and then that was it. It was pretty normal. Like, and you know how I was raised. Like, my parents, like, they raised me to be like, my mom always told me, like, make friends with everyone, don't care about the religion, love gay people, love trans people. It doesn't matter who people are as long as they're people. You just like be friends with them, love them, do you, they do them. And so, like, to see them go crazy from 2016, it's insane. I don't, and I blame it totally on Facebook and Fox News, and other things. But yeah, so 2016 rolled around. You know, they voted for Trump. I didn't really think anything of it. I don't think a lot of people thought much of voting for Trump back then, because it was still kind of like, whatever. They voted for Trump. Like, we didn't know he was going to be literally the worst president we've ever had.
Yeah.
Even maybe worse than like actual racists that had slaves. I don't like maybe
it's really hard to say. It's so hard to
it's hard to say like if Trump is worse than Andrew Jackson or not. I don't know. I'm not going to make that call, but but like since then, like, you know, it went on. I moved out. I hadn't lived with them since I was 18. I lived with you in Seattle for a year and a few months. Moved back, and I think the first big thing that happened was I was getting in an argument with my uncle, and he called me a flag burning member of Antifa. And this was like right after Antifa became like an actual colloquialism,
like a hot button issue.
Yeah. Like right when that started, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Literally, like, and I remember my dad like butting into the conversation and being like, he voted for Obama. Don't even listen to him. Like, he doesn't actually know anything about the world because he voted for Obama. And that's the first time I was ever like, oh, this is like, these people are just crazy.
Yeah.
So recently, to get into like the juicy stuff, like the reason I went no contact with them is I pretty much got kicked out of my living situation because of an argument that I had with them over politics. Essentially, I was not living with them at the time, but I was living with family, and what pretty much happened was I just got in an argument with them, with my mom specifically, about something I can't even remember now, and it spiraled so far.
Thing or something, right?
Yeah. Actually, I had to tell her that her friends on Facebook were anti-maskers because she didn't believe me.
Jesus.
I think they are. I mean, I told you that my dad was considering selling his house that they've lived in for 30 years and moving close to Mar-a-Lago, because he thinks that's going to be the new seat of governmental power.
What the
in the U.S. because he thinks Trump's going to run the U.S. from Florida for some reason. Don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Holy shit.
But
Newsmax.
I don't know. It's fucking crazy. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, so we got in a random argument, and it just ended up like blowing up into this crazy thing. I mean, to the point where like it's not a secret that I've been diagnosed with anxiety and depression. I was on antidepressants for a little bit, and it got no, absolutely no shame in that. Do what you need to get help, and in my case, it was very simple. It was just a pill. That's all I needed. But in my family's case, it was a point to shame me on. I think I told you that like I got in an argument with my mom, and one of her sticking points was that she said that like anytime I ever talked about getting help for like my mental health, I never gave her credit for it, which might be the most selfish thing I've ever heard anyone say. Anything I've ever heard anyone say ever.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can't even like I'm sorry, I can't even formulate like a straight thought because this shit gets me like so fucking riled.
Yeah, I feel
however, about what fucking month is it? This was in September, I guess.
Yeah.
I got kicked out of that living situation because I got in an argument with them. Again, I was living with family over politics. Yes, over politics. Mind you, this isn't the first time they threatened to do that. Back in like July, they threatened to kick me out or get me kicked out over something that was in the middle of the raging coronavirus pandemic, which is worse now, but back then it was bad.
Yeah.
And they wanted me literally to be on the street during that, just because of my difference in opinion. But fast forwarding to now, like I went no contact because I got in an argument with them over the phone, and they literally have told the rest of my family, and I have a big family, like
huge
to go
family.
no contact with me because I'm a psycho. Like they told my family that I was a violent psychopath, which if you know me, you know that's not true.
And isn't it because of like anti-abortion or something?
That was a different thing. Let's put it this way. I voted for Biden.
Yeah.
Biden is a pedophile in their view.
I see.
Therefore, not only like the whole thing was not only am I a pedophile like apologist, I may be one, was something that my parents said about me to other family members. Like think about that for a second.
Yeah.
Like how do you look at your son and say, oh, I think he might be a pedo because of who he voted for the president, and tell other members of the family that?
Yeah.
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's really weird how these sort of like shunning structures build in when there's like an echo chamber and everybody's listening to the exact same news source, and they're all, again, just like we read on that post online of like them all, they all listen to the same podcast, they all listen to the same news sources, and it's just an echo chamber that constantly reinforces. It's very cult-like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%. And I have no problem referring to them as MAGA cultists, because that's what I think they are. And financially stable, sheltered, somniostatic, I am. And that's all thanks to my wonderful partner that I'm with right now. Honestly, if it was not for her, I would literally be homeless right now, because they did succeed in pestering me and making my living situation so bad that I had no choice other than to move out. Keep in mind, like I said, I didn't live with them, but I lived with other family. And when I got in an argument with them, they would talk to my other family and make up all this shit and gaslight. And it all of a sudden became, you can't have an argument with this person, because if I have an argument with this person, then the person that's technically my landlord hears about it and wants to kick me out. Imagine having an argument with your mom or your dad or your brother or what have you, and all of a sudden your landlord's like, yeah, you need to get out. Like it's fucking crazy. It's insane. I don't know any other way to put it.
Yeah, it is. It's like, and I mean, of course you've kept me updated and told me all of these like really weird things, like your dad, the time your dad was talking about how like he thinks that like California should be bombed by Donald Trump. Right?
Yeah, all that shit. Man, my dad has said stuff like back up until like 2-3 years ago about we should just nuke California, fuck it, stuff like that. Like, oh, if they want to secede, for some reason he thought California wanted to secede, I don't know why, but like, oh, if they want to secede, go ahead, let them see what a liberal paradise would be like, blah blah blah. And it's like, you do understand that like California provides like 90% of America's total revenue, so them seceding from the USA would be fucking devastating. Like, they're so dumb. It makes me so mad.
Yeah, it's really wild. And again, like, it's like, I mean, fuck, you know, obviously, because you've watched my stream and I keep up with you pretty frequently, but like, you know that like even my parents, and my mom left a cult once already, and yet like she's posting anti-mask stuff, anti-mask stuff that was written by anti-vaxxers. Like, holy shit.
Not to put your mom on the spot, but I remember last year, your mom and my mom were talking on Facebook, and your mom was like something, 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 he did this. And my mom was like, well, he shouldn't do that. And then your mom was like, I never liked him, even when he was a kid. And I was like, well, that's nice.
What the fuck?
You don't remember that? I got screenshots somewhere.
Yeah, no, I do
like,
vaguely recall that, but I'm like, I don't remember what fucking provoked that. Such an asshole thing to say. What the fuck?
I know, it's just like, wow, you didn't like me when I was like fucking 12?
Yeah.
Jesus, man. Like,
Which
come
is
on.
fucking stupid as shit. Yeah. True Space Concrete. Yeah, but they don't think about that because they're just obsessed with worshiping Donald Trump, the ground Donald Trump walks on. Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I don't.
Yeah, keep in mind, like, these are people who, again, used to have most of my life had like the most healthy like social relations I can imagine. It's like it's totally this like Fox News, Newsmax, OAN, like disinfo cult, and the Facebook thing has just totally sucked people away from any perception of reality. It's really terrifying.
Facebook is evil.
Yeah.
Jessica Metal, you see, that doesn't matter because the millions of innocent people weren't innocent because they're Democrats.
Yeah, they're Democrats. They voted for Biden, which makes them pedophiles.
Yeah, or baby murderers, possibly.
Yeah.
I remember specifically before I moved west. I remember one night I was sitting in my living room with my mom and dad and my sister, and Fox News must have been on in the background. They were talking about abortion back when it was a real hot button issue that was always on the news. And I just remember I had to leave. I started laughing because my dad got so fucking pissed. And he was like, my sister was like, well, I don't see the problem with having an abortion if you were like the victim of sexual assault or something like that. And my dad got so fucking pissed. He was just like, they're killing babies. And he was like so mad I had to leave. It was insane. Like, I've never seen.
Well,
like,
he's not even like, your parents weren't even super religious growing up. Like, my family was the religious family.
I never went to church once with my parents.
You went with me and mine. But yeah. Yeah, it's wild.
It's insane. More recently, like, they've just become so angry at everyone and everything. I haven't talked to them since before Christmas, so I don't know how they're handling Biden's win.
Oh boy.
I'm sure they probably think it was stolen. I don't know. Sometimes they randomly latch on to MAGA talking points, and sometimes they will like not believe them. I don't get what it is, but it really wouldn't surprise me if they were just full cult right now.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like, I told you that, like, when I went no contact with my parents, it was over the phone. And the reason I went no contact was because the argument I was having with them devolved into my mom making fun of the way I talk and telling me I sounded like a surfer dude from California and just going, and them screaming at me because I lost my job. I lost my job at a casino during COVID because it shut down and I was furloughed and then eventually let go because they only brought back half their staff. And that was my fault, apparently. And I remember the whole end of the conversation the last time I talked to my mom, her just being like, well, why don't you just get a fucking job, you fucking loser? And I just remember being like, you haven't had a job since 1986. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's...
Yeah, literally, your mom.
It just makes me want to bang my head against the gas. I mean, you've known my mom since you were 11. Like, she's never had a job.
Yeah.
She's had side shit, which she doesn't report to the IRS, by the way.
Yeah.
Blow her out on that.
Careful. The IRS is a dangerous entity.
I don't give a fuck. Look, my mom was a professional photographer, and then she made stupid fucking cups for like 2 years. She made at least 10K of that a year and never reported to the IRS. Fuck you.
Oof.
Take that. Have fun.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
And I have no problem saying this at all, because the last things my parents did to me was threaten to find out where I live and beat the shit out of me.
Oh,
and
yeah. Didn't your dad also say he was going to drive down to DC?
Yeah, my dad wanted to be part of the whole storming the Capitol thing. It's and I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah.
I have no contact with them anymore, but like, I'm safe. I they don't know where I live. Only one family member knows where I live, and he wouldn't sell me out on that. So
that's good at least.
I trust that he wouldn't. But hey, I'm not gonna be part of my sister's wedding in July, and that would have been tacky as hell anyway, because she's tacky as fuck. So I don't care.
Damn, but true. But yeah,
not just to come in here and rag on my family, but we gotta have some.
I mean, they've threatened to beat the shit out of you for voting for Biden.
He could.
Yeah. Yeah. We're the same age, Somnio.
Yeah. So I'm 30, Somnio. So I don't know. I always like to throw it in their face, like, hey, they always wanted to like physically check me. I is the way I put it. I mean, you were there one time, like in our 20s, I think, where my dad like pushed me to the ground over some dumb shit.
Oh yeah.
That one night that I've repressed and just remembered. but it's to the point where they're like, you can't handle shit. Like they told me like I can't get a job because I can't handle the stress. They do their best to find your insecurities, and they pick at them and pick at them and pick at them, sometimes in small ways and sometimes over years, until you don't even know if it's something wrong with you or if you're being gaslit. And I realized earlier last year that I was basically I was a victim of gaslighting for a very long time.
Yeah.
And I decided to not let it happen anymore. And hey, that's what happens. But sometimes if you have the means to get away from that situation, then do it. Because I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, cutting toxic people out of your life is really difficult to do, but it is worth it. Like, especially when it's something like that, where it's like, they have a different perception of reality. So almost every conversation you end up having with them ends up being them constantly assaulting your understanding of reality, which no matter how much verifying or non-verifying you do, it doesn't matter. They believe that there's a cabal of pedophiles, and it's just like, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
I never asked them if they believed in Pizzagate. I'm sure they probably do.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Pizzagate.
I think Biden is a pedophile, so like.
Yeah, I mean Biden's a pedophile is like that's like usually now. Some people come there because they're like, oh, he's been weird to people on stage or whatever. But
like I'm not
people
gonna
come there because of Q. So it's
Biden is a creepy old hair sniffing man. I can't say he's not. He definitely is.
True.
But
true.
That pedophile is a stretch.
Yeah.
Then again, they voted for Donald Trump, who might be possibly.
Donald Trump famously quoted saying, Jeffy Epstein likes girls even younger than I do. Looking at the camera.
Yeah. Right? Like they voted for a known daughter fucker.
Yeah, it's very weird. I mean, yeah. Yeah,
I don't know.
Serial
Anyway,
sexual assaultist. Yeah.
That's pretty much it. I mean, there's a bunch more like random little things, but that's pretty much it. Like essentially Donald Trump and his MAGA movement essentially ruined my relationship with my family.
Yeah.
It's very sad. But at the end of the day, like I'm a pretty big proponent in the fact that you get to choose your family. Like I don't give a fuck about blood. I don't give a shit if you're blood related to me.
Mm-hmm.
If you're an asshole, then I don't want to know you. But people like you and people like my partner and people like our longtime friend Alex are those are the people that are my family.
Yeah.
Not the people that gave birth to me, that don't give a shit about me, that wanted me to be homeless. A quote from my mom is, maybe if you're living on the street, you'll realize that you should get a job. So
when you were
fuck
furloughed because of COVID,
right?
Because your casino went under temporarily.
Woo-hoo, yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Well, hey, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story. I love you very much. And let's talk soon, okay?
Absolutely. Anytime you want.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
I'm so glad we ended up talking. I love getting to talk with Retcon. Retcon, for those of you who don't know, Retcon is my best friend of 20 years who I consider my brother. We're not related by blood, but you choose your family, you know? Retcon is my brother functionally in every way. And we've been together for a long time. Like again, almost 20 years now. Let's see. It would have been when I was like Yeah, almost. We're like 19 years. Found family. Yep. Yep. So we've been through a lot, and we've lived together. We've traveled all over the country together. It's been, yeah. 3rd grade. Yep. 3rd grade. Yeah, it would have been, Jesus, I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Yeah, that was when we first met, though we weren't friends until 4th grade. But yeah. Yep. Yeah, agreed, Jessica Metal, 100%. Not even store-bought, just found. Yep. Oh, so the video pings aren't working, huh? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, foraged family, yeah. Yeah, I know. Oh, I know that feeling, Retcon. Jesus Christ. Sometimes I feel like that even about my dad, and my dad wasn't even that good to me, you know? But sometimes I miss the way it used to be when I was able to talk to him about stuff, even if he's kind of a psycho. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's a bit of survivor's guilt, yeah. It's like, yeah, or something like that. Yeah. Aw, much hugs to you too, Billy. Yeah, I agree. Yep. True, goddess trans girl. Yep. No, this is the Aber, this is the opposite of doomer pilled. This is the opposite of doomer pilled. This is bloomer pilled. This is the fact that there is hope. That even if your family of blood doesn't work out, you can find love and care together in a community, in friends, in people that you love, that you find in the world. That's the cool thing about humans. Humans have transcended just genetics. You know what I mean? No joke, we have. Humans have transcended genetics in a lot of ways. We tell our stories and we share things with one another regardless of whatever genetics would have limited us to before. Our relationships aren't tied to whatever genetics are in our bodies like many creatures are, you know, in the world. We can build families based on working together well. And you don't even have to have kids to do that. You can have an influence in your community. You can teach people who exist in your community who aren't related to you at all. And it is just as legitimate. In fact, it could be more legitimate than the blood relationships. Because remember, blood relationships only transmit a very specific type of information. The blood relationships transmit how to build a human body and how to build a human brain. But everything else, all of the ideas we store up here have to be transferred to us from one human to another by means of communication. And those relationships are that's where the real meat and potatoes of human society exists. It exists in our minds. It exists in the things that we create. It exists in the stories that we write, the information that we share with one another, and the things that we teach one another. So yeah, yep, very much so. The blood of the oath is thicker than the water of the womb. Yes, yep, that's the original saying as far as I understand it. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, happy times. And guess what? Even in hard times, you can find happiness together. And that's one of the cool things about having a cool online community. It's one of my favorite things is that there's been some genuinely awesome connections made, and it's really good. Yeah, wholesome pills, exactly. So we have some more stuff to discuss. We have about 1 hour. We have 1 hour before it's time for the interview. So we're going to look at something else because I want to talk about some stuff. I want to talk about some, yes, true, Ziggy. That's completely true though. Like there is like, okay, something that I was really inspired by. If any of you have ever seen the movie Paris is Burning, which is a really, it's a sad but also important film about LGBTQ history, okay? It's a really good movie. I highly recommend watching it. There was a tradition in drag communities of making houses. Like they would literally call them like House Ninja or House Octavia, or whatever. And it would literally be literal houses of queer people who didn't have families who would live together and take care of one another. And, yeah. And so like those things are legitimate. These sort of like clans, a dead body in her closet? Darianne Corey? Darianne Corey? Which one was that? Who is that? Wait, I don't remember who this was. Well, I don't know. Was one of the people like... Yeah. Oh, weird. I didn't know about that. Like a literal corpse in the closet. Interesting. I don't know. I can't remember which person that was from the movie. I can't remember which person that was from the film. Yeah. But I mean, hey. Sam Cedar went on bad faith? Yeah, I think Sam Cedar did go on bad faith, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Wild. The older lady? Oh. Interesting. Nonetheless, very, very... It was a suspected abuser? Oh, wow. That's wild. But regardless, the movie is nonetheless incredibly interesting. Yeah, it's a really fucking good one. Wait. Oh, Amy's watching it right now? Oh, boy. Jesus Christ. Let's talk about something. You know what? You want to do a little bit of politics, everybody? You want to do some motherfucking politics? Because we have some more politics to talk about. First, we have some hope pill. And then we have to look over, so we got to do some analysis. Do you want to see the hope pill first? Because I got some more fucking politics for you. And then we have an interview. We're going to do about an hour-long interview. And then we're going to be done for the night. But we have quite a bit more to go still, so that's great. The interview is going to be really interesting, by the way. We are talking to... we're going to be talking to Lyss, who is a academic anarchist, like hardcore, big brain, studying the history of anarchism. Super cool. So yeah, let's take a look at this. This came out just yesterday. Public Citizen supports bipartisan constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. U.S. Reps Ted Deutsch, Democrat Florida, Jim McGovern, Democrat Mass, Jamie Raskin, Democrat MD. I don't even remember what fucking that is. MD? Montana. What? Maryland? Maryland. Jesus Christ. Fuck, my brain is like blanking hard. John Katko. I kept thinking Minnesota for some reason. Whatever. But yeah, it's MD. I always forget MD is Maryland. John Katko, Republican, New York, today reintroduced a bipartisan constitutional amendment to get big money out of politics and restore democratic power to the American people. The Democracy for All Amendment reaffirms the right of states and the federal government to pass laws that regulate spending in elections, reversing the concentration of political influence held by the wealthiest Americans and large corporations capable of spending billions of dollars in our elections. This legislation comes on the 11th anniversary of the U.S. Supreme Court's disastrous ruling in the Citizens United case, which gave corporations and America's wealthiest individuals the ability to corrupt our elections and undermine our democracy. Co-sponsors include Nanette Barragan, Joy Beatty, Suzanne Bonamici, Brendan Boyle, Val Demings, Ruben Gallego, Johanna Hayes, Alan Lowenthal, Stephen Lynch, Chris Pappas, Dean Phillips, Shelley Pinegri. Oh, that's the person from Maine. And Norma Torres. So here we go. The Supreme Court's decision in Citizens United put an unacceptable price of admission on American democracy. We cannot allow the wealthiest individuals and corporations to flood our elections with cash through complex webs of super PACs and dark money groups that put special interests above the will of the American people. Americans overwhelmingly support stronger gun laws to keep our communities safe, action on climate change to preserve our planet, and a fair economy that doesn't leave the most vulnerable behind or deny people basic needs like healthcare and a living wage. Unfortunately, big money in our politics gets in the way time and time again. Limitless campaign spending makes it harder for Washington to solve problems and opens the door to corruption. To ensure that our elections produce a democracy for all, we must overturn Citizens United and get big money out of our elections. True, though. Extremely true. Look at how many comments there are on this. Wild. There's actually a decent amount of support. Is the HR number? Yes, it is. It is. HJ Res 1. HJ. The Democracy for All Amendment. It's an HJ. Here you go. Bam. What's this? We got a Baltimore Sun thing? Hold on, what's this? Rep. Andy Harris had a gun at the House checkpoint. Aide says the lawmaker had been threatened. What the fuck? That was today, just a little bit ago. What the fuck? U.S. Capitol Police are investigating a report that Representative Andy Harris of Maryland was stopped outside the House chamber with a gun, the latest Republican lawmaker to run afoul of heightened security screening. Yo, what the fuck? They did not deny the statements by the Capitol official and the eyewitness that he was stopped because he was carrying a gun. These people? Holy shit. Huh. Jesus Christ. Members are permitted to carry guns on the Capitol grounds, including the building itself, but not in the chamber. He never carried a firearm on the House floor. He has a Maryland handgun permit. Okay, so here's a funny thing. I know this is silly, but just so you know, there was a Pizzagate protest? No, I didn't see that. Oh my God. But just so you know, these people are like, this type of shit is so bad for gun rights. You know that these Republicans always try to claim that they're for gun rights, but trying to bring a gun to the Capitol building is like guaranteed to make people think worse about guns. Like, these people hurt gun rights in America. Yeah, if you think you need a gun at the Capitol, you're an idiot. Yeah, it's true. Yep, the fastest way to get gun control is to try to bring a fucking gun into the Capitol during a time when it's been fucking, when the Capitol has been targeted. This is so stupid. Yep. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. Oh no, you're right. This is like fucking, this was like from a couple days ago. Jesus Christ. Looks like there was one. Street preachers protesting at Comet Ping Pong and Pizza. This is the Pizzagate place that they're obsessed with. This fucking place. Wow, that's interesting. Lawboy, if that, I hope this has a chance to pass. That would be incredible. Do you know how incredible it would be if we were able to overturn Citizens United? Do you know how crazy that would be? You know, Citizens United has like completely fucked our politics, right? Like, our politics have gotten notably worse. Yeah. Seriously. They've gotten notably worse. Too many ghouls in Congress? Yeah, probably true, but hey. Now This? I don't know anything about Now This. Not really. I don't know much about Now This. Public Citizen is mostly for opinion stuff, but they can be very valuable. It's an advocacy org. They're pretty good. Couldn't it also be ratified by 35 states? Yeah, probably. I don't remember all of the exact proceedings right now, but nonetheless, I think it would be very promising. There's been a couple of promising things that have been coming out so far of the Biden, of the change of administration. I wouldn't necessarily say directly out of the Biden administration, but nonetheless, there's been some encouraging things. And this Citizens United thing, yeah, the Citizens United thing is really, really encouraging. Even if it doesn't make it, it's still very good. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to make meaningful change until Citizens United is removed. I mean, it can still happen. There can still be some meaningful change, but Citizens United basically is, Citizens United is the ruling that makes it possible for billions and billions of dollars to be dumped into campaigns like, you know, what's his name? Mike fucking whatever, Mike Bloomberg, and all that. So it's worth being excited about the fact that there is currently a discussion going on about possibly a constitutional amendment. Even if it doesn't necessarily succeed, it does show that there's pressure rising. So that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. Getting rid of Citizens United would be so good. It would reduce, now, of course, it's not going to fix all the problems. There's still a lot of ways to get money into politics, even without Citizens United. Yes, Citizens United is often referred to as the decision that defines corporations as people, giving corporations the right to free speech, aka they can create super PACs, which can then give a fucking lot of money that completely unaccountably without any government oversight. It prevents states from restricting election spending, like basically every sane country does. Yes, we're like one of the only democratic countries in the world that doesn't restrict election spending. We restrict election spending by individuals, but we don't restrict election spending by political action committees or political action. What are they called? Political Action Committee? PAC is a political action committee, right? Or is it Confederation? Anyway, it's something like that. It's I can't remember what the C stands for. Committee. I think it's committee. But we also have a thing called super PACs. And a super PAC is basically when corporations make a political action committee, and a bunch of corporations are able to keep their donations limited. So you can still donate to politics via PACs, even without Citizens United, but super PACs are only possible because of Citizens United. Super PACs are where the big money comes from. Super PACs are huge. Biden had a fuckload of super PAC support. I don't think Bernie had any, or maybe he had one super PAC that supported him. But yeah. Oh, I think we should push for that, Aber. Pushing for public housing advocacy is huge. In fact, I think that public housing advocacy is probably easier to sell than UBI. Yeah, I think it was the nursing union super PAC. Yep. Yeah, I think it was a union super PAC. But it's like, okay, so he's got union love. Okay. It's one. I think Joe Biden had 9, if I remember correctly, 9 super PACs that supported him. It's pretty wild. It's pretty fucking wild. Yeah. Pretty fucking wild. I just saw this that I was tagged in. Hey, this is good, Schlibbity. This is funny. I just got tagged in this. Wait, why isn't it showing? Hold on. Wait, what the? Hey, there we go. That's well done. Well done, Schlibbity. Well done. Aw, have a good day, Billy Mac. Have a good day. Hope you enjoy your listening to your album. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Yo! Look at this! Look at this! Holy shit! This is awesome! We got fan art! Purple Beachan! This is amazing! Holy shit, I gotta check this out. I bet this would work great. Okay, I'm gonna have to test this thing out. Let's see, I gotta save that. That's so good. I wonder if this would... I bet this would be even easier to read as an emote than the actual picture. Holy shit. Dr. Phil? Yeah, he does. The guy looks like Dr. Phil. Yeah, I bet we could do this. Okay, I'm gonna have to experiment with that. Holy shit, that's awesome. Holy shit. Oh, that's so cool. Dr. Phil, the church militant? Yeah, exactly. Fucking church militant. These motherfuckers. Jesus Christ. I've been tagged in something on the server. Holy shit, this is so good. Can we get the fish head on site chat? Maybe, Corvus. I guess people do like it a lot. I guess we can put the fish head on there. Yeah, well, I guess it can't hurt. All right, I'll put fish head on there. You made those other emotes? Wait, which emotes? Which emotes? Did you send me more? So great. This looks so good. Yeah, I guess we could put fish on there. We could put fish head on there, I think. That'd be fun. That'd be really fun. For sure. Sick. Okay, so there's one other thing I wanted to talk about before we do our interview. Okay, everybody? We got to take a look. We got to take a look at Biden's executive orders. Are you all ready? It is time for the Biden review. We're going to be judgy, and we're going to be judgy bitches, and we're going to talk about what Joe Biden has done, whether any of it is really that good, or if there's anything actually cool in there. So let's do it. Let's go over it, and let's talk about it, okay? 17 executive orders, 17th letter of the alphabet. Oh my God. Oh, channel suggestions? Let me see. Let's take a look. Gotta check my channel suggestions. Aw, those are cute. Aw, thank you. All right, let's do this. Let's do it. The first lefty criticism of the year. Is it? Is it? I don't know. Maybe. I think I've done a bit. Here's what's in the American Rescue Plan. Beefed up stimulus payments. The plan calls for sending another $1,400 per person to eligible recipients. Okay, we've talked about this. This is fucking cheesy as fuck. This money would be in addition to the $600 payments that were approved by Congress in December and sent out earlier this month for a total of $2,000. Lame. The new payments would go to adult dependents that were left out of the earlier rounds, like some children over the age of 17. It would also include households with mixed immigration status after the first round of 1,200 left out spouses of undocumented immigrants who do not have social security numbers. This is actually good. This part is good. That means that these new checks will go to people who they're not going to be as means tested. This is actually kind of good. This is actually kind of good. This, shit. But this, the first part, shit. Wait, this part, shit. What the fuck? This part, not shit. Okay, so that's good. The American Rescue, I know, it's so cringe, law boy. I know, it's so bad. Yeah, and those people will not get 2,000. That's true. It's another technicality, but hey, we're trying to review these. We've already done the whole 2,000 talk. So this edition about going to adult dependents that were left out of earlier rounds, that means, just so you all know, like, that means, like, people who aren't married but who live with their partner but who don't necessarily have a job or whatever could get money. That's actually really good. That's actually really, really good. Yeah, it's really good. I know a lot of people who weren't. Yeah, people who didn't necessarily file taxes. It's actually very good. Yeah, and file your taxes, of course. More money to more people is good, even if it's not as much as we'd like. So we can say that's a good thing. And also, on the other hand, the other nice thing, the one nice thing to notice about this is that it is a reduction of means testing, which is good, which is not Biden-like, to be completely honest. Most of the time, Biden and Kamala Harris have been all about means testing, but this is reduced means testing. Still a little means tested, but it's reduced, and that's a good sign. All right, so let's move on to here. Biden would increase the federal boost the jobless receive to $400 a week from the $300 weekly enhancement contained in Congress's relief package from December. He would also extend the payments along with two key pandemic unemployment programs through September. This applies to those in the Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation Program, the PUC. I guess they didn't think that one out. PUC, P-E-U-C, PUC, who have exhausted their regular state jobless payments, and in the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, PUA, pickup artists. Oh, God. They also didn't think that one through. Which provides benefits to the self-employed, independent contractors, gig workers, and certain people affected by the pandemic. Lawmakers only provided an additional 11 weeks of support in the December package, which will last until March. This is weak. They should have fixed this. Only going until March? This shit is not even over, not even close. This shit's not even going to be close to over by March. They need to fix this. This needs to be fixed. However, an additional $100 a week increase is actually good. This is good. Now, of course, unemployment aid is super, super means tested. So we have to recognize that this, in my opinion, this money should just go into the checks. Why don't they just take this money and put it into the checks that everybody gets? Well, because bumping up unemployment aid lets you means test it. There's a lot of people who don't, if you weren't currently looking for a job and you didn't previously have a job, well, then you can't get unemployment, and unemployment aid requires you to do all this fucking annoying paperwork that can take a lot of time out of your life. If you don't have that time, it sucks. Also, unemployment aid doesn't help disabled people, which is a big deal. It's actually really bad that these things aren't necessarily going to help people. Hey, yo, that's awesome, Retcon. Congratulations. By the way, you guys literally got me almost hit my end of February follow goal on Twitch. Y'all are based as fuck. It's true. The imps are very loving, Retcon. The imps are very, very loving indeed. I don't understand why we wouldn't put all of our resources into the vaccine. Like, why not like 90% of our spending? We'd get rid of it. Well, that's complicated. The vaccine isn't the only thing that's going to get rid of it. Keep in mind that requires everybody to get the vaccine, and we already know that a lot of people aren't going to be getting the vaccine. Yes, my imps are based. It's true. It's true. And you're very welcome, Retcon. We love you. In a communal way. Well, me, I love you as a brother, and for everybody else in a communal way. Also the fact that people who do get disability checks aren't allowed to make more than 2K or so it's fucked. Except for when you rickroll me, that is true. The new strains are spreading, and that's really bad. But yeah. You can't actually take it? Oh, I'm sorry, Glooby. I know some people can't, yeah. Some people still can't, but that's why everyone else is going to get taken care of. Everyone else is going to get the vaccine so you don't have to worry about it. Yeah. Hashimoto's, yeah. Memes are good. All right, let's continue. So again, maybe we should make a document. Maybe we should make a document. Do you want to give Biden based and unbased points? I don't know. That would be fun, right? I don't know. Is that fun? I don't know. Is that boring? That's boring. Fuck it. All right. So this is kind of, you want me to do it? You want me to do it? All right, fine. Hold on. Give me a second. All right, we'll do it. We'll give him a point system. Let's give him here. We'll even high effort this shit. Here we go. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. Hold on a second. I got an idea here. Ready? We're gonna give him pompos for when he does good, and we're gonna give him mama malds for when he does bad. So here we go. Let's create this, and then we need to make a stamp. How do we make our own stamp? Can we? Here, it'll be easy. Here's what we do. We're gonna go like this, and we're gonna give him a pompo. Here we go. There's one pompo. Here we go. And then we're going to give him a mama mald for when he fucking does bad. Here we go. Boop. Here we go. All right, hold on a second here. Where's the move tool? Move tool, here we go. Boop. Boop. Oh no, shit. Now I need to pick the other one. Here we go. Okay. Oh no, that's not right. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh shit. How do I do the eraser in this thing? I'm still learning this new program. Please forgive me. Look, see, I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it, all right? Listen, I'm working on it, okay? Here. I need to get the eraser tool, but I don't remember where it is in this damn app. Here, I could just do this. Change it to white. We'll go. There we go. Erased. Okay. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to use the move tool. We need to draw first. We need to go into the layer 1. And then we need to go with the draw tool. We go based. Wait, hold on. I need a red. Red for based. 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 And then we go cringe over here. Cringe. Whoosh. Whoosh. Okay? So now we get this. We're going to move. Ah, no, that's not correct. That's not what's supposed to happen. I forgot. This one doesn't have... Okay, we can lock this one now. And then we can go like this. Here we go. We got to put one pompo over in the base department. And we got to put one mama mald over in the cringe department. No. I switched it. Okay? There we go. And now we can copy and paste as needed. Okay. So let's go like this. Here we go. Okay, we'll have to close this and we'll have to go like this. Okay, so we had, let's see, we gave him 1 based for this part, 1 cringe for this part. We gave him 1 based for this part and 1 cringe for this part. Well, I don't think this gets a based. This is just kind of okay. So this one will be a cringe. So we need to get a second cringe on there. Let's put a second cringe in. Ready? Copy and paste. How do we do this? Why can't I do this? Copy the layer. Paste the layer. There we go. Whoop. So there we go. He's got 2 cringe points so far. Yeah, the base department implies the existence of a cringe department. You're not wrong, though. You aren't wrong. All right, let's get back into it. Rental assistance and eviction moratorium. The plan would provide... Wait, where's my biggie transparency? There we go. The plan would provide $25 billion in rental assistance for low and moderate income households who have lost jobs during the pandemic. Ooh. So you only can get rental assistance if you've lost your job. That's in addition to the $25 billion lawmakers provided in December. Well, okay, so that is a lot of money. Another $5 billion would be set aside to help struggling renters pay their utility bills. Biden is also calling for $5 billion to help states and localities assist those at risk of experiencing homelessness. The plan would extend the federal eviction moratorium set to expire at the end of January to September 30, as well as allowing people with federally guaranteed mortgages to apply for forbearance until the 30th. Holy shit, Redcon, that's bullshit. Okay, so this shit, kind of cringe, not gonna lie. They only are providing rental assistance to those who have lost their jobs. Although, we know that people are struggling with bills because they haven't been able to work as much and because their cost of living has gone up because they have to pay for deliveries and all kinds of stuff like that. Now, this also is fine. This is actually kind of based. This one seems good, but we don't know how good it actually is. Okay, so this is old. Now, this, I will say, extending the federal eviction moratorium to September 30th is actually good. That means people don't have to worry about being evicted until the 30th of September. So we're going to give him 2 cringes and 1 based. Does that sound fair, chat? Does that sound fair? 2 cringes and 1 based? I think that's fair. So let's do as on monitor. Here we go. Bam. We got 2 cringes. Boop. And then we have 1 based. Oh, oops. Bing. There we go. All right. So far, we got 4 cringe points and 2 based points. All right. That's pretty decent. What is this low rent MS Paint shit? Listen, I am not an artist. This is just for our own fun, okay? This is just for our own fun. Yeah, let's do this. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to the political analysis, okay? Help for the hungry. Biden would extend the 15% increase in food stamp benefits through September instead of having it expire in June. He would invest another $3 billion to help women, infants, and children secure food. That means a WIC expansion. And give U.S. territories $1 billion in nutrition assistance. And he would partner with restaurants to provide food to needy Americans and jobs to laid-off restaurant workers. That takes away a cringe? No, that adds 1 based. But his benefits are super means-tested. Yeah. So, 15% increase in food stamps. Is there anybody in chat? Is there anybody in chat who's on food stamps? Is there anybody in chat who's on food stamps? Is there anybody here? Okay, Jessica Metal, how much approximately would be a 15% increase for you? Do you have an idea of how much a 15% increase will be? It's like next to nothing. It's like $10. So this is like, for like a family, this is like $70 a month for 2 extra months or 3 extra months. This is a cringe. I'm sorry, but this is a cringe. This is like giving people 1 loaf of bread when they're starving. Sorry, this one is a cringe. Yeah, $30. What the fuck? $30? And this is an extension. Trump already did this. This is just an extension of what Trump already did. Yeah, it is literally meal vouchers that airlines give you during a layover. Yeah, this is a cringe. It'd give you an extra 75. Hey, that's something. But not everyone's going to be in that position, you know? So I'm going to give that one. Sorry, we're going to have to say that one is a motherfucking cringe, okay? That one is a motherfucking... Wait, no, that's the wrong one. I got to copy... Hold on. We got to copy this one. And then we got to go... There we go. We got to give that another cringe point. Even the number itself is cringe. True, 15%. What the fuck? Now you get a slice of cheese. True. It's definitely, yeah, it's nothing. It's just an extension. It's not an additional. It's exactly, if you're on food stamps, you're not getting any more. You just get it a little bit longer. Oh, maybe I should. Maybe I should do that. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. I should recolor this. Here. Let's make, wait. The cringe needs to be blue for the Democrats. And this needs to be glorious red for the communist that we like. Here, we'll even do it like this. We'll do it really cool. Ready? Look at that. It's ANCOM. There we go. Based. Here, we got to get the red. There we go. Based. Bing. There we go. ANCOM. I wish I could highlight that, but I can't do that. That's too complicated. Here we go. More money for child care and child tax credits. The plan calls on Congress to create a $25 billion emergency fund and add $15 billion to an existing grant program to help child care providers, including family child care homes, to pay for rent, utilities, and payroll, and increased costs associated with the pandemic like PPE. It also proposes expanding the child care tax credit for 1 year so that families will get back as much as half of their spending on child care for children under the age of 13. That, I don't know, folks. I don't know, folks. This feels weak. It is $25 billion emergency fund, which is good here. But a child care tax credit? Like, tax credits aren't even going to be helpful until next year. So you're getting your money back, but you might already be dead by then. I feel like tax credits are, like, definitionally cringe in this situation. Do we agree with that? Yeah, I think this one's a cringe. I think this is going to be a cringe. Yeah, I think this has got to be a cringe. Oh, wait. Hold on. This is part of it. They double listed it. Oh, no. These are 2 tax credits. That's going to be a cringe. I'm going to give them 1 cringe because these are 2 of the same thing. I don't know if it would apply this tax season. That's hard to say. Well, it's definitely at least 1 cringe point. Damn. Damn. It's definitely at least 1 cringe point. Subsidies for health insurance premiums. Biden is also calling on Congress to subsidize through September the premiums of those who lost their work-based health insurance. He wants to increase and expand the Affordable Care Act's premium subsidies so that enrollees don't have to pay more than 8.5% of their income for coverage, which is also one of his campaign promises. The law is facing a challenge from Republican-led states that is currently before the Supreme Court. Also, he wants Congress to provide $4 billion for mental health and substance use disorder services and $20 billion to meet the healthcare needs of veterans. This part, cringe. But at the same time, yeah, what if you don't have health insurance? This is, again, this is means tested. You only get this benefit if You lost your work-based health insurance. If you're still working, but your health insurance costs have gone up because you've had to go to the hospital because of COVID, you don't get this benefit. You don't get this benefit if you're already paying 8.5% of your income, and that's too much. Now, I will say, $4 billion for mental health and substance use services and $20 billion to meet healthcare needs of veterans. This is kind of good, actually. This is pretty decent. This doesn't seem to be particularly means tested, which that's good. So I say 1 based and 1 cringe, because this is cringe as fuck. Yeah, this is 1 based and 1 cringe. Yep. So we're going to give him another cringe, which is not looking good for Joe right now. He's got a lot of cringes. But we will give him another based, because I mean, we got to give credit where credit is due. Yeah? Old cringy Joe over here. There we go. Oh no, it moved. Oops. There we go. All right. So cringe, it should be 2 cringes. Nah, it's okay. I think it's 1. Restoration of emergency paid leave. This plan would reinstate the paid sick and family leave benefits that expired at the end of December until September 30th. Wow. Okay, this is actually good. It would extend the benefit to workers employed at businesses with more than 500 employees and less than 50, as well as federal workers who were excluded from the original program. Under Biden's proposal, people who are sick or quarantining or caring for a child whose school is closed will receive 14 weeks of paid leave covered by the government. The government will reimburse employers with fewer than 500 workers for the full cost of providing the leave. Wow, this is actually good. This is actually really good, actually. Unironically, okay, this is still means tested, but this is good. Also, this has the potential to stick around forever. I want to talk about that, Rioma, but we're talking about Joe Biden right now. So this is a based. In fact, I think this is 2 based, because here's the reason why I think this is 2 based. Listen, not only does this extend it for a year functionally, I mean, it extends it from now until September. That's a lot of months of paid family leave benefits, but also it mandates that only the smaller companies are going to get money from the government for this, but the big companies have to do it nonetheless. That is good. That is really good. That's pretty good. So I'm going to say this one's a double based. We're going to give 2 based for Joe on this one. Joe, you're climbing up. Could you come back from behind here and win the based award of the day? I'm going to give him 2 for that, because that's really good. Good job, Joe. Damn. Good. He's sneaking on up. It's the primary all over again. Joe sneaking up where you least expect it. Finally, something that doesn't have a cringe portion. I mean, there's a little bit of inherent cringe in that this is ultimately means tested as fuck, but hey, that's okay. All right, more assistance for small businesses. The plan calls for providing $15 billion to create a new grant program for small business owners, separate from the existing Paycheck Protection Program. It also proposes making a $35 billion investment in some state, local, tribal, and nonprofit financing programs that make low-interest loans and provide venture capital to entrepreneurs. Ooh. $15 billion for small business owners. But this is kind of cool. This is like a no strings attached government small business inspiration. And it does support nonprofits explicitly. This is kind of dumb, providing venture capital to entrepreneurs. This seems really weird to me. What does this mean? And also, low interest, not no interest. Chat vote on this one. Is this based or cringe? I could go either way. This part is a based, but this part kind of feels like a cringe. We think it's both? Oh, if it's a tie, we'll have to put one of each. You lean towards based. Okay. We don't have to be nice to Joe Biden, you know. Ooh, we're pushing into the not based category. This feels kind of shady. The low interest and venture capital terminology is very weird. Why is the government providing venture capital? All right, we're giving that a non-based. All right, the chat has spoken. The people have spoken. I've seen enough. This is a cringe. And I think I agree with that at the end of the day, because I think it's creepy that the government wants to provide venture capital. That smells like neoliberalism, real bad. The fact that they want to make money off of people who are desperately trying to keep their businesses afloat is real weird. Low interest loans, not zero interest loans, and venture capital for entrepreneurs. Very weird. Yeah. Yeah, it's not necessarily awful. This part's okay, but I don't know enough about the Paycheck Protection Program. Yeah, it's weird. Makes me sus. All right. Aid for states and schools. Biden wants to send $350 billion to state, local, and territorial governments to keep their frontline workers employed, distribute the vaccine, increase testing, and reopen schools and maintain vital services. Asked during a call with reporters whether states could use the funds to offset declines in tax revenue spurred by the pandemic, a senior Biden administration official did not clarify. The aid is intended to be flexible, however, an official told CNN later. Additional assistance to states has been among the most controversial elements of the congressional rescue packages, with Democrats looking to add to the $150 billion in the March legislation and Republicans resisting such efforts. The December package ultimately dropped an initial call to include $160 billion. Biden's plan would also give $20 billion to the hardest-hit public transit agencies to help avert layoffs and cutting off routes. The plan would provide an additional $170 billion to K-12 schools, colleges, and universities to help them reopen and operate safely or facilitate remote learning. Congress approved $82 billion in aid for schools in December. Okay, I think this is a based. $350 billion to go directly into schools and transportation authorities. That sounds really good. This sounds actually good. Like they're just giving money where it's needed. And it sounds like they're open to it being flexible, which is a really good thing. Yeah, I think this is a based. All right, I think we got a based. Good job, Joe. You got another based. This is a based. Yeah, I think this is a based. Reopening schools, but it said reopen or remote. So that sounds good to me. That sounds like they're going to be pushing people to be able to fund advanced remote learning. That's good. In my opinion, that's good. Yeah, that is terrible. Yeah, that is true. Marinara in 404. Yeah, companies like Hallmark are in the top 20. Yeah, these giant corporations until charter schools get it. But I think this isn't state funds. So I doubt that there's going to be a lot of this going to, I doubt that this is going to be, like a lot of this is going to be going to, what's it called? Private schools or anything. This is going to states. You see, this is going directly to state governments, and state governments can do a lot of good with this type of money. So that's kind of good. An increased support for vaccines and testing, investing $20 billion in a national vaccination program, including launching community vaccination centers around the country and mobile units in hard-to-reach areas. Biden would also increase federal support to vaccinate Medicaid enrollees. The proposal would also invest $50 billion in testing, providing funds to purchase rapid tests, expand lab capacity, and help schools implement regular testing to support reopening. It would also fund the hiring of 100,000 public health workers, nearly tripling the community health workforce. It would address health disparities by expanding community health centers and health services on tribal lands. Wow, that's actually good. And it would provide support to long-term care facilities experiencing outbreaks and to prisons for mitigation strategies. Hey, this is a based. This one's a based. Now, $20 billion's a little low, but that would establish a national vaccination program, and that's good. That's actually good. This is a national public vaccination program. And it would invest in mobile units to go out to remote areas, and it specifically appears to be targeting health services on tribal lands and mitigating prison damage, which we would love to get rid of prisons entirely, But this is pretty good. 50 billion in testing and 20 billion in national vaccination program. This is good. This is actually good. I'm going to give him a based for this. Okay? I think we can say that's a based. That's actually based. Wow. Now, it's not nearly enough for prisons, but it is nice that it's being addressed. Biden is calling on Congress to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour and to end the tipped minimum wage and the sub-minimum wage for people with disabilities. Now this unironically is the biggest based of all. Now this is actually based. It's not good enough, but it's definitely good. This is based. 15-hour minimum wage. This is not temporary. And this is ending tipped minimum wage and the sub-minimum wage for people with disabilities. This is really good for disability rights. This is good. This is good. This is a based. And I'm going to make this one extra large. Let's resize this one. How do we do that? We got one biggie based. Oops. No. No! Hold on. There we go. Biggie based. All right. Let's do a final count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 based versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A 50-50? Nah, he doesn't get too based for that. We don't need to be that nice. A 50-50. All right. Now let's not get so excited because remember, 50-50 based versus cringe is not very good. I can't line them up. That is too much work. That is too much work. That's an F. That's still an F. That's still an F, which kind of hurts, doesn't it? Doesn't that kind of suck? So, but because we're not dooming out, yeah, it's better than I expected. It's definitely better than I expected. I'm not going to lie. When I heard about this stuff, I thought it was going to be all cringe. Hey, this fucking fly won't leave me alone. Go away. Go away, damn thing. There's another fly got in. I know. It's a different one. Don't worry. I got the last one. It's just, it got in. Okay. So, let's talk about this. So, we have Joe Biden with a 50-50. We gotta write in the, hold on, I gotta draw in this. We gotta draw in the based, 8 based. And we gotta give him 8 cringe as well. AKA F. C. Wait. See me after. Oops. It's hard to draw with a mouse. After class. There we go. So, yeah, sorry, but we got to tell Joe Biden to see me after class. Sorry. Let's be real here. Joe, good job on what you did get correct, but you need to study a little bit harder, okay? Oh, I could make Pompo stickers. That would be cool. That's something that's very, very doable. Yeah. See me after class, Joe Biden. Joe Biden, my dude, a lot of it is bad is because it's means tested. Yeah, but means tested is horrible. Do you know how miserable it is in the middle of a pandemic to try to deal with means tested programs when you're hungry, when you're sick? That's difficult. Means testing does more than just limit people based on random things. It also puts the pressure on the people who need help. And I've experienced this firsthand. Means testing is really difficult to deal with, and they almost always find ways to stop you. And it can mean if something happens that goes wrong in your mountains of paperwork that you need to do, is like it can mean the difference between being able to get food or not get food. Like, you can just get denied because of a random paperwork error. Yeah, you're good. What is means testing? Means testing is like when you have to provide like a fuckload of evidence, or here's an example of means testing. Means testing is SNAP benefits, but you only get SNAP benefits if you're a single adult under the age of 30 who makes between $17,000 and $21,000 a year, and you have 2 dependents, and then you can get SNAP benefits. It's stuff like that. And usually the big problem with means testing isn't just that there's like arbitrary limits put on something. It's that you also have to prove all of these things. So there's a really good clip. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find this clip real quick, because I'd love to show it with you. Let me see if I can find it. Here. Where is this? Let's see. I want to find over this. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Watch this.
I'll wait.
Oh, hey, this is now this. Hey, this is now this. The people they were talking about. This clip is really good. Let's watch it.
How much do you pay each month for?
So this is her reading off of an application for SNAP. Okay? This is really good. This is Katie Porter, who is based questioning people who were advocating for means-tested programs, and this is her grilling them on it.
Electricity.
Listen
and
to
how
this.
Often?
How often? Each month. I could get my phone out and check exactly, but it's probably about.
Would you?
Probably about $180 to $200 a month, depending on how many lights the kids leave on.
Tell me about your children. How many do you have, may I ask?
I have 3 children.
And they're school age?
They are not. One of them is in kindergarten.
And then the other 2 are younger. Great. How much and how often do you pay for sewer?
Once every 4 years when the septic truck comes to clean it out.
How much and how often do you pay for house insurance, homeowners insurance?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
How much and how often do you pay for homeowners insurance?
Let's see, that's once a year. I purchased that policy.
How many hours did you work weekly last week?
I don't know.
What is your hourly rate of, let me ask you this because I don't want to invade your privacy. Do you know your hourly rate of pay as you sit here today?
Yes, ma'am, I know how much I get paid.
Hourly?
I do not get paid hourly.
But you're going to need to know that. So do you know right now how much you get paid calculated as an hourly thing?
What does this have to do with the broad-based categorical
I respect, I actually get to ask the questions with all due respect, and you either can answer them or refuse to answer them, which is your prerogative. Do you know your gross pay before deductions?
I do.
Do you know what day of the week your paycheck is received on?
Yes, I do.
What day is that?
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Let's go.
This is Katie Porter grilling people on means testing. This gives you a good idea of what means testing is. So we're watching this so I can talk about this further.
Drew, do you know whether you own any certificates of deposit?
I know my financial situation quite well.
How about your account number for your IRA or 401k?
My account number? No, I don't have that handy, but I could get it in about 11 seconds.
Tick-tock. I'll wait.
I'm going to be respectful and keep my phone in my pocket as we're asked to do.
Okay, the reason I'm asking you all these things, Mr. Adolphson, is I want to show you what the Maine the state of Maine's application for food supplement looks like for SNAP.
Yes, ma'am. I ran that program for 4 years.
Okay, this is a 6-page application for SNAP. I asked you a handful of these questions to fill all of this out. There's so many pages, I'm dropping them. I apologize. This is a handful of what you would have to fill out. This is information that is much more
so many
extensive
times.
than, for example, I am required to provide in my congressionally mandated financial disclosures as a member of the House of
You
Representatives.
hear that? As a rep, she doesn't have to do this much paperwork. As a representative of the United States, you don't have to do this much paperwork.
To the American public.
Now, let me tell you, I have done this paperwork so many times, I can't even begin to tell you. I can't even begin to tell you how much I've done this paperwork. Like, it actually makes you go insane. It's designed to make you give up before you ever get the benefits, and they're incredibly invasive. You know how she asked about his account number for their retirement? You have to do that. You have to provide your account numbers for your bank accounts for all of this shit. It's ridiculous. Yes, they do that intentionally. Marinara says, there are a bunch of resources I failed to take advantage of in my life due to the overwhelming bureaucracy and paperwork. You want a real trip? Go look into how hard it is to get disability. It is so hard to get disability. There are so many landmines, and you can get denied for so many things that most people just never bother until they are going to die. It's pathetic. The way that we treat poor people in this country is, yeah, disability has like a 99% first-time rejection rate. Yep. I can't even explain to you how difficult it is without going into personal information. It's horrible. It's horrible. And this is why we're harsh on Joe Biden for means testing. So in case you are wondering why I give Joe Biden an F, even though he did do some base things in this thing, this is why. Because the status quo is monstrous. And Joe Biden, if he wants to win any love from the left or from the people of America, he's going to need to do better than monstrous. He's going to need to do better than the monstrous status quo. And that is not what we're seeing. Just so you know, my partner, because of something that was completely out of her control, lost her health coverage for 6 months of the year before last. 6 months in which she couldn't get the pills that she needed, and it wasn't anything to do with us. And we got bounced back and forth between a private insurance company and a state entity that refused to take responsibility for us, and all of it was on us. It's a way to make people be unable or not want to get benefits. And guess what? It's expensive. Means testing is expensive. Extremely expensive. Because you have to hire an army of bureaucrats to check through endless paperwork. You have to have a place to store this paperwork. You have to hire people who can expertly identify the information on the paperwork. You have to vet the paperwork. It costs more to do means testing than it would to just give the fucking money away. But guess what? There's an ideological reason for why they do means testing. Because they want you to bootstrap. They don't want you to become dependent, quote unquote, on the government. The government that you pay your taxes into. You shouldn't be dependent. You can pay for a firm to process your paperwork. It's more likely to pass. Yes, it is, because they will make sure everything's filled out. You know, when I was hungry, when I was literally didn't have money for food when I first moved to California, and we were getting food from a church food pantry. Did you know that the state refused my application twice because of a technicality? A technicality. Because my business statement of my income wasn't good enough. I submitted the exact same thing and explained it to them just a little bit, and they finally approved me. But that cost me a week of benefits. And it can do a lot more damage because I'm lucky. I'm lucky that I don't have anything that will kill me right away. Yeah, the self-employed forms. Yep. Yep, it's really difficult. These things are incredibly, incredibly difficult. Yep. It's sad. Yeah, it's stupid. Yes, the drug testing is ideological. It's ideological. You would lose money on drug testing, and that people still vote for this. It would cost more. And guess what? The anti-big government people push for those types of policies. The anti-big government people try to push for those policies because of ideology. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, 404. This type of shit happens every day. It's sick. It's disgusting. So if you're wondering why I told fucking Joe Biden that he needs to see me after class, it's because of this. This is precisely why. We cannot be lulled back to brunch by a couple of nice things being thrown our way. We can be happy about them coming our way because Donald Trump is a rotten piece of shit who would have never given us anything. Hey, Cointel Bones. Yay, thank you. I know, I noticed that a lot of people are probably watching Vosh's debate right now, but you know what? It's okay. I'm happy you all are here, and I really appreciate it. We're going long into the stream. But by the way, that is to sum up everything. Joe Biden, see us after class. You did some good things correct, but you certainly did a lot of cringe as well. Let's try and yeah, Joe Biden, get in here. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're having a good time, Sensei 3K. I do kind of my own thing. I can't always, schedule, but there we go. Let's save this. We're about to have a quick interview, so stick around because this is going to be a really good interview. If you've ever wanted to learn about anarchism from an academic perspective, we're going to do that in just a minute here, okay? So chill, hang around, get comfy. I promise you'll learn something cool. This is going to be a good interview. But we have a few minutes first, so I wanted to finish off this little thing. You're going to pull on my leg hairs like Corn Pop? Corn Pop didn't pull his leg hairs. Those were the children in the pool, not Corn Pop. Corn Pop was threatening him with a rusty razor blade. You got to get your story straight, Joe. Got to get your story straight, Joe. I think the means testing versus universal debate is a little more nuanced, but America's means testing seems particularly evil. No, I don't think so. I think it is pretty simple. You have to build an army of bureaucracy for means tested programs, and you could just do it cheaper otherwise. It's just mathematically cheaper to just give it away. It just is, and it will come back into the economy. Wait, come to think of it, means testing is basically bureaucracy, but for screwing over poor and marginalized people? That's the bad kind of big government. Yes. It is bureaucracy that is created specifically to support the ideological concept that that you're not supposed to be dependent on the government. That's what it is. It is big government in the name of reinforcing capitalism. It's true, Snips, I will. It's true, I will. I'll have to be careful next time. It's what happens when you rickroll. The downside of rickrolling. You made your bed, now lie in it. All right. Let's see. Let me just message our interviewee here. Yeah, I'm sure it was. Sure it was. Just make sure. Make sure. He's going to fail poli-sci. It's true, he will. He's going to fail Demon Mama's School of Poli-sci, which is the worst thing to fail. Imagine having to serve as president knowing that Demon Mama and the imps are disappointed in you. It's a sad thing. It's a sad fate. So we'll have, weird times. Oh boy, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? We still got to talk about Portland too, but we'll probably do that next stream. Exclusive. MyPillow CEO and staunch Trump ally Mike Lindell has retained celebrity attorney Charles Harder to go after the Daily Mail over a story claiming he had a secret affair with actress Jane Krakowski. What? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, this is the guy. Wait, this is the lawyer who did the Hulk Hogan thing, right? The tabloid story damaged my integrity as a Christian, Lindell said to the Daily Beast in confirming he has retained the Trump lawyer most infamous for taking on media outlets. MyPillow CEO and staunch Trump ally Mike Lindell has retained celebrity attorney Charles Harder, claiming he had a secret affair with 30 Rock and Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt star actress Jane Krakowski. Charles Harder is the attorney, Lindell confirmed in a brief interview on Friday. I never met this lady in my life, and I've never been to the West Village or the Hamptons, where they said I was in the hit piece. What the fuck? What? That's very specific. Yeah, I don't know. This guy's insane. Let them fight moment? Yeah, let them go. Let them fight. This will be funny. I feel like they're probably pretty covered. Daily Beast, the Daily Beast, isn't the Daily Beast owned by the company that previously owned Gawker Media? I don't think they would fuck up twice. Yeah. I don't think they would fuck up twice. All right. We're bringing Lyss on, okay? Let's bring Lyss on, all right? It's time. It's time. Hello, Lyss. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. Pronouns?
They, them.
Excellent. And what would do you have like a social that you would like me to list on the screen?
Yeah, I can drop my Twitter in, what is it, live stream chat?
Yeah, live stream chat is one. There's also the site chat if you want to keep an eye on the website chat, which is demonmama.com/live. We have like a live stream thing, kind of like, you know, Destiny and Vosh and a couple of those other people have. We have like our own little website. Here we go, SociaLyss.
Oh yeah, I was watching earlier. I can't, you'll have to forgive me. My PC's not very, not very kept up, so I can't really use Discord and watch stream at the same time.
You're totally fine. Don't worry about that. I can understand that. The site is being optimized every single day, so it's getting better each and every day.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, so it'll be eventually it'll be nice and much smoother and won't take as much. Thank you so much, 85D2D Derek. I will look at this afterwards. I am going to mute Donos for a moment so that we can do the interview. But I will look at this right afterwards, 85D2D Derek. Don't you worry. Oh my god, that does actually look amazing though. I just saw it. But I'll show it off afterwards, 85D2D Derek. All right, let's do this. Very happy to have you. Thank you so much for coming on.
No problem.
Yeah, welcome. And first off, do you want to give us your credentials, give us your passions? What do you study? What are you interested in? And what would you love to talk to our chat about today?
Yeah, I am a current student studying political philosophy and labor studies, so probably the most based in Marx-Pilled thing you can study in university.
That is very, very based in Marx-Pilled.
I'm an admin at the RGR Discord. I've become something of a theory consultant for a lot of people that a lot of people seem to want to talk leftist theory, and I'm always down to talk about that. I don't like people that posture about leftist theory, mostly because the people that posture about it don't seem to know what they're talking about.
True.
Typically, you'll find people that are massively educated on a subject usually don't like to talk down to people. When you're incredibly passionate about a subject, usually you want to get people into that subject. Usually you want to get people to learn that subject and get interested with you.
Yeah.
And that's what I like to do. I like to talk to people about anarchism, socialism, Marxism, all that type of stuff.
Well, that's incredibly awesome. And yeah, I tend to have a similar approach. I am not a super theory big brain, though I have read some theory. I have always been a bit more of a, let's see, how do we describe this? Like a hedge philosopher. I've just learned a lot of stuff from experience and from extensive readings of not necessarily direct philosophy texts, although I did used to be into philosophy a lot. Politically, I try to substantiate my arguments with as much data and whatnot, but I don't take myself too seriously. I advertise myself as a political edutainer.
Right, yeah.
I'm pretty open about being Oh, hey, Riley. Good to see you. Wait, Riley, let me get you a fancy name. Let me welcome Riley in with a fancy name. Good to see you in chat, Riley. But yeah, that's really awesome. And I have to say I appreciate that approach because there's for a lot of people, it is really difficult to get into theory. It's dense, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the whole, I mean, you've shared some of it as far as like, you don't think people should be snooty about it, but what are your thoughts? How would you encourage someone to be able to overcome the fear or the trepidation or the hesitation that can come with approaching theory in the first case? What would you recommend for people to start getting into that? And is there a way that can make it more approachable, et cetera, et cetera?
The way I generally tell people, and the way I generally tell people in university who usually start getting into philosophy, because when you get into different fields, you largely eventually branch into philosophy in that specific field, whether you're in the medical field, whether you're in the economics field, usually you encounter some sort of ethics along the way. Usually what I tell people to do and what I try and get people to do is I tell them you don't really have to read these big, thick books. It's great if you can, and it's great if you really want to, but there is an inordinate amount of lectures, essays online, short essays that you can read. And there's even YouTube channels of people that love to talk about this stuff. It's often hard to parse out which YouTube channels are actually educated and actually like to talk about this in an academic and educational context, and which ones are just posturing. But that's why we have communities to figure out what that sort of stuff is,
Yeah, and also the benefit is if you're too scared to approach or whatever, I don't want to call it scared because it sounds like I'm talking down to people, but I mean, I'm this way too. If I look at like a huge book and I go, oh God, like I can't digest that, but I could watch two different people's personal, like highly thought out essays about the subject with different takes, compare those and learn from it. And it might even inspire me to go read the original text in the first place. But those videos might only take me 2 hours to watch versus days of reading a book, which is kind of cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The one thing we've managed to do in the educational field, I say we, I don't major in education.
That's okay.
But the one thing that we're able to do is to be able to distill all this education down into an incredibly digestible format. You can study Hegel in a modern context, and you can study Kant in a modern context, even though these philosophers are like incredibly hard to parse for people just getting into it.
Yeah.
We have people that distill it down into introductory books or introductory lectures that are very, very easy to people grasping intro to ethics and intro to logic concepts. And they can get really into it that way. And I think a lot of YouTubers are good at that. I think particularly like channels like PhilosophyTube and ContraPoints have been fantastic at just getting people into the actual questions, whether it's talking about the fundamental flaws of capitalism, whether it's talking about like the dialectic of the relationship between a worker and an owner, or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then citing sources.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't realize you had more to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want people to be able to have a starting point, and I want people to be able to have something to jump off of after that starting point, whether that's because every introductory book you'll read on a subject, whether it's ethics, logic, anarchism, communism, you'll always have citations in that introductory book to springboard off of. And even if it's like a PhilosophyTube or ContraPoints video, you'll always have citations in the description, or often citations in the video, to actually springboard off of, so you can learn more about the subjects they talk about.
Yeah, this is actually something that I've talked about on my stream before, because I've told people, like, it's actually surprisingly less difficult to learn stuff if you get rid of the judgy, like the sort of like aura of judginess that sometimes is pervasive online, of like, you must go to the original texts or whatever. Well, you can start learning about a subject by just popping open the Wikipedia article, and then when you find something that's really interesting to you, go down to the sources and see what it is, and that will take you, they'll link you straight to it. You can just literally click and it will open up that original source so you can get what they're talking about. And like, that can be of course, that shouldn't be the be-all and end-all of like how to get an authoritative position, but it can certainly start that process. And often starting that process is like the most toughest part. You know, a lot of people have a hard time just getting started on it, but once that natural curiosity gets sparked, you can go right through. You can start clicking into these different things, and sometimes you'll go in a whole rabbit hole and discover a whole bunch of stuff that you didn't think that you would before. I've found personally, you know, I have ADHD pretty bad. My chat knows about that. I joke about the square brain moments where my brain just goes like off into something else, which is great for streaming, but not so great for trying to sit down and read an academic text. However, I found that channels like you mentioned, I mean, I love Philosophy Tube, but also like channels like Radical Reviewer. I don't know if you're familiar with Radical Reviewer, but Radical Reviewer is a channel that I've found super valuable, because it's like a book that I'm interested in reading that I've been like putting off, or that's on my list, but I've been like, you know, that hesitation is there. I can pick it up, get an idea of what's going on in this, and then go from there and follow those sources and learn about it more without necessarily having to read the original text, or perhaps I decide to read the original text. That happened with my reading of both State and Revolution, and my reading of Conquest of Bread, which I haven't finished yet, but I am working through it. So, but yeah, it's like, it's really great. And it's an interesting way to build it seems to me like an inspiration cycle, almost like finding inspiration for art, but this time for learning. Yeah.
Absolutely. We, as leftists, we need to find ways to get people into education, because ultimately leftism can only succeed if we educate people. I mean, the anarchist slogan is to agitate, educate, and organize. And whether you're an anarchist or not, you'd be hard pressed to find a leftist that wouldn't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I value education, and like I just consider myself a lefty with like anarchist philosophical leanings. That's how I always describe myself. And but I find like education to be not just a passion, but something I believe in on a very deep level. That like, I mean, humans, like our main like evolutionary advantage is that we can work together and teach each other stuff, that we are like not necessarily a blank slate, but that each generation can absorb and all of the errors, can learn from the errors of the last one, and we can get rid of the pratfalls of the previous generation. You know what I mean? Like, that's incredible to me.
Absolutely.
So it always makes me so happy to hear that there are a lot of lefties out there who genuinely are inspired by education and want to make that a thing. So I'm very excited to hear that that's something that you're passionate about.
Yeah, we always need to educate people. I heard you said that you read The State and Revolution by Lenin.
I've read 75% of it. I have a little bit more to finish. But yeah, I've read a good chunk of it. I listened to that via...
It's more than most people have read.
True, yes, but I don't know. I get like, I have this little notebook, and I have all my little notes on theory that I've read in here. I read, let's see, the last thing that I read was Reformism by Errico Malatesta. I really like Malatesta. I also read The Capitalist System by Bakunin. And then before that, I had a lot of notes on this. I listened to the entirety of Reform or Revolution by Luxembourg, and that was very enjoyable, really, really enjoyable to read. Again, these were audiobooks, which are available free online. I think there's like Audible Communist and Audible Anarchist have like relatively good quality. There's a couple misses in there. There's a couple of bad recordings or whatever, but mostly free, completely free and high quality recordings. And it's been very valuable for me personally, and I'm glad to see that there's a lot of people taking interest in it, and also finding ways to make this stuff available to people, because it is enriching. It is very empowering.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, something I want people to know that are interested in leftist theory, that a good 95, if not more, % of leftist theory is made by leftists, of course. So they wanted as many people to read it as possible. So these are all public domain, almost all of it. So you don't have to pay for it. You don't even have to acquire it illegally.
Yep.
You go over to the Anarchist library, you go to libcom.com, marxist.org, wherever you want to go, and you can just read the entire works of Lenin, Marx, Engels, Rosa Luxemburg, Kropotkin, Malatesta, Bakunin, Proudhon, anyone you really want to read, or anyone you could even want to read about.
Yeah, it's incredible, these resources. And it's funny because, like, I'm glad we touched on this. Me being the paragon of a lefty, all of my videos are published in the under Creative Commons attribution license. Every video I make, and I've made a promise. So my chatters, who I call my imps will tell you that I always say this: my channel will always be free. I want anything that I do, anything that can be useful to people, to be free for everyone forever. It will never be paywalled. If you want to support me, you can, and there might be little like meaningless benefits. Like, for example, I have a pet. My dog, you can pet my dog digitally if you subscribe to my website, and like that's something silly and frivolous. There you go, you see it in the chat now. But some people are posting the Yoda pet. But yeah, those things are like, they're fun, but I never want my content to be limited. I want people to be able to access my content as easy as possible. And I find it strange that that's such an uncommon. It feels like such an uncommon thing. There's so much paywalling, and there's so much. This is especially true with like mainstream media, which isn't leftist by any means, but even by their own principles, it seems so backwards to want to paywall something that you want to propagate. That makes it harder to propagate. It's interesting to me.
Right, because they're bending to the modern mainstream to avoid the lefty terms, the neoliberal hellscape that we live in.
Yeah.
So now that not everyone is buying newspapers, and that's not the only way to get the news, they kind of have to survive off what little audience they have left, and just paywalling.
Yeah, it's wild too, because it's also interesting how, this is a totally different topic, but nonetheless somewhat interesting, how this whole paywall era of online journalism was created because of just totally bad information from Facebook, of all places, that the idea that video was really super important. And so all of these online journalistic outputs spent a ton of money building up video studios so they could produce video content that nobody even wanted from those sources. Of course, video content is great. I do video content, but people who were going to read a journal didn't want that video content, and all of a sudden they had to have it. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. All right, I got a challenging question for you, okay?
Gotcha.
I had a couple of prepared questions, and a couple of them I wanted to spin by you that I think would be valuable for the chat, if you're cool with me shooting a couple of questions your way.
No problem.
Yeah. So here's the question. Revolutionary anarchism has been the subject of, at best, public skepticism, and at worst, outright fear-mongering at the hands of representatives of the state. What are your thoughts on this, and can such trepidation be overcome? And if so, how?
Well, there's sort of two ways we can go about revolutionary anarchism. The first way is to just defiantly stand against the sort of fear-mongering that the right wing tells about it, and even some center-left liberals tell about it. The other way would be to Enrico Malatesta, who you brought up before, actually has really good writings on this, about how we, as revolutionaries, should form our revolutionary action in the public eye and not engage in a kind of subterfuge and because we have a right to organize against the system and we have a responsibility to organize against the system. And by organizing in public, we are asserting our positive rights to go against the system that subjugates us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. So basically the idea is that you should do it in the light of day because you're not doing anything worthy of hiding in the first place.
Right. If we then retreat to subterfuge, then we are allowing ourselves and we are allowing others to view us as doing something that we shouldn't be allowed to do.
Yes. Now, there's something interesting here that I've discussed. A couple of times on this channel that is an interesting parallel here. That's something I've found personally really important. And this is like, again, this isn't specifically touching on like anarchism or economic protest or economic organization, but I think it has some similar truths. And this is that the idea of like visibility being very important. I am a trans person, you know, I'm a trans woman, like, and I'm also gay, and like there is some truth to the idea that visibility is powerful, that just by people being brave enough to stand up and be themselves openly, although it often comes at a cost, at the end of the day, people are able to see themselves and see one another, and it means it's possible to get an idea of how many of you actually exist and how many people there actually are out there. And I think that that's actually very important. You know what I mean? Like, it allows you to get an idea for, you know, if you're a gay person who is openly gay, and even if you get a lot of, you know, negative feedback from that, you will find other people who are like you. Those people will flock to you. Those people will come and it will build connections that can be stronger than any hate that can come your way in the long run. And it can change a society in my mind. So do you think that that's like a similar, like, do you think that that parallel is valid, or is that
oh no, absolutely. I think that's a great parallel. I talk all the time. There are a lot of people who are staunch Bernie supporters, and I like Bernie supporters. They're usually very progressive people, and they're usually cool people to talk to. And I don't know if you'd consider yourself a Bernie supporter. Like that tends to come with some baggage.
I mean, I was a Bernie supporter when Bernie was still in the race. I mean, it depends on what you mean by Bernie supporter. I think Bernie's a great guy, and I was very impressed going to his rallies at the way that he structured them. And I had my critiques of Bernie, and my you know my bigger critiques, of course, of you know, electoralism as a whole, which I have a lot of critiques with. But I think Bernie was, you know, seems to me to be about as good of a politician as we've ever gotten in America, at least in any recent memory, who had a shot at the presidency. So that would have been cool, but it didn't happen.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
So here's how I approach it. There are politicians and people like Bernie Sanders who can push for progressive change. And that's awesome. Bernie can push for things like trans civil rights. He can push for things like incorporating more reach out for minority groups. He can incorporate more things approaching economic democracy. Certainly we wouldn't call it economic democracy, what he was proposing, but it was certainly more economically democratic than we have now. And there is the other side, which is us, maybe not you, because you're not an unknown, but people like me who are the people that don't have to adhere to optics to appeal to everybody. So I would be shooting myself in the foot to adhere to optics in the same way Bernie does.
Yeah, I
Does
agree.
that make sense?
Yeah, and
because
I likewise,
20 years
I would
ago,
say that too. Like, even for myself, like my optics are not the same as Bernie's optics. We have different objectives and different roles to play.
If you were to campaign 20 years ago, championing trans rights, nobody would have voted for you. Maybe some people would have voted for you, but you would have gotten destroyed in a landslide. Maybe not you. I'm saying the general you, whoever's running. And that's sort of what I tell to people. And obviously we want to push for trans civil rights. And it's optically valid now, kind of, in America, to push for trans civil rights as a president. I mean, Biden's kind of doing it now a little bit, maybe.
Compared to the last 2 presidents, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, he's comparatively a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, he's you know, we've got the appointee. I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but for the second highest position in the health department, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's a big change.
Yeah, it's big. And then also, I mean, as clumsy as it was, Joe Biden did go on, you know, national news with a lot of viewers and did say, like, we are going to stand by trans rights. And that's, if nothing else, it's a morale boost. For
Absolutely.
sure. So, yeah.
I think there's a way people think about politicians like this that is sort of backwards, where they think, oh, because Bernie was able to do so well, now we have so much more leftist power in America. And I would like to say, while that may be true, the reason Bernie was able to do so well is because so many leftists in America championed him and brought the progressive cause into the forefront in America.
Yeah.
Under the Obama presidency and under the Trump presidency.
Yeah. It's actually wild. Like, I've told this little anecdote about, you know, this occurred before Bernie was out. This was like probably was about February when this happened. And there's a really, here where I live, there's like a really active network of mostly anarchist mutual aid groups that have been doing really good work. I've done some work with them. They've really done some incredible efforts to bring material aid to people in the middle of a pandemic. And I remember this group went around to a bunch of neighborhoods in my area with a truck that had Bernie stickers all over it, and they were handing out like free just care packages with toothpaste, you know, toilet paper, everything that you would need. It was like toilet paper was really rare at that time because it was just the beginning of like when people were starting to like really get the idea that coronavirus was a thing. And they came by and they weren't pushing any political message, but they had, hey, here's a little booklet that tells you about your rights as a tenant, where you can get some help as a tenant. Here's a, you know, little Bernie sticker if you want it. They weren't associated with the Bernie campaign. These were just people who wanted to help and like also saw that as an opportunity to like be a little, you know, hey, here's our politics too. And I think that was amazing.
Yeah.
And that effort, like that sort of stuff sticks with people. Like I remember people coming out to get food in their neighborhood and just going like, wow, actually, hey. Yeah.
This is how you build political power in the small scale. If you look at even radical political organizations like the Black Panthers, if you want disenfranchised groups to get on your side, then you help those disenfranchised groups.
Precisely.
You don't say that you're going to help them and hope that they choose you as their leader. You help them.
Yep.
And then they join you, and then they rally behind you.
Yeah, and
this is what happens.
It literally empowered them. You have to empower them first. Like, yeah, it's a trust thing, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have another question for you, if you're cool for another question.
Absolutely.
So now this is a little bit more of a general question. Obviously, I personally know some of this, but I think some people who are not yet to be like, who don't necessarily know how they feel about anarchism or anarchist philosophy might benefit from this sort of question. In your mind and in your studies, what are the short-term and the long-term goals of anarchists, and what sort of victories, you know, as a follow-up to that, after you answer that first one, what sort of victories do you think should anarchist-leaning people work towards?
Okay, so as a rule, many anarchists and most Marxists would agree with the idea that we can't really conceptualize an end state, but we are always pushing towards perfection. Does that make sense? In the same way that I will always push towards perfection in myself, but I'll obviously never achieve perfection.
Correct.
We'll always push to be better and better and better. So in that way, we will always push for more egalitarian institutions, whether that be economically or socially, preferably both. We would want no coercion in society, so long as it benefits the positive and negative freedoms of the citizenry. Things like that. Many anarchists conceptualize anarchism as different things. Many people think of it as the absence of unjust hierarchies in the collective. I would agree with that, but I would say it's also more that we do not tolerate any sort of social or economic subjugation or coercion by any sort of top-down authority. And furthermore, that we champion the positive liberty of people, that being people's liberty to do things. We don't have any value if we have freedom from things, if we don't have freedom to do things. Does that make sense?
Correct. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I've heard this discussion gone back and forth on Twitter and beyond, you know, this idea of like, I know there are some anarchists who really bristle at the, I don't know if it's right to call it the Chomskyan, but the like sort of Chomsky definition of anarchy is like, oh, no unjustified hierarchies, because it's like, well, but you can justify any hierarchy if you try hard enough. You know what I mean? Like,
sure, yeah. Like there's if you say to someone like, if you believe that unjust hierarchies are bad, then you're an anarchist. It was like that kind of like falls to like almost everybody. Like if you ask a conservative, hey, do you think unjust hierarchies are good? They're probably going to be like, well, I don't think unjust things are good. That sounds pretty bad. I guess I'm against that.
Yeah. And also, this is really funny. We could probably talk about this more, but there's this one thing that's always irked me. It's one conversation about like pulling a child out from in front of a car. Like, oh, I hate that. It's so, it gets me so bad because people are like, oh, like that's a hierarchy, and it's like, no,
the hierarchy of a parent and a child.
We're talking about political hierarchies. Like, what do you mean? Like, there shouldn't be a hierarchy between parent and child, like a political hierarchy between parent and child. There might be a like unavoidable like child cannot survive without parent because of like a biological limit, but that's not a political hierarchy. That's not something that should be enforced by a society of like a parent being dominant over a child. And I find it more interesting in general to look at anarchy as a position of attempting to remove dominance and remove subjugation, which is why I was very interested to hear you use those terms, because I've always find that a more interesting way of approaching the question.
Absolutely. There will always be forms of authority, insofar as there will be authority figures, as far as like there will be people more educated than you or I on things like medicine. We can't all be doctors as much as we all want to be equal, but we want to be treated equal, and we want to be people be studied in different things. Obviously, we can't all be jacks of all trades.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we need specialization, and specialization is only going to increase in the future, I imagine, as our society becomes more complex. But
and
see,
things
again,
like
with something
parent...
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, with something like that, to me, I don't think that meets a reasonable definition of like a political hierarchy of saying like, hey, someone who has years of expertise, who literally has information on something, should be, you know, probably deferred to for your own good on certain topics, on those topics of expertise. That's not to me an idea of dominance or of building that into a state that would enforce some sort of like technocratic, like the scientists are in charge of everything or they get to decide everything. No, it's like, okay, a doctor knows how to fix something, and they have a purpose for having that knowledge, and why you would trust a doctor with that, as opposed to them being able to forcibly, I don't know, do surgeries on you or something like that, if that makes sense.
Sure, yeah. Like I would consider a parent and child the same type of authority figure as like if my friend drives me to the store and then he's driving the car.
Yeah.
And then like, okay, he has the authority over where we go. You know, we're not equal in that sense, but we're both human beings. So there's not like, we don't need to postulate over the philosophy of, you know, should we both get to hold the wheel and everything like that. Because there's no sort of dominance or subjugation. He's not keeping me in that situation in the way that, like, say, a worker and a boss would be, or a landowner and a tenant would be. One necessarily relies on the other to be under them.
Yeah, there's a specific exploitation. And I actually had an interesting conversation on this topic with a distributist, which I've always found that a little bit of a complicated philosophy to really understand what they're getting at, because at the end of the day, it usually just seems like you end up just being under the Pope. I don't know, but whatever. This conversation I had, I'm like, you know, in an ideal circumstance, there would not be a, a political hierarchy between a parent and child. Parent and child in the eye of society should be considered equals, and a parent that is violating the trust of a child should be frowned upon, right? Like we should look down upon, or not necessarily look down, but we should discourage as a society a parent who is taking advantage of their child or exploiting their child, because there shouldn't be a class between parent and child. These should be both individuals that are just perhaps at different points of their biological development, but that doesn't mean that you have your society grant some sort of like what's the right word for this? Like a societal role that's given as like, oh, the parent must be deferred to at all times. No, the parent has a responsibility and a trust relationship with their child, something along those lines.
Absolutely. Yeah. Parents would be something that are a type of people that we would classify as people that provide a type of positive freedom. Mm-hmm. In the same way that like a medical institution would be. Anarchists wouldn't look at, say, doctors in medical institutions saying, like, they're hogging all the medical supplies from us. I mean, probably in America they would. I live in Canada, where we have public health care, so we don't really have to worry about this.
Whew. That's a nice one. That's a nice benefit to have during this time of hardship here in America.
I'm very sorry about that. But yeah, a baby on its own isn't really going to have many freedoms, even if you don't touch the baby, even if nobody fucks with the baby.
Yeah.
The baby's not going to be getting very far very fast. So the parent is there to provide positive freedoms, be able to get the baby food, get the baby rest, get the baby shelter, and teach the baby how to speak and walk and do all the things a baby needs to do.
Right. Yeah. And I think a lot of the conversation, unfortunately, I mean, this is most conversation online in general, but I think a lot of the conversation around anarchy fixates on really bad faith situations that are meant to be more like a riddle, as opposed to an actual political question of like, oh, well, then in an anarchist society, if you don't believe in hierarchies, well, then you shouldn't be able to rescue a child from getting hit by a truck. It's like, no, that is not what any of this means. Like, that is clearly
it's true.
But yeah, so that was one of it. And then again, just to reiterate the second part of the question, what sorts of, on a political level, on a like sort of day-to-day level, looking at what we're going into now and the complicated situation we're in, what type of victories do you think that like we should be aiming for people who are left-leaning, but also people who might consider themselves anarchists? What should they be looking for, and what should they be working towards in your mind?
Gotcha. So, as a rule, I don't put my faith in electoral institutions. I vote. Mm-hmm. I vote for the most progressive candidate. And then I organize on the ground, online, in real life, wherever I can. I help out organizations, join organizations, do work on the street, do work online, wherever I can, to be able to build power from a bottom level. So people do not need to rely on a state authority to be able to sustain themselves. So there's the concept in liberalism that the more responsibility a state has to give sustenance to the citizenry, then the more authority the state has. And that's to a great degree true, right? Mm-hmm. So if the state has all control over medical care, all control over optical, dental, all control over even the economy, like we see in something like Soviet Russia, mm-hmm. then the state has all the control to be able to come in and shut all this stuff down when they feel like that the people are getting out of line, or whenever they want to control the populace.
Yeah. For me, I've in my thoughts on anarchist philosophy and whatnot, I've always thought a sort of important thing to focus on is building distributed and sustainable power. And something I talk about a lot, and maybe you can provide your insight as much more academically versed than I am, but I've always seen that the goal of anarchists and anarchist leaning folks should be to build systems that are not easily hijacked or corruptible, that we should try to build if power structures power must be wielded at some point, but if power must be wielded, it should be done so in the way that puts it in the hands of as many people as possible, as efficiently as possible. And we want to try and get the perfect balance between those things. You know, we here in America, we have a lot of institutions that at the end of the day, even though they might be pseudo-democratic institutions or the product of a pseudo-democratic state, do at the end of the day fall down to the hands of a very small amount of people who get to determine whether those agencies are going to function. One such example is the United States Postal Service. That's one that to me seems like one of the most obvious examples where it is incredibly easy for a president or for a single faction of Congress to gain a little bit of power and completely destroy something that is desperately needed for the public to function and communicate with one another. And to me, you know, at least from what I understand of anarchism, the idea would be to aim to structure these things, not that they shouldn't exist or that everything, you know, there's this ANCAP thing of like, oh, well, I should start my own postal service. Well, it's like, no, not necessarily, but instead we should aim to structure the postal service in such a way that it is as hard as possible to be hijacked by a single power. This is a public good that should be able to continue to sustain itself in a distributed manner without any sort of tyrannical control over it. I don't know if that makes sense in a more academic sense, but.
Oh, yeah, totally. So there's a thing that many countries tried to do. Some of them failed, some of them succeeded. It was actually originally a Leninist plan. It's weird with Lenin. There are a lot of anarchists, or particularly young anarchists, who will kind of like turn their nose up at anything Lenin wrote. But I do want to tell people that like Lenin did have a lot of good insights as far as Marxist analysis of the world at the time, specifically in things like imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. I do encourage people to read Lenin, even if they're anarchists, if they're not anarchists. I encourage people to like read as much as they can.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like I've found a lot of value from reading. Again, State and Revolution was very interesting to me. Reform versus Revolution by Luxemburg is, you know, not an anarchist, a social democrat. You know what I mean, right? Yeah, a social democrat. But like nonetheless was very valuable in understanding like and conceptualizing certain concepts. I think an understanding of imperialism is incredibly valuable, regardless of who penned the pages that point out the facts about imperialism, because boy, oh boy, is that an important concept to understand in the modern age of American imperialism.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I tend to agree with you on that.
Yeah. Basically any leftist philosopher, any leftist political theorist from anywhere around that era, you're not going to like all their takes.
Of course.
Even if you'll read anarchists like Bakunin or Proudhon, once they start talking about women, it's not a fun time.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
But the important thing that we can do is we can take their good takes and be like, wow, that's a good take. And then apply that to our own political philosophy. And then take their bad takes and be like, wow, shit take Lenin. I really don't think that we need to actually purge people from a mass workers' party in order to keep ideological purity. That doesn't sound very cool.
Yeah,
they're very poggers.
It's definitively unpog. I'm not a big fan of the purging part. I mean, and of course, there's always like one thing to always keep in mind is like at the end of the day, you know, there's no one theorist should be your where you draw all your info from, and it can be valuable to learn from these. I mean, I don't think any theorist would want, or very few. There are some people who are very culty who would probably like it very much if you listen only to them. But
Marx and Engels themselves didn't want people to pathologize their work. Marx and Engels themselves talked about that people shouldn't treat economic class as the one means of political liberation.
Yeah, and I think that generally, at least for me, in reading anything, I always am very nervous about anyone who asks me to take their word only as the final answer. So I think that can be, I mean, again, I have a unique background. I grew up in a cult, so I am very
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm very sensitive and watchful of that sort of thing.
No problem. Well, hey, I got citations for everything I'm talking about here. Don't worry.
That's awesome.
So don't take my word for it, by all means.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I think you've done a very good job expressing, your level of expertise and your interest, and it's been really, really awesome. I do have another quick question for you. If you're down for a few more, I think we've had a couple of audience questions as well, but this one is, if you were to give advice to my audience, and my audience has actually quite a broad range of age groups and demographics, etc. What is your advice on how people can most readily educate themselves and get involved in things like mutual aid?
Okay, so contrary to popular belief, if you live in an area that isn't literally like Alaska or something, like rural Alaska, you almost certainly have some sort of housing co-op, mutual aid foundation, community organization, as far as like libertarian socialist, anarchist, libertarian communist, something like that. You almost certainly have something like that around you. If you don't, you can organize online, or you can start one yourself with your friends. If you don't have many friends, then you still have online. But almost certainly people do have things like that around them. So I do encourage people to look that up. But if people are wanting to convince, say, their friends into something like communism, anarchism, or just general leftism, honestly, the secret is just friendship. Unironically, you become friends with people, and people tend to adopt their friends' political ideologies. People are way more likely to listen to you if you're friends with them. I do unironically talk about how friendship is the key to leftism.
I tend to agree, believe it or not. I know it's kind of it sounds a little softy and a little woo, but it is true. I think there is a truth in the idea that building connections is like the foundation of society. You need to be able to connect with other people, and friendship is that connection. Friendship or friendliness, even if you can't be a friend to everyone, but being able to understand and come to a sort of with as many people as possible, a sort of gregarious understanding of one another is incredibly valuable, and it really does wonders for being able to make a society that can get along with one another. So yeah,
absolutely, it's what we got to do. We got to become friends with people, or if not friends, just build bonds with people. Find ways that you can work with people, become acquaintances with people. Find ways to work with people, even if you don't like them a ton. Maybe you'll have benefits of working with them.
Yeah.
I also encourage people to not. I'm a very anti-sectarian leftist myself, so even though I usually describe myself as a libertarian communist, anarchist would also be correct to describe me as. I study revolutionary anarchism and Marxism primarily. I really don't like people that hear the word Marxist-Leninist and immediately assume, oh, you are an apologist for all the atrocities of China. And at the same time, I hate the people that assume anarchists would be like, oh, wow, you're just a little baby anarchist. You haven't come around to the real ideology yet.
Yeah, this is something that has been an ongoing question. In fact, I wanted to ask you about that a little bit as a spicy final question. So maybe we'll come back to that one if that's all right. Do you mind if I ask you 2 questions I've gotten from chat real quick?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so the first question, how do you feel what do you feel is the most effective way to quickly articulate the difference between a government and a state to people who essentialize states and equate the two?
Honestly, it will depend on which anarchist you ask, but we would talk about in terms of governmental organizations in an anarchist society, we would talk about organizing in terms of direct democracy. Direct democracy is something that anarchists really love to talk about. Essentially, the foundation of direct democracy is that in a representative democracy, the representatives you elect are bound to corruption. You can pay them off, you can bribe them, you can threaten them in order to do what you want, and they aren't necessarily beholden to the populace. And with direct democracy, you don't have to worry about that because the people that make decisions are the populace. So essentially, I guess if you could articulate it in like a Hank Green, John Green SciShow episode, is if you just showed a triangular political hierarchy and then just cut the top off with a knife to where it's just all flat at the end. I suppose.
Mhm.
But mostly, I like to talk to people about how we can organize things in a more democratic, radically democratic way in order to actually decentralize power in the hands of as many people as possible.
That's something I like to
So,
focus on too. Yeah.
absolutely, democracy is. I say that about people talk about this all the time as a meme with market socialists and everything with the democratically elected CEO and everything.
Yes.
But democracy really does help a lot of issues. There's even data that I have collected on my Discord that shows that democracy, institutional democracy in both the economy and the state leads to a higher GDP and things like that, which is something that would even be wanted in a liberal democracy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think it's interesting too because you know, there's this sort of constant fear mongering of like, but what about the rule of the mob? Well, I mean, you don't really have as much to worry about a mob if people are generally taken care of and if people are educated on what their circumstances are. Like, sure, people will come to wrong conclusions, but you're significantly less likely to see the sort of brutal, cutthroat politics that we see right now when power isn't as you know, totalitarian, when you can't just take one role and dominate all kinds of other people. There's the tension is greatly reduced in the first place. So the power jockeying becomes significantly less, significantly more about whatever you're actually supposed to accomplish as opposed to acquiring the power in the first place.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then the other question was, what are your thoughts on participatory economics in post-capitalist system, particularly in the context of filling undesirable jobs?
Filling undesirable jobs. So I assume that'll be janitors, people that clean toilets, jobs that people don't generally want to do.
Probably stuff along those lines. Yeah, that would be a fair assumption. I'd say, like, you know,
sure.
like the sewage worker stuff. Yeah.
There is a lot of theories behind that. Some theories is that these things will be taken over communally. Whether things like people rotate out and be like, okay, you know, I am the one cleaning today, you are the one cleaning today, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people take it to be maybe these people for more undesirable jobs or more risky jobs, they would be compensated higher.
Mm-hmm.
Whether like with better sustenance or, you know, more entertainment at the end of the day. Because in an anarchist society, in a communist society, people are still going to labor and people are still going to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Of course, people will always enjoy the fruits of their labor,
mm-hmm.
you know, hypothetically in a leftist society.
Yeah. And I mean, I've talked about this from my position as well. I've worked a lot of dirty jobs. Like, I've worked a lot of jobs in my life, and I've worked dirty jobs, and like, you know, the worst part of the dirty job isn't usually the job, it's the fact that it's thankless or stigmatized. You know, the dirty, you know, everybody, I mean, if you've ever lived in like a harmonious household, like with people that you like, it's not all that hard to do. It's not really all that hard to do undesirable chores. Like, yeah, there's probably a little bit of reluctance because it kind of sucks, but like, it's usually pretty easy in the name of like, hey, there's a reward for it. Like, we all live harmoniously as a result of this, and we can ask for help and whatever. Like, and also I think another thing too that like some people discount is that like, ideally, you know, we should stop, in a bigger picture, we should probably stop being afraid of automation. And if we can build a society where we no longer have to be afraid of automation, we can automate a lot of really dirty jobs forever.
Oh yeah,
away.
Automation is incredible.
Yeah.
Innovation is liberation, which is a big part of modern anarchist and communist theory.
Mm-hmm.
Is that innovation will liberate us necessarily.
Yeah.
Even if capitalism is benefiting off of something, necessarily the populace can benefit off it in the same way that it benefits the small group of people at the top of society.
Hopefully, barring complete capture. I think there are some terrifying scenarios of like sort of doomsday corporate capture scenarios, but
absolutely.
Yeah, but those are kind of neither here nor there.
There are, but to be a leftist, we have to take in a sort of optimism that most people don't really have, right?
I agree. Yes, very much about the bloomer
So,
fuel. The bloomer
yeah.
fuel. You can ask my chat. I talk about it all the time.
Absolutely. I'm very hope-pilled myself.
Yeah, likewise.
So the undesirable jobs is actually something that we do right now in society. If you think of things like nurses go through fucking hell in their jobs.
Yeah.
But nurses are people like, not everyone, but people are very, very like loving of like nurses because nurses are the ones who take care of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the same way, being in the military is pretty fucking hard work, and it's not very fun to actually be in the line of duty. As much as we don't like the military, it's not like it's a ball for the people over stationed in different countries, right?
Yeah, not at all.
But the people like these jobs, and they are thanked for these jobs because these jobs are sort of venerated by society in a way that things like janitors just aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And that I would see as a problem with society as a whole. And we even have jobs that are more risky, like people that weld pipes underwater and things like that, or people that do construction way up high in the sky of like electrical towers and the like. And we compensate those people more for the risk.
Yeah,
I very much feel like we would do that in a more egalitarian society, if not more so.
Yeah, I think so as well. I've always felt that like people are extremely fixated on money as the only reward, but like yet we have many structures that currently exist under capitalism that show that money isn't the only thing that people seek. I always point to one of my go-to is always video game modding, which is like people will devote their lives to creating the most incredible mods you can possibly imagine. Mind-blowing game design, like game design that you probably could make a lot of money off of, and they give it away for free. And and it's like, and because they love it and they love the what they're creating, and they love the community, and the community loves them, and often their community will take care of them if they have needs that come up. I think that's amazing, and I think we should use that sort of thing as an inspiration to us, that we actually can, like, if humans can trust each other just a little bit, we actually can build really awesome structures. And yeah, I think you're spot on about that.
100%. Even if you look in I almost said the real world. Obviously, modders are in the real world.
Yeah.
But if you look at like a modern economic example that is very anomalous as far as sociological trends of capitalism go, is the modern American education institution. Is that if you ask any teacher in a high school or a middle school or an elementary school why they decided to be a teacher, how many of them are going to say they wanted a good paycheck? They do it because they love it.
Yep.
Most teachers I've met, and most teachers I guarantee most people have met, have probably paid out of pocket for stuff in their classroom.
Yep.
And books for their students and supplies for their students. The education system in America and in my country, Canada, and in many countries in Europe, largely is funded publicly and by the teachers themselves.
Yeah.
The teachers themselves are propping up the education industry.
Yeah, it's wild. I've the school that I went to for high school was this weird like pseudo private school that had a deal with the state. It's really complicated, but the fact of the matter is that their teachers made nothing. And like, and some of the most genuinely life teachers who changed my life. My English teacher, for example, was like, had been teaching there for decades and changed my life with how good of a teacher he was. And he did it for nothing.
Yeah.
He got nothing for it. He got the most pathetic pay you could imagine. It was sad how little he got paid, but he did it because he was passionate about teaching, and because he got to see generations of students benefit from what he did. So yeah.
Yeah. And it's really, really sad to see like I have met so many great teachers in my lifetime, and I have met teachers that treated me like shit. Yeah. But also, those teachers that treated me like shit, I would hear stories about from the people that were taught by them earlier, like 10 years earlier or so. and they would tell me how awesome they were.
Yeah.
And I was just left with the feeling knowing, wow, at one point this person was a really awesome, nice person, and now they're incredibly jaded to the point where they treat students like shit. And while that is unjustifiable, how fucked up must their situation be to have jaded them that much to the thing that was once their passion and their drive in life?
Yeah. I mean, people get ground down. I mean, this is a story of, I mean, geez, like if we want to talk about general, like, like work things under capitalism, God, like, I mean, I know more people than I can count who have genuinely loved a field that they worked in and been burnt out and come to hate it because of how it was not because the work was bad, not because even the industry itself was bad, but because their compensation was bad, and it led to them living a constantly stressful life in addition to whatever stressors they had on the job. And yeah, it's really unfortunate that we approach things this way, in my opinion. Yeah. So if you've got a little bit of time left, I'd love to hit you with a couple of little spicy, because what would be a Demon Mama show without just a tiny bit of spice? You cool with a few little spicy questions?
Yeah, I gotcha.
All right, cool. All right, so the first one: how do you feel about the latest rise of, if we're charitable, highly economically focused, if we're honest, class reductionist factions on the online left specifically? Do you have any thoughts about these things, and what would you say to somebody who was, you know, offering you a class reductionist approach to politics?
I would largely tell them to read Marx, because Marx would probably hate every single one of their opinions. That's usually what I do talk to, what I talk about when I talk to class reductionists.
Yeah.
There's actually a lot of work on this in terms of Marxism most of the time. The last 3 class reductionists that I talked to have all talked to me about Marxism. At the end of the conversation, they end up admitting that they've never read any Marxism in their life. And this always tends to happen. Yeah, it always tends to happen. And it always tends to happen that they got radicalized by some Discord that they're in, or by some YouTuber that they watch. And there are a lot of great Marxist YouTubers, so I don't want people to start thinking that Marxist YouTube is indoctrinating people. But you know, we will have pretty bad YouTubers that are indoctrinating people, like anything. Yeah. But I would mostly point them towards Engels talking about how. Okay, so there's a thing Engels talks about where if economic struggle is the only struggle that we should focus on, then there necessarily would not be any Marxist text beyond what Marx and Engels originally wrote, right? Because there'd be no more to figure it out. They already did it. The proletariat and the bourgeoisie is the dialectic. We have to overcome this dialectic. But then Marxist philosophers and Marxist political theorists came afterwards, like Frantz Fanon and Angela Davis, and said, hey, well, we are black people subjugated in countries colonial countries, where we are an oppressed group. We literally don't have the same rights as white people. We aren't even let into the dialectic of proletariat and bourgeoisie. We are an even more oppressed class. Even in the Jim Crow days, the black people were treated as the lumpen proletariat, which is a Marxist concept of a proletariat that is even more disenfranchised and has to resort to things like petty theft, crime, drug dealing, prostitution, in order to actually pay for themselves instead of actually working some sort of industrial job or service job.
Which sounds like an increasingly large percentage of Americans working in the gig economy these days.
Right. It's very much comparable. This is what things like the Black Panther Party wrote about. This is what things like Angela Davis wrote about, Bill Fletcher, things what Kwame Ture talked about, and even Engels and Marx themselves talked about it. Frantz Fanon talked about it. Many Marxist writers have, and this is only to say what the class reductionists talk about as far as the more authoritarian communists. But there is a interesting problem of anarchist class reductionists that is increasingly like very, very weird to me, because they don't take the same approach to class reductionism as the more authoritarian leftists.
Yeah.
Where the
As I say,
more
most that I'm
authoritarian
familiar with are more authoritarian types. They're like the
yeah, they're very brazen about it.
Yeah. Oh,
Where...
for sure. I mean, you have things like the highly the highly turf organization in the UK. There's a Marxist org that's like super into turfs, and it's like they're I can't remember which one it is. I always forget the two acronyms. There's two like major Marxist parties, and one of them is like really into turf stuff, and they're super loud about it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they often can be. Yeah, in anarchism, I find a lot of people, and even some writers, can say things like, I mean, if you look at Proudhon and Bakunin, they very much thought that women should be mothers of the revolution, and that they should raise young revolutionaries, and that the women's place was in the home to raise young revolutionaries. That was what they conceptualized as anarchist praxis at the time.
Very, very limited. See, and that's always been my one of my big gripes with the reductionist crowd, which is that there seems to just be an incredible short-sightedness to it, and ultimately the ask at the end of the day is, please grit your teeth and bear whatever hardship we say in the name of the revolution TM. And it's like, whatever your brand of revolution is, well, we need to get to this. This is the greater good. So, if you wouldn't mind just going and making us a sandwich so that we can continue doing the revolution, that'd be grand. You know what I mean? It's that sort of like almost conceited, assumptive, entitled approach.
Exactly. The we'll get to your rights after we secure the revolution type people.
Yeah. And then, of course, this leads to the second spicy question of the night, which is... which would be to provide. I would ask you if you had a, and it doesn't need to necessarily be super spicy, but if you had a critique of, or if you were to present a critique to more authoritarian style communists, maybe even like the MLs online. For me, at least personally, I feel like I encounter a lot of that sort of thing, of this sort of like, well, trust us, it's going to be okay, your rights are going to be assured after the fact. But then I don't see it actually being put into action. I see groups that are, heavily patriarchal, or even racist, and those are often buried under. So if you were to bring a critique to these sort of authoritarian groups, or what would your, if you could bring out a salient critique, what would you say to them as to why they should consider a little bit of what the anarchists are saying?
I would say to any authoritarian leftists that I understand and I hope that most of you do want to push for the same fundamental values that I do, for liberty for all, equality for all, and prosperity for all. But I do not think that your way will get us there, and I do not think that your way has got us there any step closer than we have had now. I do not believe that the USSR, even if Stalin did not take over, say we had Trotsky, say Lenin just didn't even die, and Lenin somehow lived on to see it through to today, I do not believe they would have achieved socialism, because fundamentally, socialism needs the public ownership of the means of production, which the USSR never facilitated.
Yeah.
The USSR's means of production were owned by the state, which was very much not conceptualized by Marx. Even in the lower phase communism part of what he talked about it in Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx specifically talked about the means of production being owned by the proletariat, and the means of production in the USSR were owned by the Bolshevik Party. And you can offer a type of state capitalist perspective, because that is what they had, and that's not a criticism of the USSR. Lenin called it state capitalism. State capitalism was meant to be a transition to socialism, where the state takes over industry, and the state reaps the profits of the industry, and they use that profit to create more industry. That's how they plan to industrialize so fast, and largely, they actually did industrialize pretty fast. But it did eventually devolve into a very despotic dictatorship.
Yeah.
and that's something we don't want. And fundamentally, we do not believe in achieving, even if you would like to call the USSR in its prime, so to speak, even if you would like to call that socialism, we as leftists should not strive for socialism at any cost. We should strive for socialism as a means of liberation, not socialism as a pathology.
Yeah. And that's interesting because it's very similar to some of the critiques that I would bring, which is, obviously not nearly as well worded or cited, but my concern has always been that there is a structural flaw in the authoritarian approach to communism, which leaves a gaping, a gaping vulnerability of how easy it is to ultimately never make that transition to socialism, from trusting a vanguard party with all the resources. It's easy to never make the change. And if you can't have that trust, if the people can't have that trust, well, then how are they going to get behind your program? And if your program has that vulnerability on a systemic level, which I would argue that authoritarian approaches do, then how do you fix that vulnerability? And my argument would be, of course, well, you need to make sure that the power is distributed in the first place, that the structure that you build isn't so easy to hijack, so doesn't have that vulnerability. But anyway, I really appreciate that. Did you that's all the questions I have. Did you have any questions for me? I don't know if you do. I'm just a political edutainer on the internet, but if you have any questions for me, I would love to give you the opportunity to sort of shoot them at me, and I can try and answer them to the best of my ability, and then we can call it good for the night.
Gotcha. I was very curious, because I know you're a Bernie supporter. I'm very curious on your approach to achieving socialism, and how you think that what would you say would be the most effective way of achieving socialism?
I mean, God, that's a really tough question. That's probably a little out of my wheelhouse, but at least as I don't know if I'm as big brain as to be able to say that, but yeah.
To be clear, nobody knows really what the most effective way of achieving socialism is. Just like what your general idea is, and what you push for as far as socialism.
My general approach is, the sort of first thing I look at is, at least from my perspective, is education needs to be the primary focus. I actually have a little board over here that I drew out my sort of goals when I was making my channel, knowing that I was going to do lefty politics, that I wanted to have some things there. And one of them was, like, I think, at least for me, one of the most important things right now is to be able to create a salient and strong counter narrative to the predominant narratives of our society, that to show people that there actually are other possibilities to sort of end the mentality of the capitalist realist mentality through education and maybe even entertainment, by getting people to think about different societies that are possible. That's one of the big things. I think we are at a point where a lot of people, their minds they can't visualize anything but the society that we live in. And I think the first part to changing that is getting as many people as possible to believe that it is possible for us to live a different way than we do right now, a better way. And so that's a big focus for me, is just in raw education and in stimulating the minds and the imaginations of people in my community, in the country as a whole. I think we need to cross that threshold first. So that's a huge focus for me, is broadening people's perspectives and getting them to think about it. And then following from that, I think another thing is community building is a huge deal for me. And I believe very much in, we all are stuck in a capitalist system. We have to struggle to build communities, because there is this pressure of alienation. There is this pressure of keeping you working all the time so that you can never have friends. So you can never have families of choice. You can never have communities that are enriching to you. But I think we can go against that, and we can resist, and we can build these communities, and we can structure them in such a way that they can be empowering. Everything from, again, I try to keep my scope, a little small, because I don't want to overstate it, but like my community is designed to be a tiny pocket of the internet that allows people to find access to stuff that will empower them creatively, to stuff that will empower them politically, to stuff that will inspire them and make them laugh. Like, that's my goal, and creating that community and making it as sustainable and just as possible, and then using that community to empower other communities, or, you know, or to direct towards politics is like a big step for me. So I think actually building communities again that don't necessarily look like the ones that we imagined in the past, that aren't necessarily just neighborhoods, but they might be digital communities, but digital communities nonetheless can have a material impact if they're able to, you know, if I'm able to make a channel on my Discord that has programmers talking together, and somebody joins my Discord who's an expert programmer and can teach a bunch of people who've joined this Discord how to program or how to fix a single problem, hey, that's a problem solved. And so that's one of the other things that I focus on a lot. And then third is like you know, I mean, I guess as an extension of that is like I tend to talk about mutual aid a lot. I think this is really important. I believe that mutual aid isn't just like I'm going out to a soup kitchen, though that is definitely a really good form of it. I think that mutual aid can be, hey, like I've connected with these people in my community and I have something that I can help them with that will allow them to then help others, and we can raise a community up out of poverty or out of lack of education or whatever together. And there's a lot of ways to do that, and I try to come up with as many creative ways as I can. And then, of course, a fourth thing that I do talk about news a lot. I do talk and analyze electoral politics. And so my goal in talking about, you know, the sort of, I don't know, boring politics is, one, to make it as interesting as possible and to provide a different perspective on it that allows people to understand that, hey, like, you don't have to play by all of these rules necessarily. Like, there are ways to, you know, be smart be strategic in politics. It doesn't involve just going out every 4 years and voting, but there are times where by being tuned into what's going on, you can take collective action. There might be some key votes that matter, and that vote could open the door for all kinds of changes. Like, for example, I advocate pretty strongly for you know, opportunistically pressuring politicians to adopting certain types of legislation that could be very, very valuable in actually making headway towards a more democratic system. One such example is like ranked choice voting makes our voting system significantly more open, and also opens up the opportunity to having different types of perspectives appearing on the ballot at all, which, you know, that's not like my main focus, but this is something that I try to do. Is I try to encourage people to not just get lost in this sort of eternal electoral cycle of like the bullshit, but to instead say, hey, maybe there are some parts of this electoral system that we can laser target and we can direct a bunch of energy at, and we can actually make a change that would matter and that can open up and make our lives materially better. Stuff like that. So that's a bit of a long way of answering the question, but I want it to be as thorough as possible.
Yeah, I think that's really good. I think we should have more people doing that, championing education. I think entertainment's a great way to do that. I do think there's plenty of people that sort of blend education and entertainment in a really great way. I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea that edutainment is any real lesser education. I think if we talk about how many people have been, you know, super emboldened by people like Bill Nye the Science Guy, and people mean about it, but like genuinely,
or Carl
he's
Sagan.
gotten plenty of people in science, Carl Sagan, things like that.
Yeah, I tend to believe that like political edutainment is not necessarily a lesser, but just a different type, and it needs to be understood for what it is. You know, as you can see by my silly bear head I have in the background, if you come in a segment and I'm memeing about having a, you know, with a Fortnite bear head on my head and I'm making fun of Nancy Pelosi, you know, that's the entertainment part, not necessarily the education part, but it can make the education part more fun and more palatable. You know, there's always like, I mean, teachers, everybody has a memory of a teacher they really loved who did something really cool, and sometimes it was something fun like that made learning fun, and I do believe in making learning fun. It's something I'm passionate about.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Was there any other questions you had for me? You can ask me spicy ones too. I'll field any question.
So, do you consider yourself a revolutionary?
Do I consider myself a revolutionary? Damn. No, for the purpose of the Fed. No, just kidding. Nah, I mean, I guess I would consider myself a social revolutionary, in that I believe very much in pushing courageously and strongly for social change. I don't advocate for violence ever. I just don't. It's not what my platform is for. I'm an educator and not like, that's not what I deal in. But I do believe in aggressively pushing for social change. I do believe in boldly pushing for social change. And I think that we shouldn't just accept the crumbs of whatever is offered to us by the Democratic Party or whatever is seen as acceptable at the moment. And I think that's reflected in my work to a certain degree. Of course, I'm limited because at the end of the day, I'm streaming on YouTube, so there's rules you have to obey and whatever.
Of course.
But yeah, I mean, I would consider myself a social revolutionary, in that I think that, again, much like what I said before, I do think that the key is changing the way that we engage with one another, and I think that's especially important in the age of the internet, where so many people are lost and lonely and don't have communities, or fall into communities that are very toxic or culty or exploitative. And I think that we can really change the world if we can learn how to, solidify good practices for how to build safe communities, how to empower one another. And I think it could change the way that we see the world. And I think we're in a desperate need for change. We are in a place where specifically COVID, but also just late capitalism in general, has put us in a position where a lot of us don't even recognize the life that we used to live when we were younger. I know that's true for me. I'm 30, so I'm not like that old, but like the life that I and my peers live now is nothing like what it even was for our parents. Like I remember the way it was for my parents growing up, and like there were plenty of downsides, but there was also like this, a very different world now, where everything is gig economy and everybody's scrounging for 3-4 jobs. Like, I mean, everybody I know is just,
at least they could afford a mortgage on a house.
Yeah, I mean, and not everybody. Obviously, there were people who were struggling and below the line, and poverty's always been an issue. But what you see now is that even those people who do have a house, those people are like often like have side hustles and all this shit. It's just like the tension has been increasing and increasing and increasing, and it's to the point where like I talk to other people my age, and it's like they haven't had like a get together with friends in like years. They're just, I'm too busy. I'm always working. They haven't even gone to like, I grew up pretty poor, like we used to have bonfires, cheap shit. You get like a couple of shit from the dollar store, some of those crappy pies, and you hang out outside because you have a night that you can do that. But people don't have that anymore. Not only just because of, not only just because of COVID either. It's like, obviously this was before COVID. People are just, our society is rapidly changing, and I think that means that we need to embrace that change is coming, that change is here, and that we can evolve our society in a good way. We don't just have to let it fall in a bad way, if that makes sense. So
yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it. I would say first off that I am a political revolutionary. I do believe in revolution. I would say that, or not I would say, I am very much nonviolent. I'm something of a nonviolent revolutionary. We do exist. Nonviolent revolutionary visibility. I do believe in nonviolence specifically because, for ethical reasons, but also just because violence doesn't seem to, in the modern first world like I live, doesn't seem to be a very effective way of achieving political change.
Yeah.
I believe political change is now achieved more than ever on places like the internet, organizing on the ground, organizing through economic structures, things like that. I'm a revolutionary because I do not at all trust the current institutions to institute any sort of leftist change or even progressive change unless forced to by the ones below. So I would instead advocate for building leftist institutions under them until the institutions on top of us prove themselves inefficient and are overthrown by the institutions we are created.
Yeah. Well, I can certainly be on board with that. So maybe I am a political revolutionary then in that way. I'm certainly also a nonviolent person. I don't believe in that or advocate for it.
Violence is a little cringe.
Yeah, it's
Though I understand why many in the global South would resort to that given their subjugation. I am not subject to the same type of subjugation that they might be, so I do not need to resort to those tactics.
Right. And also, I mean, I think even there's people here in the first world who are pressed into a place, and I would like to ideally see a system where people aren't pushed into a place where they're of that level of desperation, because it does often come out of desperation. I mean, we see this in especially in this time of COVID, like people, there's like people are shoplifting essentials because they can't get their essentials. Like, that's terrible.
Yeah.
You know, it's terrible that we've let our society get to a point where that's so normal. Yeah. Well, thank you so very much for coming on. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about or shout out or anything like that before we wrap this up? Because I am about to wrap up my own stream myself. I wanted to spend a little bit of time chatting with chat first, but.
Oh yeah, no problem. My name is Lyss. You can find me at SociaLyss on Twitter. I plugged it in the chat when I first came on. I suppose I could say it again. Yeah, I'm a leftist academic of sorts. I talk theory with people. I try to educate people, and I'd also like to say that there's no real such thing as a learned person. We are all learning. We are all at different stages of learning. So, like, very much is the case that I am very much still learning myself. There's plenty of things that people know that I don't know, and there's plenty of things that I still need to be educated on myself. I'm still making my way through a book called Hood Feminism right now, which is a fantastic book. About a third of the way through it. It's really, really good. And mostly where you can catch me is the RGR Discord, where I talk with my friends and talk about politics with people.
Our partnered Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, we recently cemented the partnership between the Demon Mama and RGR Discords, because I think there's a lot of room for mutual growth there. And a lot of mutual fun. So, yeah, thank you so much for coming on. Lyss, it's been wonderful. This has been a truly, truly wonderful conversation, and I hope that we can have more in the future. At all. Thank you so much.
All right. You have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you so much.
All right. See ya.
Yay, that was wonderful. Was that not wonderful? Was that not incredibly edifying, huh? Was that not a wonderful conversation? I think it was incredible. And I learned a lot, and I felt that was awesome. So I hope you all learned a whole bunch. I want to say, if you're new here, if you've just tuned in, please, 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 slap that subscribe button and ring the bell and join my Discord. We would love to have you. The Discord is amazing. We have an incredibly colorful, loving, and warm community that is focused on helping each other do better and be stronger together. And that is really cool. Plus, you get to know when I'm going live, and I do all kinds of good stuff. Yay, Ellison, I'm really happy to hear that. I really loved this conversation. It was very, very valuable. I was so happy to have them on. And yeah. So I did want to say one more thing, which is remember this Sunday I will be doing a gaming stream on Sunday. Yeah? Gaming stream on Sunday. We're going to be playing the game that the OKKO fighting game, or beat 'em up game, which is the official OKKO game that my partner designed, which is awesome as hell. And we're gonna also do some giveaways for some gaming streams, which will be really, really fun. And yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be really cool. I think it's that. I think it's called like Fight Legends. I can't remember. I had it up earlier. I always forget the full title. But yeah, also, before I end stream, if you all would like to help me in any way, shape, or form, all donations are greatly and deeply appreciated. Gifted subs, super chats, all of it means the world. Means that I can buy dinner and keep paying my bills. And that means the world to me. So, but my show will always be free, as I've said, and as I always say, my show will always be free. But if you got the cash and you can throw it my way, it'd be deeply appreciated. But you can also support the show by liking, commenting, checking out the videos. And yeah, I mean, that's more or less everything. That's all that I've had prepared for today. You all are really wonderful, and I've had a really, really fun day. I hope you have had fun as well. And yeah, needs more fish head? Well, guess what? The fish head and the cow head will be here very soon. So soon, we will have those things available. Thank you so much, Lawboy. Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate that.
Show as always.
Yeah, the new emotes. Well, and now, oh wait, that's right. Before anybody goes, I have to show you this. I have to show you this. 8D5D2D Derek gave us something. Where'd it go? Oh no, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Here it is. Look, look. We got Impo Run. We got Impy Run. I don't know what we're gonna call it. Impy Run. Thank you so much, 8D5D2D Derek. This is the best gift. You've gifted us so many good little Impy Runs. It's so good. I will be adding this to the website and the Discord immediately. So you can look forward to, in fact, I will do it right now. Ready? I'm adding this to the Discord right now. I'm gonna call it Impy Run. Let's raid Vosh. We will be raiding Vosh. Yes, we will be raiding Vosh, and you can all give your love over to Vosh. We'll be raiding Vosh for sure, which will be really fun. Oh, they definitely do. They definitely do. Don't you worry about that. We will make sure that that's taken care of. Let me add this right here. We're adding it right now. Impy Run. I think Impy Run is the best name for it, right? And we'll add this one to the website too. Wait, where did I put it? Where the heck did I put it? Uh-oh. Here it is. Impy Run. Got it. It's on the Discord. Check it out, everybody. Go into live stream chat and check out Impy Run. Yay! Let's put some into the live stream chat. Oh, hey, we got to pin this. Pin. And also, doesn't it look good? It looks so good. I'll add it to the site tonight. Helping out a smaller streamer named Vosh. He got to start by having Vermin. Yeah, exactly. Vermin gave Vosh a. We're going to go raid into a smaller streamer named Vosh. Is Cosma in the game? I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure because I haven't played it yet. So we'll find out on Sunday. You'll have to come on Sunday, Lone Cat. All right, let us get this raid set up real quick. We're going to raid into well-known small streamer Vosh Vidya. Also known as Fatian, also known as Voosh, Vaush, Vosh, Vosh Your Hands, Voosh. Let's grab this. I think he's playing some video games. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, Irish Lado, I think is his name. La-di-da. Hey, I'll check out that art real quick. Yo, that's awesome. Lemon, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing that with us. All right, you all, I'm going to raid you out. Thank you very, very much for being here today and for being a part of my community. Much communal love to all of you. Bing, my lovely imps. I will see you soon, and we will have so much fun next week. Mwah! Shoo. All right, make sure you go to, you can click through, but you can go to vosh.gg/live and give your love to Vosh. Tell him Demon Mama sends her regards, okay? I did hear that. It wasn't Mitch, it was Schumer, right? Anyway, yes, vosh.gg/live. I will see you soon. Goodbye. Wait, shit, wait. Fuck. Here we go. Here you go, everybody. Enjoy. 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 There you go. There.